itself?
Well, they've got a package that they're looking at. Basically, that's what this tells us, and I suspect that it'll be cleared and we'll be back in there to finish our briefing soon.
Judy, I'll send it back to you.
Kate, it's sounding like the members of Congress we've been talking with, Senator McCain earlier, and Jon Karl saying he was talking to Senator Daschle and others, they seem to be taking this very much in stride, although as we watch it, as you point out, Kate, this is only the second time and it happens to be in the span of just a couple of days, that the United States Capitol has had to be evacuated because of a threat that they take seriously. Now, granted, we're in a much more sensitive time right now, given what happened Tuesday, but
I can tell you, Judy, that the Capitol, I talked to the Capitol Police this morning about security here. Yesterday there was a perimeter that had been drawn around the Capitol, about 1 block to the east and the west and 2 blocks to the north and the south of this whole area. Now that has been changed, Judy. There is no longer that perimeter. They had moved it in this morning. When I came in at 6 o'clock this morning, they checked my car very carefully. They used mirrors to look underneath the cage of the car, which is something new. However, there was no perimeter any longer, so they had ramped down a little bit on security a little bit earlier today. That's what I can tell you, but that is more than they usually would do. Judy?
Kate, what are the restrictions? Who can actually come on the grounds of the Capitol and go into the building now? I mean, I know that tourists go in there, reporters go in. Who can get in and out?
I don't have my pass on me right now, but there is a press pass that I carry with me at all times that shows these guards that I'm legitimate and that I work here and that I can bring my car in. I also have a tag on my car. That's typical. All of the members have press identification. They have buttons that they wear. All the staff have identification. Those are the people that can come into the buildings. Now, normally, Judy, tourists can also come into this area. Normally, they can also go into the building. Today, that has not been exactly the case. I think they've been allowing tourists in escorted. They've not been doing tours of the Capitol. So it's been a little bit more secure than normal. On a normal day, if you're a tourist, you have to go through magnometers, you have to go through detectors to make sure you don't have any weapons. There's quite a bit of security here on a day-to-day basis. Right now, it's a little bit more than it normally would be, but less than it was 2 days ago. Judy?
All right, Kate Snow at the Capitol, where members of Congress evacuated, everyone else in the Capitol evacuated because of a threat, a suspicious package. At the White House, also increased security in the aftermath of Tuesday. Let's go there now, and our senior White House correspondent, John King. John.
Judy, increased security, and what most Americans certainly will see as some dramatic steps, just in case, the White House is saying, but dramatic steps nonetheless. We have been told repeatedly in recent days about the increased security around the White House. We are now told that Vice President Dick Cheney was taken from the White House complex earlier today and ushered up to Camp David, the president's retreat in the mountains in Maryland, a very secure area. That, we are told, to get a good distance between the president and the vice president because of what sources describe as yet another threat on the White House grounds. We reported earlier today that they had extended the security perimeter again outside of the White House. Obviously, they have not evacuated the White House. We are still here, as is the President of the United States and his senior staff. But we are told, as a precaution, they decided they did not want the President and the Vice President together on the White House grounds, so the Vice President was moved up to Camp David. We are also told that there are plans for the President himself to go to Camp David this weekend, where the Vice President will be as well. So the President and Vice President will be together later. Judy, go ahead.
John, the question is, if there's a threat, why wouldn't they put the President at Camp David and leave the Vice President at the White House if the threat is at the White House?
Well, Judy, they don't want to answer all of our questions about this, obviously, because of the security measures involved and the fact that we are all still here, that they have not evacuated the President, not evacuated the senior staff, would obviously lead us to believe that they do not view this as an immediate and perhaps not as an overly credible threat, should I say. But just as you see the evacuation of the Capitol, just as we have seen extraordinary measures around the White House in recent days, they have no choice, they say, but to take these things seriously and to take some steps in response to them. I would also note, and I don't want to go too far here because we know some things we don't want to tell our viewers because some of our viewers might be of ill intent. There are facilities here on the White House grounds, if necessary, in which the President would be safe, at least they believe he would be safe, from a nuclear attack. So there are places here on the grounds of the White House where they could take the President if necessary, and indeed where the Vice President, when the President was out of town the other day, did indeed go to a command and control bunker that is believed to be nuclear proof here on the White House grounds. Seems ominous to be talking about these things, but This is the circumstances we find ourselves in the 60 hours since these deadly terrorist attacks. Again, the White House saying this was a precaution, but the Vice President has been moved to Camp David.
Indeed, look at what these terrorists have wrought, not just the World Trade Center, not just the Pentagon and Pennsylvania, but look at what it has meant in terms of shaking up the nation's capital. Now back to Atlanta, Bill and Joey.
Judy, thank you. Many people said we're going to wake up to a new America on Wednesday morning after the attacks on Tuesday, and I think this is a reverberation of that, echoing what Jeff was saying about different threats being called, and all of which has been bogus to this point, and we don't mean to underscore what's happening. Or diminish what's happening in the Capitol.
Jitteriness.
Yeah. And if you think back 5 years ago, Joey, here in the city of Atlanta in July of '96 when the Olympic Park bombing took place across the street here, that Saturday, it happened on a Friday night, that Saturday and Sunday there were threats all over the city of Atlanta. Shopping malls and our subway stops here in town and shopping malls downtown all turned out to be just that.
Unfortunately, there are people who would like to take advantage of the worst of situations. On, though, the level of concern, and it's still developing story at this hour, the closure of the New York airport. So this is a ground stop at the New York airports because of concerns about some FBI activity today. Patty Davis is following that part of the story now, and she joins us now from Washington. Again, Patty.
Hello, Joey. Well, the FAA has ordered a ground stop at all three airports. That's New York, LaGuardia, and Newark in the New York area. They're saying that is due to FBI activity. Now, what that means, a ground stop meaning that flights are not allowed to take off at those airports. Also, flights that are scheduled to come into those airports not allowed to take off from their originating points. Now, the FAA says on a call just a moment ago that there apparently have been arrests, and we're trying to confirm that. Earlier today, LaGuardia Terminal, the central terminal building, was evacuated due to a scare. A man, according to the Port Authority of New York, made what was interpreted as a threat about a device in his bag. That turned out to be unfounded, but that person was arrested. Now, this apparently involves different FBI activity, different incidents. We don't know exactly what the scope of those incidents are at this point, but there is a ground stop now in place at the three New York airports. Joey?
CNN's Patty Davis for us in Washington again. So there are two developing stories at this hour that we're watching quite closely. What Patty was talking about, the ground stops at the airports, all three of the big airports there in New York, as well as the situation in the Capitol.
Yeah, watching the Capitol, Judy Woodruff informing us both houses of Congress have been evacuated. These are your congressmen and women standing on the lawn outside the Capitol building. The Senate and the House have been evacuated. We will follow this after a bomb threat was issued there. Some reports that a suspicious package was picked up and a dog had what's called a positive hit on that. In other words, the dog sniffed the possibility that that package could be more than just an empty package there on Capitol Hill. We will watch that. Any developments we see here, certainly we will bring you the very latest as we get it.
Of course, the terror strikes in Washington at the seat of the nation's political and military power, as well, of course, in New York at the seat of the nation's, the world's financial power, and that is really causing some ripple effects through the financial community.
We do know the stock market scheduled to open now Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. East Coast time, and for more on that, here's Lou Dobbs back in Manhattan. Lou?
Bill Joy, thank you. Good evening, everyone. And as we begin tonight, we want to tell you that the three New York airports, less than 8 hours after having been opened, have now been closed at the order of federal authorities. We are told that arrests have been made at JFK Airport, the international airport here in New York. We have no further information about who the arresting authorities were or who has been arrested, but we, of course, here at CNN will be bringing that to you as soon as we learn the details. And, of course, the U.S. Capitol has been evacuated, as we have now been reporting. The Vice President being moved to Camp David as a precaution, and we will keep you fully informed on those developments as well. 30 blocks behind me, the devastation that was the World Trade Center. Rescue workers now into the second day of their efforts, working relentlessly to free whoever is buried there, alive or dead, from the debris. Their grim search for survivors goes on. Just 2 blocks away from there, leaders from all of the various stock exchanges and the brokerage houses met today. They decided to reopen the markets Monday morning, 9:30. The 4-day closure is, by the way, the longest closure of the New York Stock Exchange since the Great Depression. And those stocks, of course, traded on the exchanges by people. Sadly, some of those people no longer with us. Reopening those markets as soon as it is safe and it is sensible is essential, if not critical. And a lot of people are working very hard tonight under the most difficult circumstances imaginable to do so. Christine Romans has the story. Christine?
Lou, Wall Street will take another weekday to dig out in Des Moines and a full weekend to test its systems before getting back to business, they hope, on Monday morning at 9:30 Eastern Time. The chaos outside the New York Stock Exchange, it's turned really into an eerie quiet. Security here very tight. Police on nearly every street corner, but there are still worries about unstable buildings in this area. Traders here have never seen stocks closed for 4 straight weekdays in their time, and for nearly 60 years, an unwritten rule has prevailed that you don't keep markets closed for more than 3 days. But fears are fading that an extended shutdown in U.S. stocks will create panic selling when they open.
I think the time aspect is going to allow it to be a lot more stable than it would have otherwise been. I think the markets are comfortable that we will have an orderly price adjustment. There's more risk in the market, there's more risk in the economy, there's more risk in the global environment. There has to be a price adjustment down ultimately, but if that's an orderly price adjustment, we will see transactions start to come back and we will see the markets get back on their feet over the next few weeks.
Now the plan is to open stocks on Monday, but there are still more questions than answers. Can New York's tiny, crooked downtown streets handle the thousands of workers needed to open its trading floors? 3,000 traders and support staff are here at the big board on the floor. How will those people get here? Will phone lines and power sources remain secure? And will investors even be ready? For now, many folks here say they're relieved and they'll take it one day at a time, Lou.
Christine, thank you. Christine Romans. And of course, amongst the many challenges, the formidable challenges facing everyone downtown Manhattan, those trying to rescue those who we all hope could be still alive under the rubble and the debris, trying to repair the infrastructure itself that will make access to that area possible. And principal among that infrastructure, some of the most densely concentrated telecom communications equipment and lines in all the world. And that presents a major obstacle to the reopening of these markets. And Alan Chernoff is here to tell us how they're going to get that done.
Exactly, Lou. And in fact, the building immediately north of the World Trade Center site is a very important telecommunications switching center owned by Verizon. Normally, that building provides 20% of the data circuits for the New York Stock Exchange. Now, the building, of course, is out of commission. Verizon is doing its best right now to rebuild that capacity. Now, a very different type of rebuilding effort involves investor confidence. And today, the SEC Chairman Harvey Pitt did his best to calm investors.
This is not an economic problem. It's a physical catastrophe. People are responding to a physical tragedy. That should not in any way, shape, or form cause anyone to believe that there will be something sinister like a Black Monday resulting from the opening of trading.
We apologize for the interruption, but we're going to go back now. Further developments at the evacuation of the U.S. Capitol. We're going to senior White House correspondent John King. John?
Well, Lou, I want to bring you up to speed on a briefing we've just had with a senior administration official, not on the developments at the U.S. Capitol, the evacuation of the Capitol, but on the investigation here in Washington. Speaking to the senior administration official, no doubt the administration believes that the suspected Saudi terrorist Osama bin Laden is suspect number one in this, but this official saying one of the reasons the administration has not flat out said so just yet as the investigation continues is, quote, that there might have been not one but multiple organizations involved in this. So that one development as the investigation continues and as the president meets with his national security team again this afternoon to consider possible military strikes. Also, this official making clear in an obvious effort to try to build American public support and prepare the American public that even if the president authorizes a military response to these terrorist strikes of the past few days, that the administration is also preparing what this official called a sustained effort involving other governments to crack down not only militarily but financially and diplomatically as well, not only on terrorist groups but on nations that harbor them as well. And as an example of that, the administration putting extraordinary pressure on the government of Pakistan today, asking, we are told by sources, for the Pakistani government to close the border with Afghanistan, to stop supplying fuel to the Taliban government, government in Afghanistan to provide any information it has on the movements and the organization of Osama bin Laden, and to allow U.S. warplanes access to Pakistani airspace if requested in the event the president does go forward with a military response. That is significant, of course, because Mr. bin Laden has his shelter in Afghanistan. A number of developments in the investigation, an urgent tone here at the White House, and as we previously reported, a new security environment again here at the White House as well, as the president continues his discussions inside today because of an earlier threat today on the vicinity of the White House and on the White House grounds itself. We are told, as a precaution, Vice President Dick Cheney taken out of the White House grounds, brought to the Camp David retreat in Maryland, so he and the president would be a safe distance apart. Lou.
And John, the president remains in the White House tonight.
He does indeed. The president here as we speak. That a sign, number one, that they don't view this threat as credible right now, although just 100 yards away in Lafayette Park, armed Secret Service continue to patrol, and they have blocked off all vehicle traffic on a much broader perimeter than had been the case yesterday. The president in the White House working. We should also note, though, there are very secure facilities beneath the White House grounds should there be a threat on the White House.
John, thank you very much. John King from the White House, who will, amongst all the other correspondents as well, of course, here at CNN, be keeping us up to date. We want to return to Alan Chernoff. Alan, the obstacles facing the big board, all of the exchanges and these brokerages to bring Wall Street back fully recovered, at least as recovered as possible by Monday.
Huge effort here, and it's not only the stock exchange, all the brokerage firms, of course, the city officials, and as we mentioned, the telecommunications companies, very critical here, as well as Con Edison, the power company, because there was a generator in the basement of number 7 World Trade Center, which also is gone.
And Verizon, the principal telephone company working down there.
Precisely.
Okay. Alan Chernoff, thank you very much. And again, as I said, as we focus on what is happening here in the financial capital of indeed the world, we will also, as any development warrants, be moving you back to wherever the development takes place to give you the full report. We have some good news tonight. Morgan Stanley, the brokerage house, the World Trade Center's largest tenant, occupying parts of both towers. In fact, 3,700 employees. And we're going to tell you about the remarkable story of the survivors of that in just a moment. We're going to go now back to Washington, D.C. Lieutenant Dan Nichols of the Capitol Police.
Into the building to the specific area where the threat was made. The first team went in and conducted a sweep and hit on an area that was a concern. As a precaution, we sent a second team in, and that second team hit also. Based upon 2 dogs hitting on a package, we went ahead and did an immediate evacuation of the Capitol to ensure the public safety and the security of the Congress. Everyone was evacuated out of the building. I'm pleased to say now that we've cleared this. We sent our hazardous devices unit in. They've examined that area thoroughly, and they have not identified anything of a hazardous nature. And we are now getting ready to reoccupy the Capitol building. This event lasted approximately 45 minutes or 50 minutes, and it's now concluded. I was developing some more information. The reason why I was late coming to the briefing is we had just had the information passed on to me that we have cleared that, the bomb team has cleared the package, or cleared the area, and we are now re-entering the Capitol building.
Can you tell us what kind of a package it was? Was it a briefcase or
I'm sorry, I'm not going to get into that specific information. As far as, I'm sorry, I'm not going to give you the location either.
Somebody called and said that there was a package in a specific location, and there was a
Lieutenant Dan Nichols explaining the reasons that for the first time that we know ever, the U.S. Capitol has been evacuated. That after obviously a very credible threat, in this case the threat of a suspicious package or briefcase, at least something suggesting the possibility of a bomb, and the Vice President indeed being moved off to Camp David while the President remains at the White House. That evacuation now ended, and staff and, of course, our representatives and senators to return to the Capitol. Now, I was just saying, there is some good news, some almost remarkably, if not miraculous news, that amongst 3,700 employees at the World Trade Center destroyed in the space of less than 2 hours, that all but 40 of those 3,700 people are accounted for. 40 people missing of them. And one of the people who made it out of the World Trade Center in time Joe McAlinden, who has appeared on this broadcast a number of times, and an old and good friend. And Joe, we're just delighted to see you, obviously safe. Tell us what happened.
Well, I was having a breakfast meeting on the 66th floor in our dining room when the first plane hit the number 1 building and burst into flames. And so our security man on the floor urged everyone to get out. Even though there was no immediate danger from that to the number 2 building, we're worried about the fire spreading. So I got down the elevator with a bunch of colleagues and then walked down most of the way from 44.
You took the elevator down?
I took an elevator from 66 to 44. At the time, our building was believed to be a no threat.
Right,
Who knew?
At that point.
Yeah.
Your thoughts, as you reached the ground, you saw at that point the extent of the damage and what was going on?
When I first reached the ground, the second plane still hadn't hit. It hit about a minute after I walked out of that elevator. And
did you actually see it?
I did not see it. I was in the concourse underground, exiting with a bunch of other people. And at that point, it was fairly orderly evacuation going on, and people were viewing it as a freak accident.
Well, Morgan Stanley's security there, to evacuate all of those people there, I mean, that's truly a remarkable accomplishment.
It is, and we were very fortunate. As you know, a lot of other firms and organizations had much larger problems than we have to report so far.
Well, the fact that the security people were able to move that quickly, they literally started moving you out of the building.
Within seconds. On the floor that I was on, our guard, Roy, got us all into the elevator and down.
The most remarkable act you saw there?
The one that stood out to me, actually, I didn't witness it, Lou, but I just heard about it today. One of our guys carried a woman who was on crutches down from, I think it was the 71st floor, all the way down the stairs.
Remarkable. Well, the stories of escape and surviving and
heroism.
And heroism, outright. Unfortunately, not enough stories of survival as we continue to look for some 4,700 people who are still missing. As you know, the market's set now to reopen Monday. Do you believe, first of all, that they'll be successful in bringing these markets back Monday?
I think it's going to be really tough to get the downtown area functioning. I think that the exchange may be trying some new innovative things to actually have securities trading underway on Monday, but I believe they're committed to doing so. We're geared up to open fully on Monday.
We've heard a lot of people trying to speculate and predict these markets in this environment, which is in the very best of times, and these are certainly not the best of times, sometimes always problematic. Is it your suspicion that these markets will be orderly, or do you think we'll have a problem?
Well, we saw what happened overseas in response to this, and the initial plunge was followed by some bounce back, and I think you'll see that again, I suspect on Monday, if not during that week. There'll be an initial plunge, and then buyers will come in and support this market.
Well, Joe McAlinden, thanks for being with us in every sense of the expression.
Thank you. Good to be here, Lou.
Thank you, Joe. We're going to go now to the New York Stock Exchange, where its chairman, Dick Grasso. He is standing by. Dick, if you can hear me, first of all, good to talk with you tonight.
Lou, it's good to be with you. Thank you.
I can only imagine the tumult that you and all of the people at the New York Stock Exchange have been going through trying to make this decision. What prompted, what were the 2 or 3 major considerations that prompted the decision to open as early as Monday at 9:30?
Well, first and foremost, Lou, let me say that the entirety of my industry, in a joint and unprecedented effort, got together and made certain that when the markets are targeted to resume, that decision and that timing should always be secondary to the human factor, to the wonderful acts that are going on as we speak, Lou, over at that site of the former Twin Towers, that thousands of brave men and women from the fire department and the police department who are putting their lives on the line. The target of 9:30 on Monday, Lou, was a coordinated effort amongst the firms, the markets, with the oversight and support from our government.
Now we, again, this evening, have heard that One Liberty Plaza, the headquarters of the NASDAQ, That now looks to be at some risk. We know that a number of structures, Mayor Giuliani has said that a number of those structures down there may not be stable. They seem to be all right now. We know the American Express building, for one, that looks like it may be a difficult issue. How concerned are you about the environment of the New York Exchange itself?
Lou, we will not allow anything to happen in the markets, and I speak in the broadest terms, that in any way compromises the safety and security of the wonderful men and women who operate this business. And I say that in the broadest terms, Lou. So we are working in partnership with the mayor and the governor and agencies of the federal government to make certain that no factor of marketplace resumption ever comes before the safety and security of the wonderful men and women who work in this business.
Okay. Dick Grasso, I know you've got a lot of work to do. I'll let you get back to it. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Lou.
Thank you, Dick. Well, I want to turn now to our economics correspondent, Kathleen Hays. Kathleen, give us your best judgment as what's happening first in terms of the bond market that reopened today.
Well, it's very interesting, Lou. The bond market did reopen, and apparently it was a reasonably successful day. A big rally at the short end of the government bond market. A big rally took the two-year note down to 2.99%. I was speaking to Bill Hornberger at A.G. Edwards. He says he can't remember when a yield on that short-term paper was that low. The long end of the bond market, though, there's a concern now, an expectation that insurance companies are going to have to sell a lot of their bonds to fund their liabilities. That has put a hold on the long end of the bond market and put pressure on the corporate bond market as well in that sector, Lou.
Which at least at this point is not trading, and so that pressure is awaiting us. The question I guess that arises is with the 2-year down, and this security was created in 1972, this precise maturity, to see these yields down at this level. What does that tell us?
Well, it tells us a couple of things. First of all, it tells us that investors around the world are parking money in a short, liquid security. They don't know what's going to happen. They don't know what's going to happen when the stock market reopens. This is a place to put your money temporarily. Beyond that,
a quote-unquote safe haven.
That's, well, as long as our U.S. government, which we definitely have our full faith in at this point, holds up, that paper is good. That's what an investor is saying to him or herself. In addition, though, very weak economic data today. University of Michigan has a very important consumer sentiment survey. It fell sharply even before we had this tragedy happen this week. The survey concluded Monday night, a big drop. That added some steam. But I got to tell you, there's some concern below the surface about how well the Treasury market is actually functioning. I'm hearing from my sources, we have a couple of big clearing banks, Chase and Bank of New York. Bank of New York is about a block from the epicenter of the World Trade Center, and there's some concern about the stability of their computer system. So there is some concern about settlement next week. This is something I think we have to watch and monitor and find out what we hear tomorrow from the big dealers.
In terms of the trading in the bond market today, relatively light trading, which we expected, but we didn't see any wild moves here. We saw very little speculation in this market. What's that a direct result of?
People are saying that there's a concern right now not to be seen as predatory, not to be seen as taking advantage of a difficult, perhaps unstable situation. Okay.
Kathleen, thanks. Kathleen Hays. Well, as we mentioned, the airports at New York, those three primary airports at New York, Newark Airport, JFK, and LaGuardia closed by federal authorities. We have just been told that 3 arrests have been made at John F. Kennedy Airport. Those arrests made, we are told, by Justice Department officials based, and I should say detained rather than arrested, detained based on apparently their names matched a profile that the Justice Department has been screening for. And again, that appears to be the reason for both the closings of the airport and the reason for all of the federal authorities moving into the airports this evening. In times of crisis like these, if there have been times of crisis like this, Americans generally open their hearts and their wallets to those in real need. And great need has been created here in downtown Manhattan. But corporate America has started stepping up, and stepping up big. Susan Lesovich has that part of the story.
Lou, it's one of the most heartening things about reporting this terrible story is that companies seemingly by the minute willing to do anything, offering products, services, and millions of dollars in aid to assist this massive rescue effort taking place. And some of this, by the way, comes with enormous personal loss. Verizon Communications, for instance, lost several technicians working high up in the World Trade Center. Verizon setting up free payphones in Lower Manhattan. AT&T distributing thousands of free cell phones to Red Cross and other relief organizations. Anheuser-Busch donating thousands of cases of drinking water. McDonald's giving free food to rescue workers not only here in New York but Washington and Somerset County. And then millions of dollars of aid. General Electric donating $10 million. Cisco Systems donating $6 million. The list goes on, but it also includes small businesses like Bluefly.com, which is donating 9,000 square feet of prime midtown office space to companies suddenly left homeless.
Domino's Pizza offered to send pizzas up for the new tenants, and we've had people who have volunteered engineering services and computer services and furniture rentals. So it's been pretty surprising, and we're obviously grateful for the response that's followed on from this.
The Silicon Alley Reporter is another local business that's also offering free office space, and it says there are other reasons for companies to step up their generosity.
And we have to realize that one of the reasons that people did this was to screw up our economy. It wasn't just to psychologically scar us, to kill people. They want to shut down the economy. And these companies, mid-sized companies, small-sized companies, are the bulk of our economy. And they're going to go out of business, and people are going to lose their jobs.
And Lou, one of the new tenants in the new office space, a man by the name of Bruno Dellinger, used to work at a marketing consulting firm housed in the World Trade Center. He says it's important to send the perpetrators of Tuesday's attack a message that life goes on and that literally New York's financial district will rise again. And that's very encouraging, obviously.
Encouraging, moving. I have to say, at least for myself, General Electric's $10 million to the families of those firemen and policemen who lost their lives fighting this devastation and this terrible tragedy is, to me, just singular in its focus and its generosity. So I think
and the calls keep coming in, the faxes and the emails. They're not alone.
Terrific. Susan, thanks a lot. Well, as we've just reported to you, three suspects, if you will, have been detained at JFK International Airport here in New York. In order to carry out those actions, federal authorities had to shut down all three New York airports within just the last half hour or so. But around the country, airports today began opening up, and we want to turn to our colleague Casey Wyan in Los Angeles at Los Angeles International Airport to bring us that part of the story. Casey?
Well, Lou, you're seeing something behind me that we haven't seen here at Los Angeles International Airport in 2 days, and that is airline passengers. The FAA gave the go-ahead for the airport to begin operations earlier this morning, and the first flight arrived about 10:30 a.m. local time. It was an Alitalia MD-11, originally departing from Milan, that was diverted on Tuesday to Calgary. It finally arrived at its destination this morning, 2 days late. Other travelers began lining up for a limited number of departing flights on a limited number of airlines. New security procedures, of course, are in place, and LAX recommended that passengers arrive 2.5 hours early, even for domestic flights.
They're pretty confident, too. I mean, lots of safety measures have been put into place, and it's obvious that, things are quite different around here. So they just want me to get home, too.
Now, those new security measures, which of course are extraordinary in nature, involve no more curbside check-ins. And at least at Los Angeles, no passenger cars are even allowed anywhere near the terminal area. They have to park at satellite lots and take shuttle buses into the terminal. No e-ticket check-ins. Everyone must report to ticket counters whether they have baggage to check or not. Only passengers with identification, photo identification, and tickets will be allowed into boarding areas. All carry-on bags will be searched. All airplanes will be searched for security precautions before passengers board those planes. There will be an increased presence of federal air marshals on all flights, and of course, no knives, not even pocket knives. All this, of course, is expected to add up to more costs for the airline industry, which even before these events occurred this week was already struggling. Analysts projected that the airline industry would lose between $1.5 and $3 billion this year, wiping out all of its profit from last year. Those losses, Lou, are expected to mount in the wake of this tragedy.
Casey, thank you very much. Casey Wyand from Los Angeles International Airport. We mentioned the good fortune of the 3,700 employees, nearly all of them at Morgan Stanley at the World Trade Center. The inverse of the story is Cantor Fitzgerald, the largest bond broker in the country. About 1,000 employees, most of those at the top, the uppermost floors of the World Trade Center. Peter Viles is here with that part of the story. Peter?
Lou, if what happened at Morgan Stanley is a miracle or a near miracle, the folks at Cantor Fitzgerald, the hundreds of employees there, are looking tonight for a miracle, hoping for a miracle. This is one of the biggest bond trading firms in the world. Very heavy losses at Cantor Fitzgerald.
It is the saddest vigil you can imagine. Scott Hazelcorn's parents.
It's not even revenge. I mean, I just want to hear my son's voice.
Members of Jun Koo Kang's church.
We all pray every night.
John Perconti's wife, expecting their child in December.
He called me at 10 to 9 and said, our building has just been hit by a plane, turn on the news. And I changed the channel and I saw what happened. And I said, oh God, John, please get out of there safely. And he said, I love you, I have to go.
What links these stories is that all the missing worked at Cantor Fitzgerald, all above the 100th floor of the North Tower, the first one hit. Cantor is not a glamorous firm, but it is crucial, one of the world's largest bond trading firms. 1,000 people worked up there, fewer than 300 are accounted for, but it is not clear any of those now safe were on the top floors Tuesday morning.
I don't think anybody got out at this point, but we pray for miracles.
Scott Hazelcorn's parents suspect that their son did not run for his life.
He didn't care about himself. He only cared about his friends.
If Scott was there and he was getting out, he'd probably help everybody up in front of him. That's the kind of kid he was.
They gather at a city-designated center for relatives of the missing on 26th Street, where trees have become pleas for help. And further uptown at the Pierre Hotel, a gathering site for Cantor Fitzgerald families.
I don't think the company has the information that we need. I think they're sharing everything they know, but we have not heard of
okay.
to validate any stories that we've heard.
The city has set up official clearinghouses for information on the missing, and the families we spoke to have been to those clearinghouses, but they are convinced that every extra effort that they can make on behalf of their loved ones is at this hour worth making. Lou?
Pete, thanks very much. Well, Secretary of Treasury Paul O'Neill cut short his trip to Japan to return to the United States as we begin to watch these markets come back to life. Secretary O'Neill held a press conference this afternoon in which he said that the U.S. markets remain strong and resilient. Tim O'Brien has the story for us tonight from Washington. Tim?
Lou, Secretary O'Neill was back at work today, cutting short an official visit to Asia. He said he kept in touch with the Treasury Department, the Fed, the administration, and financial markets while away. And in a brief statement to reporters, he said the United States has every reason to maintain its confidence in the U.S. economy. And then he added this.
This tragedy will cause some short-term dislocations. Supply disruptions are real, as some transportation stopped or slowed for several days this week. These effects will be transitory as transportation flows return to normal.
O'Neill said the country's economy is not located in any one place, that innovation and productivity are found in every factory and every farm, every laboratory, every financial institution, every small business, and every home office across America. In a calamity of this magnitude, however, there will surely be ripple effects a long way down the road. One may involve the annual meetings of the IMF and World Bank, which are scheduled to be held here in Washington September 29th and 30th. Sources close to the decision-making process tell CNN there is a, quote, high probability that these events will either be postponed or canceled altogether as a result of Tuesday's attacks. Lou?
Tim, thanks. Tim O'Brien from Washington. The Pentagon now says it will launch sustained military strikes against those responsible for Tuesday's attacks against the United States. Today, Deputy Defense Secretary Paul Wolfowitz said that those options will include the full array of America's military power. I'm joined now by former Defense Secretary William Cohen, who is also our Moneyline regular contributor. Bill, good to have you with us.
Lou.
At this point, as the search goes on for those responsible, it is becoming increasingly clear that the administration, that the agencies, the Justice Department, and other agencies are focusing on Osama bin Laden. Is there any surprise in this for you?
Not really. He is prime among the suspects, but I should point out that we ought not to focus on Osama bin Laden solely. We have to go after the terrorist network, and that means going well beyond one individual. And that's why I think Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz, Secretary Powell, and Secretary Rumsfeld and others, the President, have indicated this is going to be a long sort of twilight struggle, if I could use John Kennedy's words, against an unspeakable evil. And it's not going to be over with one strike. There'll be multiple strikes, and it won't only involve military application. We need to apply diplomatic, economic, the full range of pressure that we can upon all those governments and countries and organizations who lend safe haven, provide financial or moral support to these groups who are determined to try to bring us down to their level.
The President has made it clear that this is war, and today, with considerable emotion, frankly holding back tears, he talked about the loss and the fact that he would prosecute those responsible to the fullest extent. Do you think that anything less would suffice here?
Oh, I think nothing less. The President expressed profound sadness and grief, anger, and above all, resolve and determination. I would say that he and his administration will work with the Congress, which, by the way, is about to appropriate some $20 billion, and that's just a first down payment on what will be required. But there is unanimity in this Capitol. There's unanimity in both parties. They're going to lend their full support behind the President in this war against the terrorists.
Bill Cohen, thanks for being with us. Thank you. Well, the Chicago Board of Trade today reopened for business. At noon Eastern Time, traders and staff halted for a minute of silence in tribute to those victims who died in the terrorist attacks in New York City and in Washington, D.C. It was a sobering sight. It is in a bond pit that is normally loud and animated, and as you are about to see, it was absolutely silent. On a personal note tonight, the husband of our colleague, Lisa DeLallo, like so many, is missing. Tom Clark is among those who worked in the World Trade Center. Tom, in this picture, is shown with his son Matthew. He works for Sandler O'Neill on the 104th floor of Building 2, the South Tower of the World Trade Center. Lisa last heard from him at about 9 o'clock Tuesday morning, right after the first explosion. If you have any information about Tom or any other Sandler O'Neill employees, please call 212-714-7826, 212-714-7826. Our thoughts tonight are with Lisa, her family, and all of those who still search for relatives and friends in the debris of what was the World Trade Center. For tonight, that is Moneyline. We thank you for being with us. I'm Lou Dobbs. Now back to Bill Hemmer and Joey Chen.
All too human. Thank you, Lou. A few housekeeping notes before we move on here. The Capitol all clear. Members of the House and Senate allowed back in about 30 minutes ago, in case you missed that. And also 3 men detained at JFK Airport in New York. But still, it appears that stop down does continue for JFK, LaGuardia, and Newark, the three major airports serving the New York area.
We're continuing to follow up on those things. You know, Lou's last comments there about his colleague and her husband, who is still missing at this point, really brings to mind, you know, a lot of people have asked us over the years as journalists, doesn't it ever bother you to see the horrible things that you have to cover?
And it does.
And it does. And I think people forget that we are human too, and sometimes our pain too enters into the story, as it did this afternoon. Our colleague Elizabeth Cohen out of the New York Armory in New York, meeting with so many of the families there, so desperately looking for those who are missing now. We want to bring you a little bit of Elizabeth's encounter with one of those family members right now. Let's listen.
Andrew called Erica right after the first plane crashed and said, "I'm okay, I'll call you back." Hung up the phone, and we haven't heard from him. The only thing we heard were reports that he had evacuated his office, told everyone to leave. The last thing we heard was from his secretary, who said that he was on the 70-something floor on his way down the stairs. But he's a very good soul, and we're just afraid that he might have gone back to try to help more people once they announced the building was secure.
And we did a story with you yesterday. You've been hospital after hospital searching.
Yesterday I was at NYU and Bellevue and down by St. Vincent's, passing out pictures, talking to people, finding out lists, calling hospitals. My sister, my parents, and friends are calling hospitals, personally going to hospitals. I came down this morning, I walked from 50th, I took the subway to 14th, I walked to St. Vincent's, I checked their list, I walked all across World Trade Center and up West Street, giving out flyers to people going down to the World Trade Center to Ground Zero. Today I came up to the Armory and I filed a report with them. I handed in his dental records, his fingerprints, all the information they wanted, hair follicles, gave them pictures, and we're just hoping that someone heard or saw something or can give us some confirmation of where he is, some real valid confirmation that's been verified.
You've had some problems with some internet sites where one site said he was okay. But
there are these NewYork.com survivors, there's NewYorkCity.com. They have lots of websites that have people on that are saying they're okay. I can go on and put anyone's name in that I want, and it's false. These records are not verified. They're giving out a phone number for the Greater New York Hospital Association that's putting up a verified website of people that they know the status of and where they are. And that's the only thing I think that's verified.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
CNN's Elizabeth Cohen joins us now, again, outside the Armory. And Elizabeth, we see so many of those people behind you just desperately holding up pictures of their loved ones. Any chance that somebody might have seen them or known anything about it? It is just heartbreaking to look at.
Exactly. I've spoken to countless people today and yesterday, and all of them, every single one, have hope that their brother, their sister, their wife, their husband, their best friend will be found. No one I've spoken to has given up hope. I want to give you sort of a flavor for what's happening here. Behind me at the Armory, hundreds, if not thousands of people have stood in line to give authorities information, to file reports. The authorities are taking it all down. They're telling people to bring in dental records. They're telling people to bring in blood samples of close relatives so that there can be a DNA match if a body is found. What you hear behind me, that noise, is a generator. It's generating lights for the police because they're going to be doing this into the night, and they need lights to help people figure out where they need to go. I want to show you sort of what's going on here. This woman right here is looking for her sister Bridget. She worked on the 94th floor of Tower 1. She worked for American Express. This woman here is looking for Yvonne Bonomo. She worked on the 94th floor also for American Express. She is 30 years old. This woman here is looking for her son and her daughter. They are both missing. They both worked for Windows on the World on the 106th floor of the first tower. Her son is Roshan Singh and her daughter is Kamini. They are 21 and 25 years old, and she is looking for both of them. People are putting signs also all over the city. You can see these flyers. They are pasted on restaurants, on the sides of trucks, on walls, everywhere, advertising saying, please, if you have heard anything about this person, please call this number. You can see, for example, just right over here on this police barricade, people have posted up these signs saying missing, please call. People here, you see them with their children. We've seen a lot of wedding photographs. I guess that's often what people have handy. And people are just looking for some sign, really, for any sign about what's happened. I'm going to talk now to the Bustillo family. The Bustillo family, they've been searching 2 brothers and a sister. Henry and Gilbert Bustillo and their sister Disa are searching for their brother Milton. Henry Bustillo, what was the last anyone heard from your brother?
Well, last we heard it was my sister. She spoke to him on Monday, and he was so happy that he just purchased his new house, and he was just really glad. And then he went into work on Tuesday, and we haven't heard since. I mean, it's such a tragedy. You know, we've been looking for him for 3 days already, and we haven't found anything. We stand online, swapping information so we can swap information with, other people that are missing their loved ones.
And many people from his company are missing, is that right?
Yes. Cantor Fitzgerald it was located between 101 and 104th, and that's where the impact hit the most. And it's just, we're waiting. I mean, we're waiting for some results, or for the company even to come up and step up and look for us and say, give us some little comfort, because we need their support as well. And we haven't seen them yet. Please, if anybody has seen my brother, please give us a call. You can reach us at 201-346-9018, or you can reach his wife at 1718-698-6982. She's desperately looking for him, or to hear about him. He has a daughter, 7-month-old, and he's really.
Please, somebody here from 107 floor.
You can hear that people in the background are yelling the names of their loved ones, yelling out phone numbers. People are doing anything to let everyone know that they are still looking for their loved ones. No one here has given up hope. Joey?
Elizabeth, I want you to take a deep breath, because I know that you are as moved as we all are about the Bustillos and their story, and those of so many other people around you. It is hard for me to believe that there is no other more structured way that these people can get some information. I mean, here we are in the 21st century. Shouldn't there be some way they should be able to find out more than just standing out on the street corner?
Well, there is a more structured way, Joey. I mean, what you see behind me is the Armory, where people have been in line for, hours and hours. There was a line also at NYU Medical Center yesterday. And so there is a more structured way. You go in, you tell the authorities the name, you fill out this report. It had, I think almost 10 pages, the color of their eyes, exactly what they were wearing, descriptions to a T, and so that they can know if they see that person, they can link them up. So people have actually been very complimentary of how the authorities have handled this. One thing that people have not been complimentary of, the families I've spoken to, is the internet sites. There are several internet sites, but it's not, several of them listed people as being okay and found who weren't found and who may not be okay. So the internet sites, I think people are although the internet should be a tool in this situation, apparently these sites aren't secure and they're not completely factual.
Elizabeth, there are so many other people around you who want to give some of them a chance. Can you talk to some of those other folks around you about the people they are looking for? There's a woman there to your right. She's really been trying very hard to bring her loved one's picture.
Okay, let's talk to her. Hi there. Tell me who you're looking for.
I'm looking for my older nephew. He's 28 years old. He was on the top floor on the first hearing on the North Tower. He worked for Genuity Company. It was only 9 people on the company. We heard people up to the floor 106. If somebody at least heard from one person on the floor 107 to let me know. He was on the phone with his boss a couple of minutes before the first hearing on the tower. His parents are devastated.
He was on the 107th floor of which tower?
On the North Tower, the first one to be hit.
And he was on the phone with his boss, and what did he say?
No, that was just technical conversation. He hung up, and 2 seconds after that, the first airplane hit the tower. We heard people up to the 106th floor, okay? If somebody heard from 107th floor, that's all that we need to know.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Let me talk to the gentleman behind you. Hold on. Sir, could you tell me who you're looking for?
Yes, this is my cousin. Her name is Tanyelle McDay. She works for Marsh. and I believe Tower 1, 97th floor. And if anybody's seen her or anybody heard anything, please contact. We have the number here. It's 732-499-7118. If anybody's seen her, please contact us. And we really do miss her, and God bless everybody.
Can you tell me when was the last time anyone heard from her?
The last time it was approximately 8:30. She spoke to one of our relatives stating that she was okay. She was at work. And that's the last time we heard from her.
She said she was okay after one of the explosions?
No, this was approximately, when she got to work, it was approximately 8:30. She was telling us that she got to, work okay. So, and that's the last time we've seen her.
Now, have you gone and spoken to the authorities in the Armory? Have they been helpful?
Yes, they have. My family and everybody, staffs and police department, fire department, everybody's been very helpful. We filled out the claim and everything, to try to find her, So everybody's been doing a great job,
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, can you move forward a little bit? Can you tell me who you're looking for?
Looking for my cousin Nino Gargano.
And what floor was he on, and in which?
I think 104, 103 in the North Tower, Tower number 1.
When was the last anyone heard from him?
Tuesday morning. His mom and when he went to work, his mom said goodbye, gave him a big kiss, and never saw him again. So we're still looking. The entire family's totally looking for him. Got posters all over the place.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi, I'm the wife of Peter Mutos, and we just want to let all his relatives know, and Peter as well, that we're not going to give up until we find you. We love you.
Where was he in the World Trade Center?
He was on the 100th floor in building number 1.
And did anyone hear from him just before?
The only lead I have is that there's a William Mutos in the World Trade Center, and that so right now what I need is the master list of people that were in the World Trade Center, because Mutos is not a common name, and my thought is that there might be a cross in the first name when they're retyping the list.
Now, what have you done? I'm sure you've spent the past 2 days now trying to find him. Tell me what you have done in your search.
Basically, I have gone to the sites. I've gone to St. Vincent's, where they have a master list, and I've checked upon the list that they have of people there. I went to Bellevue because there they also will print out an hourly list of updating. I went to the Red Cross yesterday on 29th Street and 1st Avenue. I've also been getting information, which is important, is a recent medical history, any other dental records or anything as well, to help them find them, and presently also going just to the individual hospitals and giving him a picture, as well as posting this picture around, so that if perchance he is not doesn't know what happened to him, he will be able to read this himself and be able to call this Marsh number. Marsh, for their employees, they have a crisis center set up in which they're also helping us. In fact, this is what they printed for us.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. There's another family who we want to. Same floor. He was on the
same building.
He was on the same floor. Tell me about the person you're looking for.
I'm looking for Salvatore Ziza, my brother-in-law, who has 2 young children at home and a very large family. And the pain that we feel, we express the same sentimentality to the thousands of people that are out on this street. As much pain as we feel, we wish everyone else here our best. The experience that we've had from all the authorities that we've dealt with, including everything the girl before me mentioned, the same process, the same sources. Everybody is doing their best to help. There are thousands of people on the street from every organization and then some trying to help us all.
Tell me, there seems to be sort of a brotherhood, a sisterhood that's grown up on this street corner.
I haven't seen the American karma come together like this since the Vietnam War. Everybody feels the same way. Everybody has anger, but everybody has compassion. There is no script for what to say, and there's no script for how to feel. I've run into probably 10 people that have Marsh McLennan signs on their pictures. And I don't know their names and I don't know where they're from, but they've hugged me and they've cried with me together. Everybody is feeling the same thing. There is no script. However, we're reading off of the same lines.
And do people still have hope?
I think everybody has hope, but I think everybody is prepared to face what they have to face. I think they're facing it the best they can. Like I say, there's no script.
When was the last time you heard from Sal, or anyone heard from Sal?
Sal's wife, who's home right now with his 2 children, spoke to him 10 minutes before the plane hit the building. We've had absolutely no contact from anyone other than the Red Cross.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let me move to some people who are behind you. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, tell me, you are Yvonne's best friend. Tell me about Yvonne.
Best friends over here. We're looking for Yvonne. She was on the 94th floor. She was an Amex employee who worked at Marsh McLennan. Please, somebody from any floors from 88 and up, please call our number 917-364-4906 and tell us what happened over there, and if anybody got out, and if anyone made it, please call us. We're looking for her. Please, 917-364-4906. Yvonne Bonomo, she is a great girl, and we have hope we're gonna find her.
Tell me what you've done. Have you searched through the city?
We were everywhere. We went to the hospital. We registered her. We've called hospitals. Please, if anyone on the 94th floor got out, please call us and let us know our parents are beside themselves at home. We're waiting to hear anything, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Tell me, your sister. You're looking for your sister.
My sister, Bridget Esposito. She sat right next to Yvonne Bonomo on the 94th floor at One World Trade Center. The last time I spoke to her was at 20 to 8 before the blast, just like a regular day, and I haven't heard from her since then.
And tell me what you've done to search for her?
I've been to every hospital in the city. We went to 28th and 1st Avenue yesterday and registered her. We've been on several TV channels begging people that if they see her to find her for me. If anyone finds her, please call 718-436-9177 for Michael Esposito, or Yvette at 718-339-6380.
Ma'am, do you still have hope?
I have a lot of hope. She's also with her best friend, Ben Valentine. He sits right next to Bridget and Yvonne as well. So if anybody sees him, call our families. We're looking desperately for them.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And ma'am, you are looking for Sal.
I'm looking for my son, Sal. He left home that morning and he hasn't called back since then. He's a cadet. He's a trained EMT, and most probably as soon as he came into Manhattan, he just flagged someone down to go down and help the people in the World Trade Center bombing thing, just to help people take them out. He's a trained EMT. If anybody has seen him, most probably he's helping people.
So he was near the building at the time of the explosion and went in to help people?
That's what I think, because he usually comes into Manhattan like about 9:15, 9:20, and then he has to take the 6 train to go uptown. So most probably he flagged someone to go downtown to help assist in the rescue. So if anybody has seen him, if they would just call us at 718-225-7883, even if they just seen him assisting somebody over there.
Tell me how old Sal is.
He's 23 years old. He just graduated from college and he just found a job at Rockefeller University.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Sir, tell me who you're looking for.
I'm looking for Pablo Ortiz. He works at the World Trade Center on the 88th floor. He called his wife early in the morning on Tuesday, told the 88th floor was being evacuated. He was leaving. He left, and they never found him again. They never haven't seen him.
Right here?
Yes, gentleman right there with my mother, and we've been looking for him. And my sister's been doing all that work, and I finally got out, and it's hard, and and if anybody's seen him, just call the number one here, 1212-673-1292. Anybody.
Do you still have hopes, sir?
Do I have hopes? Yes, I have hopes, and I don't know. It took me 2 days to get out of my house to do this, so it's hard. I can understand why these people are suffering and crying. It's hard. It's hard for these people. It's hard for me. I don't know. I shake.
It took you 2 days, meaning you just emotionally could not get out of your house.
I made it to my mother's house down on Lower East Side, and I just made it started walking today. I just started walking today. My sister's been doing it for 2 days, and she's got a lot of hope, and I'm just picking up on where she left off.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, New York. Joey, as you can tell, it is just an endless sea of people who are looking for their loved ones, who are doing anything they can to find some sign, any sign. Joey?
Elizabeth Cohen at the Armory. Elizabeth, stand by there. We see so much emotion in those people around you. It is just
You can see the desperation, and you can hear the hope in their voices, and sometimes when they don't
putting
talk,
up their pictures.
and sometimes when they don't talk, they just stare, and you can see their faces being so empty. But this is clearly a human side to the story, Elizabeth. It was about 2.5 hours ago when we first saw your initial interview. We were quite struck by not only your interview, but also the reaction. And to give the folks at home a better indication of what, quite honestly, we go through covering a story like this, we want to take you back 2.5 hours ago now.
My father knew how to operate the rig, so he brought down all the workers to inspect the building.
If you think your father might be out there somewhere, what would you want to say to him?
I want to tell him that we all miss him. His little nephew, Luke, misses him. And that we're strong. We got hope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron, I've been talking to these families for 2 days now, and all of these stories are very much like this. People are just hoping that their relatives are out there somewhere, and they're begging us to talk about them, to show their pictures, hoping that if someone's seen them, that they might be able to identify them and give some information. Aaron?
Elizabeth, that was 2.5 hours ago, as we mentioned, and I know it must be extremely difficult for you, having a family back here in Atlanta, to hear these stories. But you're serving a purpose there, and you're giving them hope to get their message out. And the thing that strikes me is the number of people who stick their pictures inside the camera frame in order to see, hey, maybe there's someone watching somewhere who may recognize their loved one.
And I see so much politeness in what they're doing. I mean, everybody knows that other people are suffering too. Nobody's shoving anyone else out of the way. They all have a story to tell, but they seem to be giving each other a chance.
I can't hear anything. You can tell Miriam what you'd like me to talk about.
Okay. All right, Elizabeth, we're going to let you go there. We apologize for that. But indeed, that's the human element that we're seeing throughout this. And believe me, it's just begun at this point.
Yeah.
Because these stories will continue to trickle out by the thousands at some point.
Well, we want to give our viewers another opportunity. If there is a chance that your picture has not been seen, those who have relatives still missing, we're quite concerned. CNN is trying to open up an opportunity for our viewers to be able to get those pictures out on the internet. We know that there are some internet services that have not been quite credible. This is a CNN.com service. If you can email us the picture of your missing loved one at missing@cnn.com, missing@cnn.com. That's the address to send in your picture if you have a missing person that you're looking for. And please, we do ask that people try to use this system judiciously and honestly. There's so many people who suffered so much loss. Please do not use this unless you really have a need to. Also, CNN.com, there's a link there. If you go to CNN.com, there's a link there to get your picture used on the web. And if there's any chance,
it's quite likely also, as we look at the quick vote online, we're just taking the pulse in a very unscientific fashion here at CNN.com about what Americans feel about what they're seeing and hearing and watching throughout the week. This is a question: what are your feelings about Tuesday's terrorist attacks? And you can see the options there: shock, sorrow, or anger. And clearly, nearly half are saying at this point they feel anger. And Joey, just from knowing this quick vote over the past year, typically we might have 30 to 40,000 votes there, but this is well over 500,000. And what we saw earlier was, initially a feeling of disillusionment on Tuesday into Wednesday, but clearly it's into anger at this point.
We'll move quickly now to the White House. John King has some late information there. John.
Well, Joey, this is a fast-developing story, and we have seen over the past several hours the many facets of this the president has to deal with. First and foremost, let's give you some breaking information about new security concerns here at the White House. Earlier this afternoon, the Secret Service, unannounced, suddenly went back out across the street, cleared Lafayette Park and the area around Pennsylvania Avenue. All vehicle traffic now moved back from the White House. And as these new security precautions were put in place, Secret Service saying this is part of an ongoing security operation. Other sources, however, though, say they were concerned about another possible threat on the White House grounds. As all that took place outside of the White House, the administration made a decision to take Vice President Dick Cheney off the White House grounds and move him to the presidential retreat at Camp David, Maryland. The president stayed here and kept working. The decision was made, though, that they did not want the president and the vice president in such close proximity at a time when they were concerned about another possible threat on the White House grounds. Now, again, the president stayed inside as all this played out. We know he has spoken to several world leaders today, also met with his national security team, and sources telling us the administration moving ahead in those discussions on two fronts. One, discussions with military planners about possible retaliatory strikes, but also this administration talking about what one senior official told us a short time ago is fundamentally different from anything the United States has ever done before responding to terrorism. All those phone calls to world leaders, part of an effort by the president and the administration to build an international coalition. They're talking about years-long effort now to choke off, in the words of one official, the safe harbor provided to terrorists and the financial support provided to terrorists. Now, as part of all this, the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, called the president of Pakistan today. Pakistan neighbors Afghanistan. Afghanistan is the home of Osama bin Laden. Mr. Powell told the president of Pakistan if he wanted to follow through on a promise of cooperation that he should close the borders with Afghanistan, that he should stop supplying fuel to the Taliban government in Afghanistan, and that he should grant permission for U.S. military warplanes, if necessary, to use Pakistani airspace. All this planning taking place, as another senior official tells us, one reason the administration has not retaliated yet is that there, quote, might have been not one but multiple organizations involved in this. So the investigation continuing, and earlier this morning in the Oval Office, the president choked up as he spoke to reporters and considered the enormity of the challenge ahead.
I think about the families, the children. I'm a loving guy, and I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do, and I intend to do it. And this is a terrible moment, but this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
Now, despite the obvious renewed security concerns here at the White House, Mr. Bush still planning to leave the grounds tomorrow and travel up to New York to assess the devastation and to get a first-hand update on the relief and recovery effort. Bill, Joey.
John King for us out at the White House this evening.
Also in Washington, Judy Woodruff. Judy?
Bill, joining us now from the Capitol, the senator from the state of New York, Hillary Clinton. Senator Clinton, we've been listening to some heartbreaking stories from people looking for loved ones. Can you bring us any new information about recovery efforts there?
Well, Judy, they continue. Even as we speak, they will continue as long as it is humanly possible to hope that we can find any survivors. We had some good news today when we found some of our firefighters and another citizen. So we are far from giving up on this aspect of the search and rescue mission.
Senator, what price do you now believe New York will ultimately pay in terms of lives, its economy, its financial well-being and so forth?
Well, Judy, it's devastating. And of course, this was not only an attack on New York, but an attack on America. And because New York is the global city and, you know, an engine of American economic growth, this is a loss that's going to be felt throughout the country and even the world. But directly at home, where we've suffered the most grievous losses, there is not any inventory of any kind yet. We are going about the painstaking business, as I saw firsthand yesterday when I visited with the mayor and the governor, of trying to make sure we account for every person. The necessity to really know who may be missing is bringing people down near the site to the Armory on Lexington Avenue, where they can register and give information about their loved ones. But I think we're at the beginning of what will be a very emotional time for our country, because the horror of seeing the planes crash into the towers, the unbelievable, just a moment of sheer horror in watching the buildings collapse, is now going to be made even more painful, because we're going to have faces to go with those people who were just going about their daily business, doing their jobs, and we're also going to know more about the individual firefighters and police officers and Port Authority officers and emergency technicians, all of whom lost their lives. The economic costs are just beginning to be calculated. I was very grateful today when the President agreed with a request that Senator Schumer and I made for an additional $20 billion in the supplemental appropriation to deal with the overwhelming costs, principally in New York, but also New Jersey's been affected, other places.
So we're talking about, what, the neighborhood of $40 billion now?
Yes, and 20 of that will go for purposes such as beefing up our intelligence, repairing the Pentagon, the military assets we need, making it clear that we're going to afford whatever security precautions are necessary at our airports, and then $20 billion will go to the kind of rescue, reconstruction, rebuilding, counseling efforts that are going on right now in New York.
Senator, we're hearing from President Bush, from Secretary Powell, and others at the Pentagon and elsewhere in the administration that no effort will be spared, in effect, to go after the people who were responsible for this. Are you prepared to give the President, in essence, a green light to do whatever he and the people around him think is necessary to find these people?
Well, I'm going to support the President's authority to wage war on these terrorists, and wherever they are, root them out and make clear that anyone who provides comfort or financial aid is going to pay a price. We're in the process of drafting the resolution. I've consulted with some of my colleagues who've been here a lot longer than I, who went through the Gulf War and even before, to know exactly the best way to go about doing that. But we're going to come to agreement behind the President to give him the authority and the resources as Commander-in-Chief that he requires.
What about a threshold of evidence? Is that something that is a factor here?
Well, Judy, you know, this is not a legal case. You know, I used to practice law in another life, and we're not, you know, we're not putting together the kind of case that we would take to a jury necessarily. Certainly, we are painstakingly acquiring whatever evidence is available, but I'm not sure that it would be appropriate or prudent for the United States to just pursue this legally, to try to, as we did with the first incident at the World Trade Centers, the bombing, you know, spend years tracking down the perpetrators, bringing them back to justice. This is much more like the bombings of our embassies in Kenya and Tanzania. This is an act of war, and I think we have to respond accordingly.
Senator, finally, there was an Associated Press report today saying, quoting senior officials as saying in the final days of President Clinton's administration, your husband's administration, that there was specific intelligence about the whereabouts of Osama bin Laden, that it was discussed whether to take action, and ultimately a decision was made not to attack. Do you have any information about that?
Well, Judy, I'm not privy to all the information. I know that there was intelligence about his location. There was a plan that was put into place to try to pinpoint his location. It relied, as I recall, on human intelligence assets, namely people who were on the ground providing us with information. And my memory is that at the last minute, those assets proved unreliable and were not able to form the basis for the kind of firm footing that is needed for launching the sort of attack that we are considering. That is how I remember it, but as I say, I wasn't in the thick of it. But I do remember very well we acted similarly with respect to the cruise missiles that were launched at his camps in Afghanistan based on intelligence that he would be there at the time. It was very well thought out and planned, and unfortunately, for whatever reason, he turned out not to be there. And I want to just add that this is part of the challenge that our current president faces. We are engaged in a battle with an adversary who lives in the shadows. When we were bombed at Pearl Harbor, we knew where the enemy was. And not only does he have his own assets, but because of his considerable wealth and connections with regimes and organizations around the world, he does have his own intelligence network, people within governments and military operations who frankly keep him apprised of what we or anyone else are interested in. So that's one of the reasons why I really support the kind of painstaking, patient approach that the president is pursuing. I know there are some who think, we should be able to, launch an attack, press a button tonight, but that's not the way this can be done, and I think all Americans have to be resolute. We have to be prepared for the action that will come, and very supportive of those working with the president who are putting together the pieces, as difficult as that is, to give us the basis for action.
All right, Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton of New York talking to us from the U.S. Capitol just a little over an hour after the Capitol had to be evacuated because of a threat. Senator, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, Judy.
Thank you. And now back to Bill in Atlanta.
Judy, thank you. Senator Clinton mentioning the name Osama bin Laden. We have heard his name so many times lately. We have also heard about the group known as the Taliban back in Afghanistan. But how is it that this group and this man could intersect with the lives of ordinary Americans? CNN's Christiane Amanpour now with a bit of history.
When the Soviet Union invaded the treacherous and mountainous terrain of Afghanistan on the eve of the 1980s, it quickly found its own Vietnam. This superpower was taken on and eventually forced out by a network of Afghan guerrilla groups known as the Mujahideen. The Cold War was still on, and the United States helped recruit these resistance fighters through its allies in the region, allies like Pakistan, which borders Afghanistan. Osama bin Laden was one of those fighters, and after the war with the Soviets, he took control of the guerrilla network, which was swelled by fighters from all over the Islamic world.
Bin Laden's group grew out of the Mujahideen forces that were trained initially by the Pakistani intelligence services and the Pakistani military, and also, of course, funded by the United States.
But the United States is faulted for failing to track the growing ranks of radical Muslim guerrillas once the Soviet occupation ended. Afghanistan then descended into civil war and eventually split into two main blocs. On one side, the Northern Alliance, a loose network of ethnic minorities, nominally led by the charismatic Ahmad Shah Massoud, known as the Afghan mastermind of the Soviet defeat. He has not been seen since a bomb attack by assassins last week. On the other side, the Taliban, a fundamentalist Islamic movement representing the ethnic majority. They captured the capital, Kabul, in 1996 and are now in control of almost all Afghanistan. But their repressive regime, particularly their harsh treatment of women, have earned them almost universal condemnation. The West also accuses the Taliban of harboring Osama bin Laden, America's enemy number one. Pakistan is one of only 3 countries recognizing the Taliban as the legitimate government, and now it's under intense pressure from the United States to get the Taliban to give up bin Laden.
We regard terrorism as an evil that threatens the world community. Concerted international effort is needed to fight terrorism in all its forms and manifestations.
Experts point out the Taliban itself is divided between hardliners and some who would prefer more cooperation with the West. Some analysts believe the United States should now offer ultimatums and incentives to the Taliban to give up bin Laden, at least as a first measure before a military attack. Christiane Amanpour, CNN, London.
Christiane helping us with our understanding of the Taliban, Osama bin Laden, and all the key players who may or may not be connected to all this. We want to go immediately now to the Justice Department coverage from CNN's Kelly Arena, who is our Justice correspondent. There's some new developments on that front. Kelly.
Joey, we just found out from New York City police officials and FBI sources that there has been an arrest made at John F. Kennedy Airport in New York City of a man who was purportedly trying to use fake pilot credentials. There are also, we are told, up to 5 or 6 people that have been detained. They are being questioned by the FBI. Those people had tried to either board flight, had bought tickets, tried to board flights when their names were punched into airport computers. Security red flag was raised. We don't know why. It could have been immigration. It could be for a variety of reasons. But those people were detained and are now being questioned. Earlier today, the FAA had issued a ground stop on all New York City area airports, and now the details are finally trickling out as to why that action was taken. Joey?
Is there a further update on the airports themselves, Kelly?
No, I don't, Joey. I've been covering the law enforcement angle on this story.
All right. Well, CNN's Kelly Arena, our Justice correspondent, following up in details on that. Thanks very much, Bill.
Joey, we saw a plane leave Dulles International Airport. I think it was 2.5 hours ago. Air Nippon leaving back for Tokyo, Japan. Going to go there now. Kathleen Koch stationed there. Kathleen, what do you have for us now?
Bill, the FAA has announced that the closest airport to the nation's capital, Reagan National Airport, will now remain closed for the foreseeable future. They're saying that that decision has been made because of, quote, its proximity to key federal installations, including the Pentagon. Now, what that will mean is that anyone in the Washington, D.C. area wanting to try to fly out will have to come here to Dulles International Airport or go to Baltimore Washington International Airport. Now, as you mentioned, the first flights finally started departing here about 5:30 this evening, an All Nippon Airways flight bound for Tokyo, Japan, and people were indeed very relieved to get on it and be able to leave. So things are beginning to get back to business here, though albeit on a much smaller scale than normal. You are seeing people lining up at the ticket counters. You are seeing people, of course, no curbside check-in. That has been eliminated. And very interestingly, some people are getting quite a surprise when they approach the security screening checkpoints. Not only now are knives and box cutters no longer allowed in carry-on baggage, any sharp metal object is banned. So we saw numerous men opening up their shaving kits and throwing out razor after razor into the trash can. And what is very telling, Bill, is the fact that the people who are manning these checkpoints told us that they have not had one single passenger complain about that at all today. One woman who is confiscating those razors said that when it comes to security, that now people really do understand. Another thing that we have noted here at the airport is that as across America, American flags are popping up everywhere. We are seeing them. There are 2 of them hanging on the control towers. They're popping up behind the departure counters. This airport is under construction, so construction cranes are actually flying the American flag, even ground crew vehicles that are moving around. So, Bill, we are seeing here that, again, as in New York, as across the country, there is a real determination to express that feeling that America is not giving up and will persevere.
Kathleen.
Bill?
Got a call from my sister yesterday in Cleveland, Ohio, saying a Walmart there was handing the flags out for free for anyone who came into the store. Curious to know from the passengers that you've talked to today, do they have any apprehension about climbing back on board one of these planes, 757, a 767 and the like?
Bill, we talked to passengers here yesterday who were coming to pick up their bags, asking them that question, and then passengers leaving today. And to a person, everyone said they believe that now with this additional security that's being implemented, that they will be safer than, say, they would have been flying on Monday. That does not mean that they're not nervous. It does not mean that they're not apprehensive. But they believe that what's been done, at least, is a good step toward making the entire nation safer when they fly.
Kathleen Koch, live at Dulles. Kathleen, thanks. When you get more, let us know. Want to also let our viewers know at this time, we reported about an hour ago at JFK International Airport outside of New York City there, several men have been detained for questioning about all the information we have at this point. But in addition to that, Numerous FBI officials responded to JFK, and as a result, LaGuardia, JFK, and Newark, the three major airports serving the New York City area, have been shut down at this point. Again, we anticipated flights to continue from there, but to this point, that has not been the case. We'll keep you posted as soon as we get more information here. Now, Joey.
And CNN continuing to watch on all fronts the latest developments. Of course, we'll bring those to you as soon as they come in to us. Right now, another group watching over all that has been happening, shaping up since Tuesday as a crossfire gang. Joining us now is CNN's Bill Press.
Thank you, Joey, very much. Together with all the sorrow and the anger and the rage that we Americans feel about Tuesday's terrorist attacks against this country, we also have a lot of questions about how something like this could happen and how we might respond. Tonight, we turn for answers to two United States senators. Joining us first, Senator Chuck Hagel, Republican from the state of Nebraska and ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and Senator Bob Graham, the Democrat from Florida, who's chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee. Bob Novak.
Senator Graham, we have had some interesting developments today. The Senate was evacuated, the House of Representatives was evacuated, several government buildings downtown was evacuated, several blocks have been cordoned off downtown. Now we hear the word the Reagan National Airport may be closed indefinitely, and the Vice President of the United States, Dick Cheney, was spirited off to Camp David. Can you tell us, as Chairman of the Intelligence Committee, is something going on, or are we just a little bit nervous after the catastrophe of Tuesday?
Bob, I can tell you that Tuesday was not a single chapter event, that there is still the possibility of further events, terrorist attacks, not necessarily of the same form, directed against the American people. And therefore, this heightened sense of alert that we've seen so much of today is very much warranted.
But no specific event?
No, there's no specific target of where, when, who, or how.
Senator Graham, as far as a retaliation goes, are we talking about a surgical Delta Force taking out some terrorists, or are we talking more of a military operation, heavy bombing, cruise missiles?
Senator, I'm sorry, we have to interrupt. We have to go back to CNN for breaking news, and we go to CNN's Jamie McIntyre. Jamie?
John? Well, Bill, in an interview that's going to air tonight on CNN's Larry King Live, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld said that the United States has fighter planes on 15-minute strip alert at 26 bases around the country. And Pentagon sources tell me tonight that the Pentagon is considering a substantial call-up of reservists, in part to provide air crews and pilots to continue to man those planes as they sit on the runway in preparation just in case something happens. Meanwhile, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld does say that he has discontinued the combat air patrols of fighter planes over most U.S. metropolitan areas. However, those fighter planes are still flying in the New York to Washington corridor. Again, it appears the Pentagon is considering a call-up of a significant number of reservists, not just though for pilots and air crews, but also other areas of specialty where they need assistance. Already about 10,000 National Guard troops have been called up by the state's governors, by governors in 31 states, but the activation of reservists is something that can only be done by presidential order. The last time it was done was in the 1991 Persian Gulf War, when over 200,000 reservists were called up. Bill?
Thank you, Jamie. Bob, pick up there.
That question. Are we considering a commando-type Delta Force raid on the guerrillas, or a big military operation?
This is not going to be a pinprick, Bob. Our nation was struck in a way that we have not experienced since Pearl Harbor, more loss of life in a single day, any day since Antietam in the Civil War within the continental United States. This was a crushing blow directed at the American people, and there will be an equivalent response. And those who have harbored and supported and assisted and allowed these terrorists to act will be treated as terrorists.
Senator Hagel, I'd like to, you heard Jamie McIntyre's report about these planes saying by people being called up. Is this a proper response? Are you surprised at this? Did you know about this?
I did not know about it specifically. We were told generally this was a very viable option. It is an appropriate response. what Senator Graham has laid out here is exactly right. I think we have to face the facts here, that not only do we have a short-term issue here, but probably more importantly, this is a long-term fight against organized terrorism worldwide. All the appropriate responses that we must put together now to deal with this, we have to consider. So what they're doing, I think, is exactly the right thing.
Senators, we're going to bring CNN's Jamie McIntyre back into our discussion. Jamie, can you tell us again, when is this effective?
Well, right now, there has not actually been a final decision made, but Pentagon sources say that they are working the process of drawing up a plan to call up several thousand reserves to fill in some of these positions. Part of this may depend on whether Defense Secretary Rumsfeld believes it's necessary to continue to have these fighter planes on what's called strip alert at bases across the country. But even if that is discontinued, there are some special areas in which the U.S. military has some specialties in water purification, perhaps in air traffic control or logisticians or even medical support that might be needed, and the Pentagon is considering a call-up of reserves for those kinds of tasks as well.
And is this accompanied by any increased activity or calls for alert around the world of U.S. forces, Jamie?
Well, U.S. forces have been on pretty high alert around the world. In fact, Pentagon sources tell me that yesterday the U.S. was at what's called DEFCON 3, which is the third highest level of alert. According to sources, we've come down to DEFCON 4 today, 5 being the lowest, 1 being the highest level of alert. So the U.S. military is still on pretty high alert around the country, but I think that this call-up of reservists is more tied to getting people with special skills into areas where they can be some help as we've beefed up the military presence around the world.
And I guess final question, is this any sign that any military response on the part of the United States is imminent?
Well, the Pentagon, the State Department, the White House have all dropped lots of signs that a military response is in the future. I'm not sure how imminent it is. I think this is really just a signal of the fact that the military is getting a lot more attention. It's going to be getting a lot more funding. They're going to try to bring everything up to a greater state of readiness so that when the United States feels it is capable of acting, it'll be fully ready to act.
Thanks, Jamie. Thanks very much. Back to Senator Hagel and Senator Graham.
I'd like to ask both the senators, both familiar with intelligence. Former CIA Director Jim Woolsey has said that he thinks there is a state supporting this terrorism which struck us on Tuesday, and he said a suspect, a good suspect, is Iraq. Senator Hagel, do you think that Iraq may be involved in this?
I don't know, but I think we need to take what Mr. Woolsey says very seriously. It seems to me that we must include all possibilities in this net as we examine the facts and get the facts so that we can react with facts. I don't know if Iraq was involved or not, but they certainly should be examined pretty closely.
What do you think the likelihood is?
The pattern of terrorism, Bob, is that most of the significant terrorist cells around the world do have some linkage back to a sovereign nation that can provide them with financial support, with safe havens if those are required. Our policy is, as it should be, that a state which provides support to a terrorist is treated as a terrorist, and the retaliation will be the same.
We've had a long history with Iraq, though. I just wondered if you think that is a possibility. A lot of people say that Saddam Hussein may be a bad guy, but he's not crazy, and to be involved in this is signing his own death warrant, considering our power. How do you gentlemen feel on that?
Well, one thing is quite obvious, and it was very clear Tuesday evening. This was a very sophisticated operation, unlike anything the world, quite frankly, has ever seen. The infrastructure, the training, the financing, all the information gathering, intelligence that went into this was pretty significant. Now, that could very well lead to a state-sponsored involvement, not maybe the front line of this, but certainly something in the dark recesses of the background.
Speaking of an answer to your question, I would say Iraq has to be on any short list of suspect states that have been providing that support.
Speaking of intelligence, that's one area where many people feel that we were let down. I'd like you to listen to one of your colleagues, Congressman James Traficant, who always puts it colorfully, had to say about the failure there of our intelligence community. Here he is.
America gives $60 billion a year to the FBI and CIA for intelligence. And the truth is, we learned of every one of these tragedies from Fox News and CNN.
With zero intelligence on our part, Senator.
Well, I defer to the chairman.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
First, we may well find, when all the facts are in, that there has been a serious failure of intelligence. We have known for some time that there were areas of considerable weakness in our intelligence capacity, particularly spies, the fact that our listening devices were becoming technologically out of date, and that we were not able to analyze but a small percentage of the information that we collected. Those are serious deficiencies, which I am pleased to say that we started several months ago identifying and developing a 5-year plan to correct. And I imagine that the events of Tuesday are going to accelerate that 5-year plan.
Let me ask you, Senator, a couple of Republican senators today are reportedly seeking support to call for the resignation of CIA Director George Tenet because of the fact that we were caught flat-footed. Do you join that call tonight?
No, I don't. I think that's premature. We will get the facts here through, obviously, the appropriate hearings and means, and Senator Graham and other committee chairmen will be involved in that, as will all the appropriate committee members. But I would only make this observation. It has been 25 years, over the last 25 years, that we have seen a constant erosion of human intelligence. Now, that term gets bandied around often, and Senator Graham knows an awful lot about this business. But in fact, I think because we are so without human intelligence, it may very well be that that was one of the prime factors here that has produced this gap somewhat.
Just for people who haven't been listening, we're talking about spies.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're talking about different types of spies. We're talking about those that are U.S. nationals who are employees of our intelligence agencies. We're also talking about spies who we recruit who are foreign nationals. And there we have some legal limitations. Today, if a potential foreign spy who has offered himself to work for us has had a bad background, and frankly most of these people didn't come out of monasteries, then they are rendered ineligible to be hired by the United States.
And that's a bad policy, isn't it, Senator?
If you're going to attack terrorists, you're going to be dealing with people. You're going to be dealing with people who are dirty, or they wouldn't have the access to get inside
That's going
the
to
cell.
be changed.
I hope so. That is not a law. That is a policy of the CIA.
Senator Graham, William Bennett, who was a former cabinet member, a man I respect, was on this network last night, and he said something which rather startled me about the possible targets of retaliation. And let's just listen to it. Senator Bennett. I mean, William Bennett.
It's not just these individuals and groups, but it's these nations, these states that sponsor or support. That could be a lot of people. That could be Syria. That could be Libya. That could be Lebanon. That could be Iraq and Iran. It could be China.
Now, I have General Bennett declaring war against Islam and China. That's, if you add them all up, that's about 2 billion people. I know he didn't mean to attack them all at once, but is that something we have to be careful about, of isolating ourselves so that we are against, we are really separating ourselves from a large part of humanity in this?
Well, what we need to do is to be very careful that when we have identified the perpetrator of this horrific event, that we are able to establish beyond a doubt who it was. Because we're going to be trying to get the world community, starting with NATO, to come together in a common cause against terrorism. We can't attack 2 billion people around the world, but we can attack a nation that we have uncontested evidence has been harboring and supporting terrorists.
We can't attack somebody just because we don't like them.
That's right. We've got to have the irrefutable evidence.
My question to you, Senator Hagel, we huffed and we puffed after the bombing of our embassies in Africa, and we bombed Sudan and Afghanistan, and it turns out we bombed the wrong targets and we killed a lot of innocent people. How do we know we'll get it right this time?
Well, we don't, is the quick answer. But I am confident that the maximum effort and focus and resources will be put into this. It must be put into this using our international coalition that's being put together. Essentially, it's the coalition of the civilized world, Bill, that we're dealing with here, that we must put together in order to drive a stake through the heart of this scourge.
But here's what I've seen happen: that we get angry and we strike maybe a pinprick or something of Osama bin Laden, but he's still on the prowl. Go after Saddam Hussein, he's still in power. Will we have the resolve to this time to stick with it and finish the job?
Bill, we must. I said earlier, Senator Graham has said the same thing. This is a long-term effort. We must make no mistake. America must understand the free world. This isn't a one-month project.
Yeah, and I think what we've got to also understand, this was not a passing event that occurred on Tuesday. I think this was a real turning of the pages of history. The last page had words like innocence and assumption of invulnerability. This new page has under attack, and we've got to act as a nation which is under attack on our own soil.
Gentlemen, we've been talking about an intelligence failure. There's also a security failure when you have 4 hijackings in one day. And of course, as we today, tremendously tight security restrictions were being put into effect on American airports. How intelligent they were, I'm not sure. Do you have any concern, either of you, that the victim of all this is going to be the American air traveler, and that you won't have appreciably more security, but it'll make traveling a lot more difficult?
Well, I would make one observation. We are the most open, mobile society probably in the history of mankind. We cherish our individual rights and liberties and conveniences, quite frankly. What we must find is a balance between preserving those individual liberties and the security of our institutions, our state, and our people.
Just quickly, do you have any comment on that?
I think clearly we are going to see, and the airports will probably be one of the first places that we're going to be living in this different era. I personally will not question if they look a second or third time at my bag as it goes on the airplane.
Senator Bob Graham, thank you very much. Senator Chuck Hagel, thank you. And back to Bill Hemmer in Atlanta.
All right, Bob and Bill and the senators, thank you very much. We left off with Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. I want to get back to Jamie quickly. Jamie, you were talking about the call out to reserves coming up. I want you to clarify that again, but also curious to know about the current numbers that you're getting right now for the missing there at the Pentagon following Tuesday morning's attack.
Well, the current number is 190 missing and feared dead here at the Pentagon. That includes 126 military and civilian workers at the Pentagon and the 64 passengers on that American Airlines flight that slammed into the side of the building. It is possible that the death toll could go a little higher. Some of the people who are injured are very badly burned and could succumb to their injuries. The hope at the Pentagon is that 190 number will be the top level. They've pretty much given up hope of finding any survivors in the rubble. They gave up hope on that really yesterday. And they have now taken about 70 bodies out of the wreckage, and about 40 of those have been transferred to the U.S. Air Force Base in Dover, Delaware. Bill?
Jamie, also a pretty strong statement from a high-ranking official there at the Pentagon that gave us a bit of an indication as to what they're considering in terms of retaliation. He made it clear that this would not be what many have termed a pinprick, but rather a sustained operation. How much clarification were we afforded today there, Jamie?
Well, they're being at the same time vague, but also very forceful. The statement that you referred to came from Deputy Defense Secretary Paul Wolfowitz, who said that any military action would be a sustained campaign, not a one-time thing. But the message from all of the members of the administration has been that it may not, the response is not just limited to military action, although that seems to be in the future, but also political, diplomatic, economic sanctions, diplomatic pressure. It'll be a full frontal assault. And some interesting comments from Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld in an interview that he gave to CNN's Larry King that'll air later tonight on CNN, where he talked about this theme that has been struck by the administration of going after not just terrorists, but those who support them, whether they are host nations or whether they are, quote, non-state entities. But if you can't get Osama bin Laden, the theory is here at the Pentagon, then you can get the people who support him. And Secretary Rumsfeld said that if nations or others harbor terrorists or if they support terrorists, he said even tolerating terrorists in your country, it makes you as responsible as the terrorists themselves. So a very strong hint going out that the United States is considering taking action, not just military, also economic, diplomatic, against those who support people like Osama bin Laden and other suspected terrorists.
Jamie, quickly here, what indications have you been given about U.S. military preparations, in a manner of speaking? Have aircraft carriers been moved? Have planes been on the ready? What are you hearing?
Well, there hasn't been a lot. The U.S. is already deployed around the world. The U.S. aircraft carrier Enterprise, which was supposed to return home from a stint in the Persian Gulf, has been told to stay in the Persian Gulf region. So that has one move. In the United States, fighter planes are on strip alert at 26 bases across the country, but that's basically for what they call homeland defense. That's while they still want to make sure that there's no threat of some sort of an additional terrorist commandeering of passenger airliners and that sort of thing. That will last for a while. But overall, the United States military is being brought up to its highest state of readiness, and today the Pentagon was told that it would get to $20, perhaps $40 billion more to help make sure that the U.S. military is at its highest state of combat readiness for the eventuality of being called on.
When some are suggesting that may just be the first initial payment. We shall see. Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. Thanks, Jamie. Here's Jerry.
For our viewers, we've been telling you that most of the nation's airports have been opened back up, at least for limited service in the course of this day. The exceptions being in ground stops at the big New York airports because of some detentions of people at JFK International Airport this evening. Also at Reagan National, flights have not gotten underway yet. The FAA, though, reports no additional reasons for security issues at the Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport. However, Northwest Airlines this evening, which was to have resumed its flights, some of its flights around 6 o'clock tonight, has announced that they will not be doing that they will ground their planes at least for this evening because spokesman telling CNN that this was not a prudent night to fly. That is a quote from a Northwest spokesman. Again, Northwest Airlines deciding that they will not do any flights yet tonight. We'll stay tuned and see if any other airlines follow suit. On other things that are not quite open yet, the New York Stock Exchange will not reopen tomorrow, but on Monday instead, trading to resume at the usual time, 9:30 on Monday morning. National Football League has made a decision to cancel Week 2 of the NFL season. Games to resume there on Sunday, September 23rd. Also, Congress passed a resolution today urging the country to fly the stars and stripes if you're not already. If you've been at all outside, you've noticed that most people, a lot of people anywhere, are doing that already. Several major retailers say they've run out of U.S. flags at individual outlets. Another note, a sign in the skies, combat aircraft patrolling above some major U.S. cities. You may notice them, including above Washington. In words and gestures today, U.S. officials are speaking unmistakably of their thoughts today. Bill?
I want to take our viewers back to New York. Videotape just into us here at CNN. A familiar face back in Manhattan. The former president, Bill Clinton, went near the scene there in Manhattan. After just returning from Australia, the president was stranded there, given the number of airports that were shut down. We shall listen to the tape and the hugging at this time.
And we need to know where he is.
Was this touched you personally?
They're still fighting people. Don't lose hope. Thank you very much.
President, can you please ask everybody to just tell us, give us a lead, let us know where him and his co-workers may be.
Former President Bill Clinton back in New York today. Again, the videotape coming in just a short time ago. We have heard from several former presidents today. Former President George Bush, number 41, and also Jimmy Carter checked in yesterday and on Tuesday as well with comments. Joey talked about the swelling of patriotism that we are starting to see ripple in a bit of a strong wave across the country. So much of our focus is on New York and Washington, D.C. for obvious reasons, but In the New York Times today, this particular ad caught our attention. New York City and Washington, D.C., Oklahoma cares. You stood with us in our darkest hour. Now we stand with you, the people of Oklahoma and the Oklahoma City National Memorial. And they, too, have indeed had one heck of a year dating back to June, and for many people, closure with the execution of Timothy McVeigh. There's the ad that we see in the New York Times in its full page. And important to point out, too, here, I don't know if many people can take the pulse about what's happening globally, but I've heard from so many friends in England and in Germany and in Italy just over the past couple of days calling to make sure that everyone's okay back here. And also, they want to make the express point that they are behind what is happening here in the U.S. too. And I think that's critical because we've seen European capitals, specifically Moscow today, and also all over Germany today, taking time out in a 5-minute pause of silence. And we saw the Star-Spangled Banner at Buckingham Palace, which has never been done before, for the changing the guard there. And I think it's important to point out that as we see the wave ripple across the country, it's not just here, but it's overseas as well. And that's what we're sensing here outside of New York and outside of Washington, D.C.
Indeed, Bill. The darkest hour, indeed, the darkest hour for the city of New York, where so many people are still trying to find their loved ones, still hoping against hope that there will be some sort of good news, that they will be able to get some sort of positive information about those they love. CNN's Elizabeth Cohen has been outside the Armory, where so many people have gathered looking for additional information. Elizabeth rejoins us now there. Elizabeth.
Joey, yes, I'm at the Armory. They have, since the early morning hours, have been talking to families who are looking for their lost loved ones. The line goes around the block, and then when they come in, they give information about their loved ones, and they take it all down. They take down their phone number, and they tell them that basically what they can do is wait. Right now, we have here with us Sonia Rodriguez, who is going to tell us the story of a real hero. Let's talk about Fred Marone. He is your brother-in-law's father. Tell me how his morning started.
Well, he was in Jersey City in the office there when he found out about the first explosion, went through the tunnel. Last thing they knew was that as everyone was coming out of one of the towers, they were not quite sure which tower, he was going up to get his men because they have an office there at the World Trade Center. He spoke to his assistant director. He was in the stairwell and told them very calmly that he was fine and that he was just going up to get his men, which I believe their office is in the 60th floor. I'm not quite sure. And, well, the phone went dead, and that was it. There was no bang. There was nothing. It just went dead.
So Fred Marone is the Director of Public Safety for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, which has offices in the World Trade Center, or had offices in the World Trade Center and in Jersey City. So he started the day in Jersey City. When he heard about the explosion. He didn't run away. He ran to the explosion.
No, this man is amazing. If anybody's going to be a hero, he is. He is like a bear, you know. We're all rooting for him because we know if he's okay, he's going to be fine. He's going to be helping other people. He's going to be motivating other people. He's going to be telling other people that they're going to be okay, you know. This man does not do anything. He has no self-acts. He's very selfless, you know.
Now, you went to the Armory today to register information about him, and you ended up staying. Tell me why you stayed.
Well, I saw that there was a lot to be done, and there were a lot of people who didn't know where to go and what to do, and I kind of just threw myself in. I was helping with the Salvation Army, feeding people, cleaning up, making sure that anyone who had any questions, if I was able to answer them, that, I was there for them. So I ended up staying, and I just got out.
It was amazing to me. You said earlier to me that very few people, you said only 2 in the whole time you were there, actually broke down. I mean, that's amazing.
Few people. Everything in the Armory right now is very well organized. Everyone knows their post, and they're speaking to people with a lot of sensitivity. And I can't tell you, I mean, for a day like this, everything inside is being well run. And so, people are very melancholy and they're distraught, but they're holding in because people working there are being great troopers.
Now, after they register upstairs and register all their information, they go downstairs to look at some lists. Tell me about those lists.
This list is of everyone who has been identified, everyone who is in a hospital, whether, you know, it's any of the main hospitals. Once you go through that list, I don't know if you want to know about the second list. The second list is a little, you know, it's a sad situation. If you can't find the name of your loved one in the first list, they'll give you the second list of all the people that they may know something about, but that not all the information, but that they have found gone, that they've been gone. They're dead.
And I ask you this not to be gory, because I think it's important for people to realize how specific this is. I mean, the lists are bodies that they found.
Well, yeah, they're bodies that they found. The second list, you know, they'll give as much information, as I said, as possible. They'll say, you know, white male, blue eyes, brown hair, you know, that's pretty much it.
Sonia, thank you. I know you've had a horrible day, and for your own family, but you've helped many other families.
Yeah, they also his family wants to let everyone know that they are so proud of him, and they're so proud of all the Port Authority officials and everyone who has been helping out. They want to give their thanks and condolences to all their family and friends if they haven't, you know, found them. And Mr. Marone has a good troop behind him, so we're just doing the best we can. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you. Thank you. We want to talk also with some other families who have gathered here. As you can see, we're catty-corner to the Armory, where families are coming to register information. And so the media is here. People are gathering to the media, wanting to tell their stories, wanting to give every detail that they can about their lost loved one in the hopes that someone has seen them. Let's talk to Ms. Diaz here, who is looking for her cousin, Aida Rosario Vasquez. Tell me about what your day has been like, trying to look for her.
Since Tuesday, this has been going on. We've been waiting for her to call. No, she hasn't called, no one in the family. We've been calling hospitals. She's not on any of the lists in the hospital. We decided to come here today with the flyers that we made up from her. We came to the Armory. We did a missing persons report on her. And we went downstairs to see the list. She's not on any of the lists that are downstairs. So this is our last hope. If anyone has seen her or heard from her, please contact the number that's listed on this flyer. And please, if you see her, let her know that we're waiting for her to call home, please.
Thank you, Mrs. Diaz. Helena Diaz. Joey, I want to tell you how people have been so helpful out here. They have donated food at the Armory. Children have made cookies and have distributed them with notes saying, "We love you," to the people who are inside the Armory. Joey?
Elizabeth Cohen there at the Armory. And again, to any viewers who still want to get the word out about their loved one, missing at CNN.com. If you will send in your picture of your loved one, we'll post it on the website. This is another opportunity for those many, many people in New York who are trying to get the word out about the people they are looking for.
Many people we've heard from descriptions too, describing the people for whom they're looking, so that can be applied to this as well. In the meantime, though, it is only day 3. Unfortunately, we shall be back tomorrow. But in the meantime, to Washington, Wolf Blitzer and Greta Van Susteren take over for us now. Good night.
This is a CNN special report. America under attack. The search for answers, with thousands missing. Rescue workers desperately race against time in the ruins. As investigators learn more about those who carried out the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. It's believed at least 18 hijackers seized the 4 airliners. How did they get here? Who helped them? Who sent them? We'll go live to our correspondents. And we'll speak live with House Intelligence Chairman Porter Goss and William Webster, former director of the FBI and CIA. Meantime, the U.S. prepares to respond.
We'll go after that group, that network, and those who have harbored, supported, and aided that network to rip the network up.
The president says his administration will now focus on winning a war. How will the U.S. gear up for a fight? Who's the target? Is Congress on board? We'll hear live from our correspondents, including Nick Robertson in Afghanistan. We'll speak live with House Democratic leader Dick Gephardt and get perspective from CNN senior analyst Jeff Greenfield.
Good evening. I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting tonight from Washington. Behind me, the White House, identified as a terrorist target. The security perimeter has been extended with surrounding streets closed.
I'm Greta Van Susteren. In the background, the Capitol, where Congress is moving to aid families victimized by Tuesday's terror attacks and channel billions of dollars to a new war against terrorism.
Greta, CNN's Jamie McIntyre is at the Pentagon with a developing story on U.S. military reserves and fighter jets. Jamie, tell us what's going on.
Well, Wolf, as you may or may not have been aware, for the last couple of days, U.S. fighter jets have been on 15-minute strip alert at 26 bases around the country. That means those pilots have to be ready to take off those fighters within 15 minutes in order to respond to any threat against the United States. Those have been mostly air and guard troops manning those planes. Now the Pentagon is considering calling up thousands of reservists to provide more pilots and air crews to man those planes and to fill some critical shortages in special areas that might be needed in the rescue efforts. Right now, I'm told that there has not been a final decision, a final authorization from President Bush to call up reserves, but it could come as soon as tonight. The last time the United States activated the reserves was during the 1991 Persian Gulf War, when more than 200,000 reservists were called up. Wolf?
Jamie, this development, what does it say, if anything, about a possible U.S. military response to these terrorist attacks?
Well, I think this is more related to the what's called here at the Pentagon Homeland Defense, making sure that the United States is able to protect itself first. You know that there were combat air patrols flown over many metropolitan areas across the United States. Today, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld ordered that scaled back so that combat patrols were just being flown between the Washington and New York corridor, and the rest of the country was protected by planes on alert. But this is part of an overall increase in U.S. military readiness so that the armed forces will be ready to carry out whatever orders President Bush may give.
Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon, thank you very much. And as the search goes on for those behind the attacks, authorities have learned a lot about those they believe carried them out. Let's go live to CNN's Justice correspondent Kelly Arena for details. Kelly?
Well, Wolf, the Justice Department and FBI today said that they have identified 18 hijackers. So there were 5 on 2 planes, 4 on 2 others. They're not just guesstimating here. They have their names and information about them. We were expecting that we might be able to get our hands on those names and pictures of the hijackers sometime this evening, but the FBI and Justice have decided not to release that information just yet. As you know, though, those are supposedly dead, those 18, and so the investigators are truly focusing on any information that they can gather regarding associates, friends, financial backers. So the investigation is fanning out, not only here in the United States but overseas as well. The FBI has truly increased its forces just from yesterday, where we knew that there were more than 8,000 people working on this investigation, Wolf.
And what's going on as far as the scope? What do we know about how many individuals may in fact have been involved in this conspiracy?
Well, law enforcement sources have told us that it could be as many as 50, although the numbers keep fluctuating, Wolf, and I have been told to really be cautious about going with any numbers because it could be much greater than that. They just really have no idea just yet. And
what have you learned, Kelly, about the black boxes from those 4 planes that went down?
Well, one of the flight data recorders was indeed recovered, the one from the crash in Pennsylvania, which will be a great help to investigators. There's also a signal from the flight data recorder from the flight that crashed into the Pentagon. So very hopeful for recovery of that as well, Wolf.
Okay, Kelly Arena, thank you very much. Greta?
Search for clues leading to those behind the attacks is taking investigators around the world. CNN national correspondent Mike Betcher has the latest on that investigation, and he joins us from Atlanta. Mike?
Clearly. Can you hear me?
Well, as investigators around the world and in the United States attempt to unravel this terrorist conspiracy, several people have been detained for questioning, and at New York's Kennedy Airport, at least one person was arrested today because he had a fake pilot ID, according to New York City police. But the biggest break in the day came from those comments from the Attorney General when he said his agents and the FBI had a list of 18 people who were aboard those hijacked jets. Mohammed Atta, shown in this photograph, and Marwan al-Shari are two of the men on that list of 18, according to federal investigative sources. Both held United Arab Emirate passports, but it's not clear if they are actually citizens of that country. The lives the two men led are the objects of an intensive international investigation, stretching from Florida to Germany. In Hamburg, Germany, federal police launched an extensive search of an apartment shared by Mohammed Atta and Marwan al-Shari last February. During an additional search of another Hamburg apartment, a woman was taken away for questioning. She clutched a baby in her arms as German police tried to hide her with a sheet. During the night, a total of 8 apartments were searched in the Hamburg area. Back in the U.S. in Pompano Beach, Florida, FBI agents converged on a small rental car company called Warrix. Records show that Atta rented 2 automobiles at that location.
Well, the first contract, he only put on 200 miles, 254 miles or something like that, which is very small. That's exceptionally small. The next contract was the 2-week rental, and he drove 1,915 miles, which he had told me he'd been over on the West Coast. He called me from over on the West Coast.
The FBI also came here, a company called Sim Center in Opelika, Florida. The owner said 3 men, Atta among them, paid cash for 6 hours of flight instruction on a Boeing 727 simulator. Their instructor, Henry George, said they weren't too interested in takeoffs and landings.
What I can recollect from my memory is that we mostly did turns and a couple of approaches. I don't think we did any more than that. It was, like I said, it was not a structure. It wasn't our typical or normal lesson plan.
The FBI knocked on hundreds of doors today, and before it's all over, they will be knocking on tens of thousands of doors. Also tonight, we would like to correct a report that appeared on CNN last night. Based on information from multiple law enforcement sources, CNN reported that Adnan Bukhari and a brother, Amir of Vero Beach, Florida, were suspected to be 2 of the pilots who crashed into the World Trade Center. Today, CNN learned that Adnan Bukhari is still in Florida, where he was questioned yesterday by the FBI, and after taking a lie detector test, today he was cleared of involvement in Tuesday's airliner attacks. We are sorry for the misinformation. Through his attorney, Bukhari says he is not connected at all with this, that he is helping authorities, and that any documents that they found with his name means his identity was stolen. He says Amir Bukhari, who he says is not his brother, died in a small plane crash last year. Greta?
Mike, we now have identified, or at least the authorities have, the 18 hijackers. How about anyone who may have aided or helped them in this terrible crime? Is there any information leading to those?
Well, there's a lot of information they're following up on. In their trips to these various apartments, they have questioned people also at flight training schools, and they're really focusing on these flight training schools. And they have made no arrests that we know of right now people who are formally being charged as accomplices in this, but they're questioning a lot of people and have a list of names of people that they believe could have been accomplices, and they're looking for those people, Greta.
All right. Thanks to Mike Fetcher, our national correspondent in Atlanta. The administration and Congress seem to be responding to the terror attacks with one voice. Joining us now from Capitol Hill is the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Joe Biden. Senator, America is quite angry. What can they expect in the weeks to come?
I hope what they can expect is 2 things, Greta. Number 1 is the biggest coalition that you've ever seen in the world that is being put together by the administration headed by Colin Powell to deal with systemic terrorism. This is a big deal. When NATO voted what they call an Article 5 procedure, which means that they view the attack against the United States as attack against them as well, and required them to come to our defense. We're getting significant progress in the Middle East among the moderate Arab states. We're getting cooperation from Russia. We've gotten a commitment. I spoke myself today, the head of the intelligence services for Pakistan, and so I think you'll see that. Number 1. Number 2. I think when we have clearly identified who these folks are, taken that to this
coalition, we will not only be going alone, we will go with the support of the world, which is a fundamentally different position to be in than we have been before. These guys have crossed the line, Greta, even for terrorists, and they have, in a way, that I view this not as the end of any American freedoms, but the beginning of the end of organized terrorism as we've known it in the last part of the 20th century.
Senator, is the writing on the wall? Because earlier today, Colin Powell, Secretary of State, said that Osama bin Laden is the leading suspect. He didn't say he was the only suspect or that he is the person. And President Bush said from the Oval Office on September 11th that we will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. If Afghanistan is harboring Osama bin Laden, and if he is the leading suspect, the suspect, do you expect action against Afghanistan?
I take the president at his word. I've been privy to these security briefings. It's not appropriate for me to talk about Afghanistan or anyone else. The fact is, we will move not only against the networks, we will move against anyone who has harbored them, is harboring any of them, and we will do it, I believe, with the strong support of the world community. I'm sorry I lost you.
Senator, is the state of our defense such that in the event the president does decide to take military action, we're ready?
I believe we are. I believe we are ready, and there will be absolute unity. The president needs no constitutional authority to respond, in my view, but we are to demonstrate the total cohesion of Democrats, Republicans, and House, Senate, and the president. We are preparing a resolution of use of force that will make it absolutely clear to the world we are totally united.
What does that use of force actually do besides send a message to the world?
That's basically what it does, Greta, but that's a very important thing. It's a very important thing for the whole world to know there is not any crack whatsoever, no daylight between us or among us based on party or based upon institutional responsibility. And that's an important thing. It's always been what presidents have wanted and needed at a time of national unity. And in that sense, it's important.
Senator Biden, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Greta.
Wolf?
Thank you, Greta. And to help us learn more about the investigation and what the United States may be up against, we're joined now by William Webster. He served as director of both the FBI and the CIA, and shortly we'll be joined by Congressman Porter Goss, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. Chairman Goss is also himself a former CIA agent. But first to you, Director Webster, Judge Webster, what do you think? What happened here? Was someone asleep at the switch in the U.S. intelligence community?
I doubt it very much, Wolf, but I don't think that's the question we should be asking right now. Right now we've addressed the wounded, the dead, and the families. And we're now vigorously undertaking to inform the American people and inform our government who and what is responsible for this event. Those are the questions. We'll find out if someone was asleep at the switch, but 20 years of dealing with terrorism with some degrees of successes, know how difficult identifying small, cellular, secretive groups who pick their time, their place, and their instrumentality. We've had some successes, but we can't be perfect on it. We'll just have to see what the facts were in this case, but we shouldn't get off our mission by beginning to point fingers so early in the game.
All right, Chairman Goss, I assume you'll be reviewing at some point down the road your oversight intelligence panel. What may have gone wrong in the days, weeks, months leading up to these tragic incidents? But right now, the immediate question many Americans are asking is, can they stand down? Is this current terrorist operation over with?
Well, I will tell you this, Wolf. I think that it is well understood that there are still terrorists out there. There are still targets of interest to them in the United States, on our homeland, including the United States Capitol, and I think we would be very foolish to let our guard down one iota. So I am encouraging people to keep the guard up, to be prudent, not let our quality of life or our behavior of life be dictated by acts that terrorists have taken, but we need to be a little vigilant ourselves of how we go about things, and we particularly need to be aware that we don't want to be fooled by rumor or innuendo or disinformation. This is a time for calm and patience and thoughtfulness.
As you look at this situation, Judge Webster, do some structural changes in the way the U.S. engages in intelligence gathering, some structural changes, immediate structural changes, perhaps come to mind?
No, I don't think so. Chairman Goff may have a different view of it. I think we're always looking to see how we can improve interchanges between the various agencies that have both information and intelligence. The security issues here have to do with protection of people who get on airplanes and hope to be safe. Intelligence issues have to do with information about plots, vulnerabilities, and those who are seeking to undermine our government. Those are basically the same, but we're always looking for ways to make sure that everybody involved knows everything that they need to in times like these.
Chairman Goss, we've heard a lot over these past 48 hours about a problem perhaps in the CIA that developed in 1995. Even former President Bush spoke about it today, himself a former CIA director, that the CIA stopped, in effect, recruiting spies or agents within some of these terror cells, reluctant to put them on the payroll. Is that a serious problem?
It is a serious problem. There's some controversy about how serious, but I think that the proof, unfortunately, is in the pudding. In order to deal with this kind of a very hard target to get into and to penetrate, we have to have agents that can get down and dirty and live in the ugly kind of world of innuendo and terror that these people live in. You've got to have that kind of a person. Now, obviously, we don't want to aid or abet those people or reward them in any way, but we want to get information from them. So it's a question of being smart enough to be able to use people like that to our advantage without encouraging them and building up networks. One area in the question you've just asked, Wolf, I think is very, very important. We need to reinvest in human intelligence capability. We have stripped down and diminished our assets in that area to a point that is unwise. Many of us have been warning about it for some time, and I think we find ourselves now with not enough capability and not enough properly tailored capability to meet the needs of the hour for our full national security.
Judge Webster, you're unique in this field. You're both a former CIA director and an FBI director. You know that the FBI occasionally has to infiltrate organized crime and put some sordid characters on the payroll. How does the CIA get around this problem that Chairman Goss and others have been discussing?
Well, by the way, I agree with Chairman Goss. It wasn't, that my understanding is that what happened was not a prohibition against using unsavory types, but requiring a high level of authority, which had to go pretty much to the top to get permission, which may have had a dampening effect on those who were able to recruit individuals with solid information but unsavory backgrounds. I think that that restriction has been or will soon be removed, and I support that. The agency knows how to deal with them, but they're in many parts of the world. Their best sources are people in the military who sometimes engage in torture and other activities we find unacceptable at home, but the information is reliable and important and timely. Those are hard choices. As the Chairman said, we don't support it, we don't do anything to help it, but we ought to be able to derive information of importance to our national interest.
Chairman Goss, let me wrap up by asking you briefly a question that Greta asked Senator Biden. If, in fact, Osama bin Laden was responsible, and if the Taliban regime in Afghanistan is protecting him, harboring his organization, should the U.S. go to war not only against Osama bin Laden, but against Afghanistan itself?
Well, I don't want to say go to war and get into the legal argument about what constitutes war. What I do want to suggest, however, is the idea of state-sponsored terrorism. That definition has changed. I believe that it's any state that tolerates this kind of behavior or the opportunity for training or safe harbor for individuals, safe transit through countries, logistics support, banking support, things of those nature. I think we, as the United States, need to make it clear that that will not be tolerated any longer. I think we need to give a warning period for people to cooperate and do the decent thing to make life impossible for known terrorists and their activities in those circumstances. And then I think if we don't get the cooperation we need to take force more than diplomatic. And I'll just leave it at that.
May I add one thing to what Porter Goss has said, and that is the subject of sanctuary. It wasn't too many years ago that some of our best friends, particularly in the Mediterranean area, engaged in a policy of sanctuary. You're free to come here and we won't bother you as long as you don't do anything against us. They learned to their sorrow that pledge could not be trusted. Many of those countries have completely shifted, and the pockets of sanctuary around the world have been severely shrunk. It seems to me that we have one country here that is tolerating terrorist activity, and it needs to be addressed. There are others, but when you eliminate the sanctuary, you make it very difficult for the non-state-sponsored terrorists to be effective.
Okay. William Webster and Porter Goss, always good to have both of you on our program on CNN. Thanks to both of you for joining us. Now let's get the latest from the scene on the ground in New York. CNN's Martin Savage is there. Marty, tell us what's going on over there.
Well, Wolf, they're still trying to get over the emotional devastation of learning the fact that the story originally reported of 5 firefighters being found is no longer true. This is the way the officials explain it to us as to what happened. There have been a number of firefighters working at the top of the debris pile earlier today. Some of them slipped and fell. They ended up at the bottom of the pile, picked up by a few rescuers. When the rest of the throng of those that were there working, looking for survivors saw this, they misinterpreted it, thought that it was in fact 5 firefighters being pulled from the ground, pulled from the rubble. Cheers went up, there was celebration. And then the New York City Police Department confirmed that in fact the firefighters had been found. The hospital, Bellevue, had said that they were awaiting their arrival. In the end, it turns out, according to the fire department, it was merely a matter of too much confusion at the site and perhaps too much hope. Meanwhile, the search effort today went on with a new intensity. They went throughout the day trying to find those survivors, literally hundreds of New York City firefighters from all over. There were also police departments and the rescuers that showed up. And finally here, George Sikorsky. This is an amazing story. He's a volunteer that showed up with a dog named Dominique to look. Dominique's not his dog. The dog belongs to his son, Gregory, a New York City firefighter. That firefighter is now missing. So the father has come to look for the son, using the son's dog. This is George explaining how he hopes the two can work together to find Gregory.
He was learning how to sniff out the dogs and on the fire department. Gregory was training him, so I bought him his gloves, and I gave him the gloves. I'm going to sniff him, and I'm going to try to locate him. I don't know, it's kind of deep down there, but I guess the other dogs down here are tired.
Yeah.
So we're going to try anything new, anything we can try.
It's just desperate times. You've got to try anything you can.
Right. We still got hope.
This is not the only case of a relative that has volunteered to help look for survivors and maybe their own relative. Earlier in the day, I was talking with a young man who's an engineer and a volunteer. He's not here because of his expertise. He's here because his brother was working in the World Trade Center and now is also missing, among so many others. Meanwhile, tonight, there are concerns about a change in the weather, also concerns about 3 buildings that are thought to be unstable. It remains to be seen exactly how much rain is in the forecast or how much of an impact it will have on the search efforts. Meanwhile, the lights are on, the efforts to find survivors goes on, and all the while over their heads is the threat of buildings that could still come down. Wolf?
Marty, and we don't know what that rainfall is going to cause. Thanks so much for joining us. Greta?
Wolf, we're going to go now to New York to Elizabeth Cohen. Elizabeth Cohen is standing by at the Armory in New York. Elizabeth, first of all, what is the Armory being used as tonight?
Well, what it's being used as is a place for people who are missing loved ones to come in and register information about who's missing. The line has been around the block all day. I don't know the number, but I would imagine it's in the thousands, have come and they give all information, hair color, eye color. It's a 7-8 page form that they fill out. When they've given all the information and the person is registered, they then go downstairs and there are 2 lists. There is a list of people who are in the hospital and there is a list of people who they have found who are deceased. I was talking to a volunteer who worked inside there, and she said that she was amazed that almost no one broke down, even though it must be obviously a horrible, difficult thing to go through. I have 2 families here who went through the process at the Armory today. Let's talk with them. We have here Nilsa Rivera, who is looking for her husband, Isaias. They're from Rahway, New Jersey. Tell me, what was the... Perth Amboy, New Jersey. Tell me what you've put on this poster here. He has a black mole. He has black spots on his neck. He worked for CBS. What are you hoping will happen with this poster?
I'm hoping that this is a way
for the media, who has more access than we do, to be able to go around and identify him or try to find him for me. You know, this is the second time we're going through this nightmare again. He was also involved in the '93 World Trade bombing. And I feel that this time the media can help me, or, you know, to find him or get, if not a glimpse of hope, some answers as to his, you know, whereabouts. I'm trying to keep the faith, and I'm trying just to search for him. I want him to come home.
The T-shirt you're wearing is from the terror at the towers, is from the bombing in 1993. Did he hesitate to go back to work in that building?
Yes, he did. Even though he was very loyal and devoted and stayed during the World Trade bombing back in '93 and helped Channel 2 stay on the air, and he helped the fire department and police department to evacuate lives, not thinking of his own. And he stayed there faithfully till the next day. Shortly after that, it emotionally affected him, emotionally and physically, and he did express many times, not only to myself, to his co-workers and superiors, that he was afraid. He would experience phobias, panic attacks to go back into this building because he was afraid that this can occur again. And 8 years later, his worst nightmare became now a reality.
Thank you, Mrs. Rivera. Thank you, Mrs. Rivera. We're also going to speak with Franca Adesina, who is looking for her friend Sadie Ed. What was the last thing that anybody heard from your friend Sadie?
Well, Sadie called at about 5 minutes after 9. She said, "Oh God, please save me." She said she's trapped on the 106th floor. She was screaming that she can't get out. She's trapped, she can't get out. So she was yelling. She said, "Now, I don't know what to do. I'm coughing. The heat is coming. Please, I'm coming. I need water, I need water." And the phone dropped. We have checked the whole list in the armory over there. She's not on the dead list. She's not on the list on the hospital, so we are hoping for the best. Maybe she's in the hospital, she cannot talk, or maybe, but we hope with this picture, they'll be able to locate her in the hospital and contact us. The numbers are listed below for anybody to contact us, the hospital officials, the police, anybody.
You're here with so many families who are also looking for people. Have people banded together? Have they helped one another?
Yes, that's what we have been trying to do. We've been calling each other. We've been trying to hug ourselves together, pending until her return. Or
do you still now, more than 2 days later, almost 3 days later, have hope?
Well, we still have hope because her name is not on the dead list. So we think maybe she's in the hospital. Or
she cannot speak. She's not been recognized. No
maybe.
ID.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's talk to we're all friends, we're all together. Let's talk to this gentleman here who is looking for Shabir Ahmed. Tell me about the last time someone heard from him.
Okay, he's my uncle. Last time he left like Tuesday morning about approximation 5:30 in the morning. He was scheduled to work for Windows on the World. He works for the banquet department, so he was working when the crash took place. So since then, we haven't heard from him, nothing yet. So we are expecting to hear something good, that I could at least today take a news to the family of his. He left like his 2 daughters and 1 son, and other family members. All are in a shocked situation and all feeling and waiting for him. That's what I have to say to you right this moment. I spent whole day here looking for any clues, if they found his name or any kind of information.
Have you found any clues?
Unfortunately not. So I have to come back. I think I have to make trips back and forth here. I will do it because he's my uncle, so he was the great person. And what can I say? I'm missing him. We're all going to be missing him, as well as other good people, the victims. And that's all I should say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And sir, you are also looking for a loved one. Can you tell me?
I'm looking for all the members of Windows on the World, floor 107, because we have nothing on them. We have no data, because everything is gone, all the punch in and out. So we want them to call this number, the union number, so we will know who's missing, who's not. And about Shabir Ahmed, the gentleman you just said, he was in the first bombing, and he made it out, but he couldn't make it this time.
So some of the people, you work for a union?
Yes.
And so some of the people who were in your union were in that building and made it out in 93?
Yes. And one of them is Shabir. But this time he could not make it. But please, everybody who knows anybody about Windows on the World employees, call the number, call the union. And we're going to have a big meeting on Tuesday, next Tuesday, at the union office. And anybody who can attend, all the families, it's a very important meeting.
Has anyone made it out from your union, from this group of workers for Windows on the World? It's the restaurant at the top of the World Trade Tower, for people who don't know it.
Unfortunately not. Nobody made it. Not nobody that we know made it. We hope that they made it, but we didn't hear from nobody yet.
And how many people in this union?
Well, we have 450 employees, but we have shifts. It's not everybody who was there. But we have at least 450 employees there.
And how many were there at the time of the explosion?
We don't know, but the list I have, it's like 88, between 80 and 88 people missing.
It's a large number. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Let's also talk to this woman here. You were looking for Margaret Echterman.
My sister, yeah.
Tell me about Margaret.
Margaret's 33 years old. She worked for Regis. She was on the 93rd floor of the 2nd Trade Center. We talked to her last after the first crash, and she called everyone to tell everybody that she was okay. And so we haven't heard anything since then, but we know she's there. So we're just, getting her face out there so everyone can find her. And we've covered all the hospitals and have her on the missing persons, and everyone's here to support us, so it's great. So you just have to find her. We know we will.
So tell me, you've spent 2 days, you're going to the hospitals, public offices also. Were you at the Armory today? Were you in there?
Yeah, we've been there as well. We've registered her, and we're going to get back online to see if they've got any updates. They keep updating the list, so, we just keep getting back over there, but we've been traveling around. We've been getting a lot of calls from people that have, seen her on the different sites that we've posted her on, just to try to see whatever they could do to help out. So people are really, really being incredible.
Do you have any clues at all?
No clues, no. So we've been hearing lots of good stories about people making it off of really high floors, so we just know that she's one of them, and we just have to figure out where she is.
So tell me about her. She's very beautiful, I can tell from the picture, but tell me more about her.
Yeah, she was running. She was get ready to run for the marathon, so she was training with a lot of her friends, and she's an incredibly strong person. So she's got a sense of life in her that's just so strong that anybody, we pray for everybody to find their way out of there, but we want. So yeah, so she just has everybody supporting her, and she's a kind, generous person. So she's the type of person that would, make sure that everybody got off the floor with her and helping them out.
Tell me about, have people banded together? Obviously, there are hundreds of families here.
Oh yeah, people have been so incredible. My friend Ted's come down from Boston, and my brother's coming up from Florida, and we have people all over the country, in Germany, in London, and Italy. Everybody's looking for her, so they're all searching the websites, and people are collecting photos of other friends, and here, so that they're all trying to contribute and help. So it's just been phenomenal. I mean, the amount of support that we're getting, and it's just, like I said, it's great. It's really great.
Thank you. This woman who's looking for her sister, Margaret Echterman. Thank you. And you are looking here also for a loved one?
This is my brother-in-law. His name is Karamo Trera, K-A-R-A-M-O, Trerra, T-R-E-R-R-A. And fortunately for my sister, he was in the second building on the 97th floor working for Fiduciary Trust. And fortunately, he called my sister right beforehand and before the second airplane hit and told her that, number one, they weren't evacuating anymore, and also that he loved her. So we're just happy that they got a chance to say goodbye to each other, and we're happy. I mean, that's the one important thing, and it's her 4-year wedding anniversary. Yesterday we spent the day on the web posting his picture everywhere, going to every single hospital. If anybody's seen him, please, because yesterday was their wedding anniversary, and we just like a resolution to this. And we really want justice done, because this is a horrible tragedy. And I mean, I'm donating a stapler in there, and it's like ridiculous. I'm donating a stapler, and there are hundreds and hundreds of people who are in so much pain right now, and it hurts me to see my sister in so much pain over Karamo Trerra. It's very hard.
It's interesting. I've heard from many people with relatives in the second tower that they called after the first explosion and said, "We're not leaving." It sounds like that's what happened.
There were 2 phone calls. The first phone call that he made to her was that they are evacuating, and we were all very happy because we were all kind of on the phone, my whole family and my sister. We were all like, oh my God, what happened? Because I work downtown. And then they said they were evacuating. We were all happy. Go, 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 said my sister, go. And then he called again and said, oh, you know what, everything's fine, don't worry. He was trying to calm her down. Stay calm, I love you so much. Don't worry about me, I'll be okay. And then they hung up, and then as soon as about 50 seconds later, the other airplane hit. We saw it on the news.
That must have been, so you were sitting with your sister as the second airplane hit.
Well, basically, I was downtown on Church, and I saw the whole thing happen. So when I saw that second tower get struck, I ran back inside, and I called her on the phone, and I said, call him, call him, call him. And it was too late. So if anybody has any information about Karamo Trerra, please, it is so painful for us. Please call 212-865-3365. Please, if anybody saw him either in his last moments or if they know that he's alive, we're desperate. Everyone's desperate for information. Thank you so much.
I know that families today have been at the Armory, they've been at hospitals. Tell me, for the past 2 days, where have you been? What have you done?
We've been to every single hospital. We've been to Beekman, Cabrini, St. Vincent's, and like 10 other hospitals. We were going to go to New Jersey, but we couldn't. And we also just did the Armory.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Good luck. Good luck to you. We're now going to go back to you in Atlanta.
Thank you, Elizabeth Cohen in New York. Horrible stories, hundreds more in New York, and there are hundreds more here in Washington from the terrorism at the Pentagon, which is about 2 miles behind me. But we're going to turn back to the investigation. Osama bin Laden may end up the target of U.S. fury, but that doesn't mean he'll be an easy target. Let's go live now to CNN national security correspondent David Enzer here in Washington. David, what's the status of the investigation?
Well, the status of the investigation is still that the evidence is pointing heavily to Osama bin Laden's organization, but the Bush administration does not have the kind of evidence it's ready to say proves that that's who did this. They're not ready to make a final decision at this point. But already they and a lot of people outside are starting to think about what's the next step. How do you go after bin Laden and his organization if you do decide that he is guilty of these terrible attacks? It is not going to be easy. And a number of officials, senators like Senator McCain and others, have said that likely you would have to use ground troops, that bombs might not do it this time. They didn't do it in '98. They might not work this time either. So there are concerns about that. There's also a sense, though, that the U.S., after the losses it suffered, many people in the United States would support a decision, even if it costs some blood, to resolve this matter and end the danger of terrorism. But would it end the danger of terrorism? A number of experts argue that it would take more than troops, that it would involve an occupation of a long-term type that could be fraught with all sorts of problems. So nobody's ready to say where the administration's going yet. Outside experts say that the choices are not going to be easy ones. Greta?
All right, thank you, David Enzer. With Osama bin Laden believed to be in Afghanistan and a potential target, how are people there handling the situation? Our Nick Robertson is in Kabul, Afghanistan, and joins us by video phone. Nick?
Well, Greta, certainly the Taliban leadership growing increasingly concerned about what may happen next, issuing another statement only a few hours ago, again trying to distance Osama bin Laden from what happened on Tuesday in the United States. They said in this statement, how could Osama bin Laden have been involved in that? They said, how could he have trained pilots? Where could he have trained pilots? They said it was impossible to imagine that he had, therefore proving he wasn't involved. They said that they wanted everyone who was working on this, on the investigation, to think carefully about how they proceed next. And certainly on the streets in Kabul, growing apprehension also about what may come next. The streets a little quieter Thursday. It's Friday morning here now. Today, traditionally a day of rest, a day of prayer, but very quiet on the streets. Many people staying at home. Few people, however, we're aware of at this time leaving the city. After 20 years of civil war, many people here are very, very poor, and we talked to some of them yesterday. They told us, we're concerned about what's happening, we're worried about it, but we're too poor. Our main concerns are really just getting food for the coming evening. So apprehension here, but a lot of people really not knowing what to do next. A lot of common people really just sitting tight and waiting to see what happens, Greta.
All right, Nick, thanks for joining us from Afghanistan. We're going to go back to New York to Elizabeth Cohen, who's standing by with the governor of New York. Elizabeth?
Here we come. We're here on the corner of 26th and Lexington with Governor George Pataki. Just saw him hugging people who are looking for their family members, tears in his eyes. Tell me, what has it been like for you?
It's not what it's been like for me. It's for the people who are suffering. You know, all America grieves, but those who've lost a wife or a child, their pain is even greater than ours. So we have to stand with them. We have to stand with the brave firefighters, the Port Authority teams down right now. They lost their top management. They lost dozens of their police, but they're out there. We have to stand with them. They're the ones who are going to bring us through this.
What can you say to people? I saw you just talking, but I couldn't hear what you were saying. What can you say to people here?
They're not alone. The people of New York are with them. The people of America are with them. We continue to make the search and rescue effort the highest priority. We're doing everything we can, and thousands of people are helping right now, and millions are praying right now.
The people who I've been talking to, they say that the authorities have been incredibly organized, incredibly helpful, but they say they just have no clues. Do you have any idea when they would get some clues?
We just can't give time frames or timelines. That wouldn't be right. There's never been a darker day or a greater tragedy in American history, and that's why we're doing everything we can, trying to give the people as much information as quickly as possible. But obviously nothing like this has ever happened. But we will get through it. The people are strong. They're standing shoulder to shoulder, and we will get beyond this.
Tell me, I've mostly seen here what city services have done for people. Tell me what the state of New York is doing for people, for families here.
It's been a great cooperative effort. You know, the shelter behind us is something where it's a state armory where we mobilize the National Guard. But it's not a question of this agency or that agency, the city leadership, the state government. President Bush has delivered every single thing from Washington, from the federal government we've requested. And most importantly, you see out here thousands of volunteers, people without any official role, but just here to help, and they are helping.
Thank you, Governor George Pataki. Thank you. Now back to you, Wolf.
Right now, Governor.
Thank you,
very
Elizabeth.
Much, Elizabeth, and thank the governor for us as well. Meanwhile, here in Washington, Congress is working with a singleness of purpose seldom seen, both to fund the recovery effort and to back a U.S. military's response. Joining us now, the House Minority Leader Richard Gephardt, as well as the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Dennis Hastert. Thanks to both of you for joining us. First of all, Mr. Speaker, what's the status of a resolution or some sort of declaration that you're working on?
Well, there's three things that we've done. First of all, yesterday we passed a resolution, a sense of the Congress, a joint resolution saying what the Congress is feeling on this is and vowing to work with the President. The second thing is tonight we will pass an appropriations bill to help FEMA, first of all, take care of victims and try to find the rest of the victims. A huge cost there. and also to get our airlines flying again and the transportation committees that we can make sure that our skies are safe so people can resume traveling and life as normal as in this country. And the third thing is to give the military, the president, the ability or resources to, first of all, investigate and find the people who perpetrated this terrorist act. And then tomorrow we will begin and probably go through Saturday and debate and pass legislation that gives the president the power to pursue those people who committed this act.
Congressman Gephardt, are there any serious differences between you and the Speaker, between the Democrats and the Republicans, on how much authority to grant the president in terms of his planning for a military response?
We're working on that, and I'm confident that we will find a resolution of the minor, frankly, differences that there are. We need to be together, and we are together as parties and as people, and with the president. This is a national challenge, and I think all of our people are united, as we were in World War II, to see this challenge down and to make sure we succeed in facing it.
Speaker Hastert, it's Greta Van Susteren. Speaker, how involved are you with the White House on this, or is the White House pretty much handling this themselves?
Well, we've been in constant contact with the White House, and it's been done on a bipartisan basis. Both Leader Gephardt and I have been to the White House. We've talked about these issues, and we're working with them. We have to have this type of cooperation to make sure that both the ability to give the president the power is something that we can all agree on, and also the amount of money that we need to clean up the problems, to take care of our victims in Virginia and New York, and incidentally families that go through that whole Northeast area, and then go forward and fund the investigation and the ability to bring these terrorists to justice.
Congressman Gephardt, let me switch gears a little bit. Lots of changes are going to happen in air travel. How do we balance that with sort of issues of civil rights and the great freedoms we've enjoyed in this country?
Well, Greta, we're in a new day, and unfortunately we're in a new world, and we're probably not going to go back to the world that we were in. We have to find a new balance in our country between freedom and security. And we have to do that without giving up the needed civil liberties that we all enjoy and want. This is going to be a hard time, and we have to work together as Americans to try to redefine those two issues and to return to as much freedom as we possibly can. This is a big challenge, but America's up to it. Every generation of Americans has met the challenges of their time, and our generation is going to do the same.
Congressman Gephardt, let me follow up with one more question. If the United States identifies that it's Osama bin Laden and his cell who is responsible for this terrorism, and of course he is one of the he's on the 10 most wanted list in connection with the bombings of the embassies in Africa, if we go forward and handle that problem, can we then go back to where we were in terms of our freedoms?
I don't think so, Greta. I would hope that could be, but I don't think it is. I think we're facing a foe here that's much more complicated and long-lasting, much more committed, much more willpower than we would like to even believe and admit. So we got a long fight on our hands here. I think we can win it, and I think we can do it while preserving necessary freedoms and civil liberties in this country. But we've got to really work hard together in a united fashion to do that. I'm confident we will do that.
Speaker Hastert, there's been an executive order on the books since the Ford administration, since President Jerry Ford signed it, namely that bars the U.S. from engaging in political assassinations. Is it time to rethink that executive order?
Well, you know, one of the things that we see here, this is not necessarily political. These are terrorists. They've infiltrated this country. They've invaded the liberty and freedom that our people in this country have known and cherished for over 200 years. So these people are here to disrupt and the lifestyle of Americans, to put this country in terror. I think, first of all, there's a resolve by this American people, by this Congress, by the President. We're not going to let that happen. And just like any criminal that perpetrates a crime in this country, we're going to go after that person. We'll find out who it is, go after it, and bring that person to justice.
Well, the question I guess a lot of Americans are asking, Mr. Speaker, is if Osama bin Laden did plan these terrorist operations, and the U.S. concludes that definitively. Should he be brought to justice or should he be killed?
I think Osama bin Laden better say his prayers.
What about that, Congressman Gephardt?
Well, I think the American people expect us to find who did this, to bring them to justice. In doing that, it may be that there has to be violence committed by American troops. If it comes to that, that's what should be done. This will not stand. What happened in this country, this is the largest violence on our soil by a foreign force in the history of our country, and it will not stand.
Mr. Speaker, have we tied the hands of our intelligence community over the years that they were not able to gather the appropriate intelligence to perhaps see this coming so it could have been prevented?
Look, I don't want to go back over what's happened over
but
the
have
years.
They not gotten enough funding? Have there been rules that have been put in place? I know that there's a lot of reluctance to pay people who might be in a conspiracy to give us information, but those problems.
I think we need to put resources in human intelligence, and I think we need to reevaluate our whole intelligence regime. Porter Goss, who's our ranking member, and along with Nancy Pelosi, who is the ranking Democrat, we're having some serious discussions. We need to make sure that the resources are there so that we can gather the intelligence to protect the American people. And there's some questions where they're there in the past, but the past is past. We need to move forward and get this work done.
Mr. Speaker and Congressman Gephardt, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Wolf?
Thanks, Greta. And from Washington, let's go back to New York once again. CNN senior analyst Jeff Greenfield is there. Jeff, you just heard blunt talk from the Speaker of the House, a Republican, and the Minority Leader, a Democrat, basically saying to Osama bin Laden, I think in paraphrasing what the Speaker said, say your prayers. What does that say to you?
Well, it says to me that they are planning to take him out. But the other thing that you talked about, Wolf, that I thought was very interesting was the whole question of how much of our liberties are we going to be giving up. And the real question, I guess, is how many steps are we going to take that will ultimately be fruitless in our effort to get some security? Curbside check-in, would that have stayed the hijackers? Every one of us has been through metal detectors for the last God knows how many years in airports. It's that kind of reaction, that mix of we must do everything we can conceivably think of, that in some cases may not only restrict what we do, but have really no impact on the broader fight against this incredibly shadowy enemy.
Willing in the short run to give up our civil rights. I mean, everyone here is, in this country is willing to give up anything to get on a plane safely. As time goes on, the fact is that curbside checking wouldn't have stopped this. The question about whether you've packed your own bags wouldn't have stopped this, or whether anyone asked you to carry, none of this would. So in a big picture, what is going to happen? What are we willing to do?
Well, I think the most important question before us, and it is why what follows is in some ways as tough as what we have gone through the last 3 days, is how much are we going to think rationally about what we have to do to make ourselves more secure? And I know there have been 100 bomb threats. We saw the Capitol being evacuated on a call that perhaps a week ago would not have been taken nearly that seriously. And I think in this sense we have to be asking ourselves whether or not our understandable instinct to protect ourselves is going to make us far, not only less secure internally, but lead us into habits that make us a lot less like America. Everybody said America is going to change, and that is regrettably probably true. But somewhere along the line, we need to keep our sense of reason enough so that we don't give the terrorists yet another victory more than they have already had in what was behind me.
Jeff, as these horrible events sink in, take us down to Manhattan, and right now, has there been any change in the mood from yesterday to today as far as you can discern?
There is this slow return to some kind of normal. I mean, the numbness is kind of fading a little bit, but every time you go into a major thoroughfare, you can feel the anguish. And remember, Wolf and Greta, we have not yet begun to really uncover the worst, that is, all of those bodies. You saw these scenes of people showing up with pictures of their loved ones and saying, if you have any information, please call. And our hearts go out to those people, in part because we know that literally thousands of them are missing only in the formal sense. They are buried under rubble, and they will not be seen. And we are going to be learning day after day of people we know we may have worked with, we may have been friends with who were there. Just one last point. This has been a golden decade for the city of New York. You know, we've all talked about its renaissance. Crime is down. Money flowed in from the markets. The city felt to be the center of the universe in some way, which is why the terrorists struck here. And to say that we are slowly getting a sense of normalcy is really misleading. In the long run, this has changed this city, I believe, to its roots, and you can just see it going out into the streets and watching people react in ways large and small.
Greta, let me ask you, because I know you've spent a lot of time looking at this investigation over these past few days. Is there one single aspect of what happened that jumps out in your mind that says to you there must be something totally crazy going on that has to be immediately corrected?
No, you know, it's funny, Wolf, maybe I'm a little bit raw since I heard the explosion at the Pentagon, turned and saw it, and I was only a few blocks away, and I had particles actually raining on me. I'm quite raw from it, so that's the first thing that jumps out of my mind. But the important thing, I think, is that, you know, the Americans devote the resources so that we can get this broad conspiracy. I'm not worried about those 18 hijackers. They're dead. But what is so terrible about this is that people who are willing to give up their life to cause crime, like these suicide pilots, are extraordinarily dangerous. And if nothing else, we have to get all the people who are involved and send the message. If you just had a little bit of involvement, guess what? You're going to take the full impact of the United States. So I think, you know, get out there and investigate. Anybody who had a slight involvement, you're in, and you're going to take full responsibility.
Hey, Wolf, just one last point. We really have to stop calling this act senseless. Evil, monstrous, fine. But the terrorists knew exactly what they were doing. And from their twisted perspective, this was a highly sensible act. It struck at the heart of the greatest city in the world's one superpower. It has made us, it has rained death on thousands of people. It has got us questioning ourselves and our security. And if the response is to be rational and effective, we have to stop throwing phrases around like senseless. This was a deliberate and successful, horribly successful, evil act.
Jeff Greenfield in New York, thank you so much once again. And unfortunately, that's all the time we have. Stay tuned, of course, to CNN's continuing coverage throughout the night, including a special report with Aaron Brown and Paula Zahn at 10 p.m. Eastern. That's 1 hour from now. Thanks very much for watching. I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. Good night, Greta.
Good night, Wolf. And up next, Larry King Live. Tonight, Larry is joined by Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton, and others. I'm Greta Van Susteren. Larry's next.
Tonight, the massive recovery effort goes on. Americans search for answers, and their leaders contemplate action. There you see a night vigil currently at Union Square in New York City. That's a couple of blocks above where all the tragedy took place. Some brief updates for you. The United States Capitol was briefly evacuated today. Dick Cheney has moved on to Camp David to keep him apart from the president. Some airlines have restarted operations. However, Chicago's O'Hare, Washington's Reagan, and the 3 New York City airports all remain closed. And the black box from the United flight that went down in Pennsylvania has been found. I spoke with Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld just moments ago, and the first thing I wanted to know is how this has affected him personally.
It's a very emotional thing to see the damage that's been done to our country, not just the Pentagon, but of course in New York City as well. On the other hand, you look around and see the wonderful response of the people here in the Department of Defense who have helped save lives, the wonderful firefighters and Red Cross people, and so people who've come from all over Virginia and Maryland and neighboring states to help. They're still very much in the process of bringing bodies out of this building, and it will take some time to do it. The damage was so just enormous, and the power of that aircraft filled with jet fuel, driving almost completely through the building, just almost to the inner courtyard. So it's on the one hand, it's a terribly sad, difficult time, and your heart goes out to the friends and families of the casualties and the people who've been killed. On the other hand, you see how patriotic the American people are, the wonderful response they've shown, and it tells a lot about our country.
But there's a lot of personal pain, isn't there?
Indeed.
Yeah. Mr. Secretary, first, well, let's hopscotch cover a lot of bases. Secretary of State Powell described Saddam Hussein today, quote, as one of the leading terrorists on the face of the earth. Is Iraq considered in your equation of one of these people we're at war with?
I think that the President of the United States has said it correctly, that there are a number of terrorists, and some of them are countries, states, others are non-state entities. They have a pattern of working somewhat together from time to time. There's a number of states that harbor and facilitate the active work of terrorists who may or may not be nationals of their country. There's no question but that all one has to do is to read the words of Saddam Hussein by his own testimony, his own self-indictment. He is a promoter and an encourager of terrorism. He has been for a good long time, and he unquestionably is today.
What, Secretary Rumsfeld, will you have to know before we do anything? I mean, what do you have to know?
Well, you know, what you need to do is to establish some linkages between an organization or an organization that's harboring and facilitating an organization that you can reasonably say has been connected to either this event or other events. And the President of the United States has decided that terrorism strikes at the very heart of our way of life. We are a free people, and the purpose of terrorism is to terrorize. It's to alter behavior, and to the extent free people have to alter their behavior, they're no longer free. And he's decided that there has to be a broad-based, sustained effort against terrorism on this earth.
So if a country is behind it, then the country bears the prey of us.
Well, indeed, any country that harbors and facilitates and encourages or finances or even tolerates that kind of activity in their country clearly is as responsible as the terrorist.
Do you fear when something like this happens, other terrorist groups not involved in this suddenly looking for a way to take advantage?
Well, there's no question. There's a lot of that can happen in the world. But what we're dealing with here is something that is distinctively new to the United States of America because of our geography and our history. We have not had to deal with this kind of problem. Other countries have. Well, we've now arrived at a point where our country itself, as well as American interests around the globe, have been and can be seriously damaged. And it's going to require as the President said, a war, a major, long-range, broad-based, sustained effort to see that this does not damage our way of life.
What about the surprise? Were you as surprised as everyone, Mr. Secretary, at the lack of intelligence here? 4 planes taken, 3 succeed in their missions, and if not for the heroics, there might have been a 4th success.
Larry, I guess I've kind of stopped being surprised in my life. I expect what people call surprises. You know, there's a saying that says that there are known knowns, there are things we know, there are known unknowns, that is to say things we know that we don't know, but we at least know we don't know them. And then there are unknown unknowns, the things we don't know, and those are the dangerous ones. And the world is a big place. There are an awful lot of people, there's an awful lot of locations, and it is physically impossible to have intelligence that will enable you to know everything going on in this globe. And a terrorist can attack at any time, in any place, using any technique. It's not possible to defend at every time, in every place, against every technique. That's why the President is so on the mark that we have to go after and root out the terrorists and those who are harboring those terrorists. That's the only way that problem can be dealt with.
And how, just a couple more moments, how do we define retaliation? Do we retaliate through a legal means? Do we retaliate through an armed force? What's the definition in your head of retaliation?
Larry, I don't think of it as retaliation. I don't think of it as punishment. I think of it as self-defense. The United States of America has every right to defend itself. And that is what it is about. It is consciously saying that countries and entities and people who actively oppose the United States and damage our interests by acts of violence, acts of war, are our enemies. And they are people and organizations and entities and states that we have every right to defend ourselves against. And that is what this is about. It is to protect the freedom and the way of life of the American people.
Self-defense.
Yes, sir.
Is bin Laden definitely near or at the top of this list?
There is no question, but Osama bin Laden has been for many years now, by his own pronouncements, anti-West, anti-U.S., anti a number of regimes in the Arab world. He has a very well-financed network. It is at the right moment, the president and the United States government will decide what it intends to do by way of characterizing countries or characterizing individuals like Osama bin Laden, and whether or not, in our judgment, they have or do not have a direct relationship to this activity, but that time has not come.
And any comments on the Capitol Hill evacuation earlier?
No, I really don't. I've been in and around government for a long time, and I've seen bomb threats in buildings that I've occupied many, many times. As a matter of fact, we had one here at the Pentagon this morning at, I believe, 7 o'clock or something. And it is not unusual. We learn to live with these things, and we come back to work and go about our business.
And those military planes flying around Washington and New York, that will continue?
We have called down the intercept aircraft and the AWACS from across the country as commercial aviation started up today, I believe, at 11 o'clock Eastern Time. We have continued to fly some so-called CAP aircraft in the Washington-New York corridor, and I have not made a decision as to when I will call that down. And we do, however, have interceptors on strip alert, 15-minute alert, across the country on some 26 bases, so we've got an awful lot of men and women who are doing a great job.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Secretary. Always good seeing you. Hope next time it's under better circumstances.
Thank you very much, Larry.
We'll have some compelling survivor stories in a moment. Here's what a portion of what President Bush had to say this morning.
Through the tears of sadness, I see an opportunity. You know, make no mistake about it, this nation is sad. But we're also tough and resolute. And now's an opportunity to do generations a favor by coming together and whipping terrorism, hunting it down, finding it, and holding them accountable.
You're watching a special edition of Larry King Live. We'll be with you live throughout the weekend, by the way, and in a little while, Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton will join us. Right now, let's go to New York. Standing by are Brian and Jean Monahan. Their 21-year-old son, also named Brian, is missing in the World Trade Center. John Genovese, his brother Steve, is missing at the World Trade Center. Steve worked as a trader for Cantor Fitzgerald on the 104th floor. And Lenny and Leona Zeppelin, their son Mark, is missing as well, and he also worked for Cantor Fitzgerald. Let's start with Brian and Jean. I understand, Brian, this was the, second day your son was on the job?
Yes, it was, Larry.
And when did you hear from him at all that morning, Jean, or either one?
I did. Wow. He called me at 9 o'clock and told me that the building next door to him just exploded, and it was on, and I said, what do you mean exploded? And he said, flames are coming out, people are on the roof, I gotta go. And he hung up, and that was the last I heard from him.
And then we have heard, Brian, that he could have, he was going to leave Building 2 and then went back in to volunteer?
Well, the story that we got, Larry, was one of the girls that he was with, they were going down to the stairs. He was with them. She made it to the 78th floor with him and his partner, Maurice. And when she got out the building, they were asking for volunteers, and when she turned around, he was gone. So apparently he either went back into the building or he stayed in the building to try to help.
And who, Jean, if anyone, gives you any information about him, if at all?
I haven't gotten really any information. I've checked lists, I've called hospitals, but it's still, everything's unknown.
You're going to go to Bellevue tomorrow? What's at Bellevue?
Bellevue has another list they put up. They seem to update the list every day, they say, so tomorrow I'll just go back downtown again.
What kind of boy is your son, Brian?
He's a happy fella. He's a great kid. Everybody that knows him likes him. He's always got a smile on his face, as you can see by his pictures. Yeah. I've never heard anybody say anything bad about him. He's a good kid.
Jeannie, is he the kind of kid that would run back in to help?
Yes, he would.
We wish you the best.
Thank
Brian
you.
and Jean Monahan. Now joining us is John Genovese. His brother Steve is missing as well at the World Trade Center. Steve worked on the 104th floor. He was a trader for Cantor Fitzgerald. John, when did you last talk to Steve?
I did not speak to him on Tuesday morning. He actually left a message with his wife, Shelley, right after the first plane hit. He said he was just going to try and evacuate the building as soon as he could.
Is he your younger brother or older brother?
He's a year younger, Larry.
He left a message for his wife, right?
That is correct.
Do you know what he said?
He said, Shelley, I think the building just got hit by a plane or a bomb or something like that, and I have to get out of here. I have to leave as soon as I can.
John, what do you do, by the way?
I'm also a NASDAQ trader for JP Morgan Securities.
Do you work nearby?
Yes, I do. I work on 60 Wall Street, which is roughly 3 or 4 blocks away from the World Trade Center.
How did you learn of what was going on, and when did you first fear for Steve?
Actually, somebody in my trading department, Larry, came over to me and said something really bad just happened at the World Trade Center. And then we put on the TV and actually saw what happened. I tried to reach him by phone, and usually his trading department picks up the phone on the first or second ring. And when it rang 7 or 8 times, I knew something bad happened.
So you feared the worst almost immediately?
Absolutely.
This had to all be incomprehensible to you, right, John?
Yes, but Steve's been through this actually in 1993 when the first bombing happened. He actually made it down 104 flights and was safe.
Wow.
And I thought it was the same result was going to happen this time around.
Did you ever worry about him working in that building, especially after what happened years ago?
Yes, I did.
How's his wife, Shelley, holding up?
She's doing great. She's doing the best she can. We're surrounded by friends and family, and we're just all pulling together.
And are you still checking with hotlines and hospitals? Are still keeping hope going?
Larry, I've called many hotlines. I must have walked 20 miles yesterday going between St. Vincent's, Bellevue, and checking lists at every hospital and just not losing the faith.
One can only imagine what you're going through, John.
It's
we wish
tough,
you the
Larry.
best.
Thank you very much.
And now joining us, Lena and Leona Zeppelin. Their son, Mark, is missing at the World Trade Center. Mark is 33 years old. He also worked for Cantor Fitzgerald. Leona, when did you last hear from Mark?
I actually spoke to Mark the day before the incident. I did not hear from him the morning of the tragedy. I found that out when I called my daughter-in-law just casually, and she was screaming, and she said a friend just told her that something went into the World Trade Center right near Mark's office. And I started to cry, and I turned on the TV, and I just couldn't imagine such a tragedy happening. And when I saw where it hit and I knew where his office was located, immediately I just lost it. And really didn't sleep. And then the next day, we've been in the city, and we've been in the city today, checking lists, going from place to place, just doing whatever we can to find out if anyone knows of his whereabouts or who spoke to him in his last moments, and even just to meet somebody, to speak to anyone who's going through the same experience as we are in that new Mark in Cantor Fitzgerald. I know his daughter-in-law would like that, to make the connection, because we're devastated.
Lenny, where were you?
I was in my school. I'm a principal, Larry, and I received a notice
from my wife that the plane had hit the building, and I was in shock. I ran home through the Rockaways with my car and picked up my wife, and we moved from there.
Is Mark your only child?
No, we have a daughter named Jocelyn, who's a speech therapist in Manhattan.
The firm he worked for, how long was he with Cantor Fitzgerald? They've really been hit the worst, I guess, as a firm.
He was there about 5.5 years.
Were you ever concerned, Lenny, at all about him being on such a high floor in such a building like that?
Quite truthfully, Larry, I never thought of it. I always was secure. He was happy. He loved his firm, and he loved his job, and we never thought that something as monstrous as this was going to happen.
All right, so what are you doing now? What do you do as the others have done? Go around the hospitals, go on internet? What do you do?
Well, that's part of the story. We went around yesterday to all the hospitals. We checked all the hospitals in New Jersey, and we went to the Chelsea Pier, and then we were just about finished at 5 o'clock when we decided to go on the internet. And when we went on the internet on NewYork.com through Microsoft MSN.com, we saw my son's name listed on the internet as a survivor. And we were shocked that he was on the internet. It said 1642, the time, fine condition. It gave us a case number, and we were related. We were not going to leave New York until but it didn't tell us what hospital or where he was. So we ran around, we finally ended up at the Pierre Hotel where Cantor Fitzgerald has a staging section to notify everyone, and they said that list was erroneous, that list was a fraud, there were no members, we don't have any of those our members on that list. We haven't heard of any from Cantor Fitzgerald that was on that list. So I was really very, very down. I waited until 8:30 until they were going to broadcast the names of the hospitals associated with the victims. It never came. I ran home with my wife. We went on the internet. My son's name was still on. There was a different time, a different case number. I wrote to the person who was in charge of that list, and he sent it back to me, a message saying he was sorry. There were errors on the list. He doesn't know where my son is. And I asked him to validate the list where he got I still don't know where he got my son's name from.
What a tragedy.
Yeah, I mean, it's
so your
bad
hopes
enough.
were high as possible.
Right, we were elated and hysterical with, in a positive, just feeling terrific. And then it was almost worse, because then we went really down to ground zero in terms of our own emotions, because we just could not believe that he would survive. We even said, gee, this is going to be the story of the century, how he did get down. And we were so thrilled. We were just doing whatever we could to find him, and obviously it was just worse for us.
Thank you, Lenny and Leona. We wish you every good wish. And remind our viewers that anyone looking for people missing in these attacks can email photos to missing@cnn.com. Missing@cnn.com. The night vigil continues. This is at Union Square area. It's around 14th Street in Manhattan. Joining us now here in Los Angeles is another devastated gentleman. He is Michael Cherkasky. He is president and CEO of Kroll Incorporated, the risk consulting company. 7 years ago, that company was hired by the Port Authority to assess the risk and security at the World Trade Center and at area airports. Michael's a former prosecutor. He prosecuted John Gotti. And he lost in that accident the former FBI agent John O'Neill, who you recently hired, right?
We recently placed him at the Port Authority.
To,
in fact, head their security. And it is absolutely devastating to have us consult with them, the Port Authority, and to try to put in great security in a client who is conscious about its obligations to put in security and to protect its people and to protect its clients, and to have this devastating attack occur and to fail to be able to do anything about it.
In all your security planning, and that's your business, right?
That's our business.
Did you ever think of anything like this?
Well, you think about things, but you don't think about the staccato attacks that in fact occurred here. You know, 1, 2, 3, you try to take the punch. You have concentric circles of security that you try to plan for. You try to do assessments. You try to do that kind of concentric circles. But to be able to be prepared for this, Mr. O'Neill, who was one of the world's experts in terrorism,
he was on this show once.
Had understood these kind of terrorist activities. We could locally plan. We think O'Neill would have been proud of our planning.
Where was he?
He was actually in the first tower that was struck, fairly high up, and we were planning to have a meeting with that group at 9:30 that day with some of our people.
Was anything learned from that first attack years ago?
Well, what was learned were obviously lessons forgotten, Larry, unfortunately.
Like?
Lessons of vigilance. Unfortunately, maybe we only lost 6 people that day. But we learned about this group. We learned what they were willing to do. We learned about the cell nature of it. But we forgot those lessons. We didn't have good intelligence. We had good local planning at the Port Authority, but it didn't do any good.
All right. Was it also a failure of your company?
Well, we don't think it was a failure of our company or of the port. We don't think that you know, there have been conversations about how do you get people out of there quicker. Could we have gotten people out of the South Tower quicker? There's been some discussions about people were told to stay still.
Yeah, or go back in.
Or go back in. But there was an assessment phase. No one knew that second jet was going to strike. And in fact, in the assessment phase, the danger of falling debris from that first tower very well could have been the greatest danger, so that you couldn't presume that a second jet was going to hit. You just couldn't presume it.
Do you know how those people who were told back up got those reports?
Well, we've heard it was on PAs. One of the things was, unfortunately, the brain center of the Port Authority security was in fact taken out in that first strike. We believe that in fact there was good assessment was going on about what in fact do you do in those 25 minutes or so.
Is complacency, as time goes on, human?
It is absolutely human, but it's not professional. And the complacency that we all had as security experts, our intelligence, our law enforcement, our military has, is not acceptable. We knew we had this enemy, and we had to take more than local preventive actions. Unfortunately, we didn't learn the lessons of '93.
How are you reacting personally to this?
I am absolutely devastated. Every day this week I've in fact cried, because I see the stories that you have said here, and in fact it is our job to have the right stuff and prevent this stuff. I spent most of my life trying to do that, and to have in fact have this kind of failure, I'm personally devastated.
Have you talked to officials at the World Trade Center?
We have people down there. We're talking to the officials down there. We're talking to the Port Authority. They're devastated. They think, and we think, that they've done everything they could have done. I don't blame the structural engineers. I don't blame the assessment people. What happened here, we believe, was more than a local failure. There was no local failure.
Port Authority covers a lot of areas.
It does.
Are you worried about other ones?
Absolutely. We're worried. Anyone who knows the Bin Laden group or these groups understand this is not the end of this. We can't be terrorized this. We're in this war, but this is not the end. This is in fact a group that is bent on killing Americans. It did it in Africa. It did it in Europe. It's going to do it again.
Your expertise is security.
Yes.
And that's supposed to be the American expertise. So how did this fail? How did the American intelligence fail, in your opinion?
I think we were fighting a war that was past. We were fighting the last war. We weren't fighting this new war. We were fighting the Cold War. We had our devices, our services were in fact geared to that. This intelligence services. We weren't doing the kind of things where we had to get in our hands dirty.
As Secretary Rumsfeld said, the unknown unknown.
The unknown unknown. And we didn't understand the disease. We should have understood the disease in '93. We should understand it. It's hard to recognize a disease if you haven't seen it. But we should have seen it in '93. Unfortunately, we didn't recognize the disease. Now we have, but we lost thousands of people.
No one could have said, though, that one day 3 or 4 planes will be taken and flown into these buildings.
It wouldn't have been a good novel. It would have been too extreme.
Right. Would have been turned down.
Would have been turned down.
Good luck, Michael. When are you going back to New York?
As soon as I can get there.
Michael Cherkasky, the president and CEO of Kroll Incorporated. I spoke a little while ago with New York Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton a very short time ago, and our first question was she concerned about the evacuation of the Capitol today?
Well, Larry, I had already voted so that I had left the Capitol. I was on my way back to the Russell Building so that I could talk with you tonight, and I was very concerned, but I quickly learned that there wasn't any real basis for concern, but we're taking every precaution we can, and that was one of the necessary ones.
The president's going to your state tomorrow. Are you going to?
Yes, I am. I went to the White House earlier this afternoon. We had an excellent discussion. I met first in the Oval Office with the president, my colleague, Senator Schumer, the two senators from Virginia. We pledged our support. We received a briefing from the president. And I was delighted to also learn that the president would support the request that Senator Schumer and I have made so that New York gets the resources that we need to deal with this extraordinary tragedy. Then we had a larger meeting in the cabinet room with representatives and senators from a number of states. The president was resolute, determined. I felt very positive about the meeting.
Will you be traveling with him?
Yes, I will. I'll be going with the president back to New York, where I was yesterday with the governor and the mayor, after we have the national prayer service at the National Cathedral.
You know, you were in those seats. Sandy Berger told Associated Press today that your administration, the Clinton administration, waged a military strike against bin Laden in the final days of that presidency. What can you gather this must be like?
Well, I told the president today, and I have publicly stated this, Larry, that I do have some understanding of the extraordinary burdens that any president bears, and a time like this just magnifies them immeasurably. This is a different kind of war, and make no mistake about it, we are at war. But we're at war against an enemy that doesn't have a capital, doesn't have a state. When Pearl Harbor was bombed, we knew where to look, and we knew what we needed to do to win. So this is a more difficult time, but I'm absolutely confident we are up to meeting this challenge. During the years that my husband was in the White House, you'll recall that we did launch an attack on some of Osama bin Laden's assets in Afghanistan, and we were successful in a limited way with respect to some of the personnel and equipment, but we were not successful in eradicating him and his network from the terrorist activities that they foment. So this I know, and the president knows. Nobody is in any way misled about the profound nature of this challenge, but we have to be up to it, and we are up to it, and I'm going to support the president in the actions he takes.
And is your husband as well fully in support?
Absolutely. You know, Bill was in Australia when this happened. The president sent a plane to bring him back. I think they really took measures to secure all of our former presidents, but particularly my husband and the president's father, because both of them had taken action against certain organizations and individuals. So I was very grateful for that. So Bill is back home. He's in New York, and he has made it very clear, both privately in his conversations and his public statements, that he is 100% behind the president.
Now, the president's doing everything he can for you and your state. Are you giving him carte blanche as to what he can do internationally?
Well, I'm certainly supporting his authority to take those actions that are necessary on behalf of our country and our homeland defense. There is, as we speak, an effort underway to draft an appropriate resolution that will express the sense of the Senate. I've been seeking the advice of some of the senior members who've been around here a while, who were part of the Gulf War resolution, and even going back further than that. So I'm confident that we will come up with an agreement that will give the president what he needs.
What are you saying to those who ask you in defense and the like about how far we go with this?
Well, I think that we have to clearly define what we know about the threats, what we know about the perpetrators, what we know about those who harbor terrorists. I was very pleased that The president, in his speech to the country, said that it's not only America's goal to track down and hold accountable those who carried out this dastardly attack, but also to serve notice on anyone who harbors terrorists. And I would go even further, as the president has in our discussion today. We are going to be looking at those who finance terrorism, those who give any aid or comfort whatsoever, not only governments, but institutions, individuals, organizations, wherever they might be found.
And finally, what do you say to those New Yorkers who are still missing loved ones?
Well, you know, we're only beginning to see the depth of anguish and pain that will be visible in the days and weeks ahead. We don't know yet how many people will never go home again, Larry. We do know that we have orphans and widows and widowers. We have mothers and fathers who have suffered what no parent should ever suffer, the loss of a child. We've got a lot of hard work. You know, when we think about responding to this attack, of course we think first and foremost about defending ourselves and tracking down those who did it. We think about the hard work of rescue and reconstruction and rebuilding, but let's not forget that we have a work of compassion ahead of us.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Larry.
Before we meet some other compelling stories, let's check in with our Union Square vigil going on right now at Union Square, New York. And there is Senti Toy and her daughter, Numi. Senti, what brought you to the vigil tonight?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What brought you to the vigil tonight?
Because I do not believe in violence, and I would like the world to be more full of peace and love.
Where do you live in Manhattan?
Yes, I do.
And how old is little Numi there?
Numi's 4.5.
The world should be full of peace and love, but what happened wasn't peace or love.
No, it wasn't.
Do you think we should retaliate?
No, that's why we're here, because we do not want to retaliate.
So what are you saying to the government?
That we should not act with violence, but instead with love, because violence will only lead to more violence, and that's not good.
Thank you, Senti. Good luck, Numi. Senti Toy and Numi at the Union Square Vigil. Joining us now in Los Angeles are Bradley and Deborah Burlingame. Their brother Charles was the pilot of American Airlines Flight 77, scheduled from Dulles to L.A. It crashed into the Pentagon. In New York, David Thale and Charles Mankin, David and Carl Mankin in Washington. David and Carl are civilians working for Army Public Affairs. Both have seen active military duty, and both are survivors of the attack on the Pentagon. First, we'll start with Bradley and Deborah. Charles was the oldest of the brothers. Tell me about your late captain brother, Bradley.
We called him Chick. That was his nickname.
Chick.
He was Charles III and an Annapolis graduate. He started flying a couple of years after he graduated from Annapolis. He's been flying for 30 years. He was a Navy fighter pilot, and even after he left the Navy, he served in the Naval Reserve, and ironically worked for many years in the Pentagon in the Naval Reserve with his naval colleagues. It's so ironic.
He worked where he died?
Yes.
Well, we don't know that his office was actually there because they've been renovating the Pentagon for the last 2 years.
But he'd been at the Pentagon, right?
Oh, many times.
Yes.
How did you first learn of this, Deborah?
Well, it was surreal, actually, because I was asleep at 6 in the morning and
In California?
No, here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, in California. You were in California.
Yes, in
Right.
California. And we have another brother in Pennsylvania, and his wife, who is a very, very dear friend of mine, Anine, called me at 6 in the morning and she said, "I'm sorry to wake you up, but you've got to go turn on the television set right now. A plane just crashed into the World Trade Center." And she said, "I was watching it and another plane crashed in minutes ago." And I quick rush turned it on. And I
Not thinking of your brother at all, right?
Well, no, because
he wasn't flying out
no, because you're not thinking sensibly. And I was thinking, well, this is New York. My brother flies out of Dulles, and he's usually going to the West Coast, so he wouldn't be up in New York airspace.
So you're watching in horror at this scene.
And I'm watching in horror. And it also appeared they were already replaying the second strike, and it didn't look like the kind of plane my brother flew. It looked too small. If you can imagine an airplane that big dwarfed by those towers. So Anine said, "Gee, you don't think that could be Chick, do you?" And I said, no, but this is horrible. And I was immediately thinking, those poor pilots, because of course pilots always say they are the first at the scene of any accident, being up there in the cockpit. They see horrific things, you know, and don't live to tell the tale. So I was just devastated. She was crying, I was crying. Brad called me. And then I saw the report on the Pentagon, because that happened maybe 20 minutes later. An NBC reporter saying there's been a bomb explosion of some kind on the west side of the Pentagon.
You called, you knew?
I knew. I had received a phone call within 60 minutes from a colleague of my brother's who had already joined his wife at their house to inform her. American pilots and all airline pilots, I'm sure the United pilots, this was the same scene at their household as well, are close-knit families. And
he told you on the phone?
Chick's friend Tom called, and I, like Deborah, had been watching the television. I had an eerie feeling. My wife asked me what was going on, and Tom called me. As soon as I heard his voice, I knew. And of course, And
you told Deborah?
I called my sister, and she called the rest of the family. It was a terrible moment.
And he called me. He was screaming into the phone. And of course, I used to be a flight attendant many, many years ago, so in addition to my brother, we really feel a connection with airline people and have a lot of airline friends, apart from my brother. And so we're devastated to see these scenes like this, and this is just an extraordinary scene. So I didn't know what he was saying. He was screaming, and then I caught the word Chick. It's Chick. And there's no words to describe. You hear crime victims' families being told, this is a murder scene. This is a mass murder, and it's incomprehensible.
Your mother died last year?
10 months ago.
Your father's buried at Arlington?
Yep.
Chick has a daughter from her first marriage?
That's right.
2 stepsons from the current marriage?
Yes.
How's the wife handling all this?
Sherry is upset, naturally, very, very upset. But the best thing is, and it's quite comforting for us, is that she's got her family around her. She's got people from American Airlines around her, Navy buddies.
Any of you planning to go to Washington?
We're trying to put together a memorial next week. It's difficult. There's so much going on. And
where did Chick live?
Chick lived in Oak Hill, which is not too far from the Dulles area. And he was actually planning part of a 30th year reunion at the United States Naval Academy next weekend. And
there'll be a burial at Arlington. Right?
We hope so.
We hope.
With any remains that are found, right?
Well, he'll be interred in some way. And of course, we are assuming he's entitled to be buried at Arlington because he was a 29-year naval veteran. But the thing is, even with my father, who was buried there with honors right near the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, we had to wait for almost 3 weeks for his burial because the World War II generation is dying in record numbers, and you wait if you have any kind of ceremony.
Angry, Bradley?
My emotions are across the board. I'm sad. I'm in disbelief. Yes, I'm angry. If I could find the people who did this, I would sacrifice my life to do something to them.
Deborah?
Someone asked me if I've been going to church. Well, there's been too much happening for me to have the quiet time to be able to do that. I feel a tremendous responsibility to my brother to take care of certain things. But the idea of going to church would seem so insincere to me right now because our religion is about forgiveness, and it's not in me right now. No.
My best to both of you.
Thank you very much.
Anything we can do.
Thanks very much.
Bradley and Deborah Burlingame. Now joining us in Washington are 2 gentlemen who survived the sadness of the death of their brother. They are David Thale and Carl Mankin. David, we'll start with you. What do you do at the Pentagon?
I work for the Army Public Affairs. I'm a public affairs specialist in the Pentagon.
And Carl, what do you do?
I'm also a public affairs specialist. Dave worked 25 feet behind me when the blast occurred.
So you two work right near each other?
Yes. We do. We were working in the same office, separated by a drywall wall.
What happened, David?
At the moment of impact, Larry, it was just, if you have ever been around an artillery round, I mean, I am a former soldier, Carl is a reserve officer, and I liken it to being downrange when, during training when an artillery round hits the ground. I mean, there's just a certain whoosh that you hear, and at the moment of impact, there's a vacuum that occurs that just simply sucks the air right out of your lungs. I happened to be talking to a friend at the time who was jokingly telling me, you know, the Pentagon is probably next, because she had called to ask if I knew about the World Trade Center, and of course we did. The Pentagon was abuzz with the news of that. And she jokingly said, the Pentagon's probably next, you ought to get out, and we shared some laughs over that. And then she said again, please get out. And it was at that moment that the walls just came in on me. And I knew immediately, holy heavens, we are under attack. And I credit my friend with buying me a couple of extra seconds when I finally landed about 25 feet away and in another office. The shock of being under attack was already over. I mean, I had already processed that information. Before I took flight, I knew we're under attack. So when I landed, there was no shock. I knew we'd been hit. Let's move on.
And Carl, what are your remembrances of 2 days ago?
My wife, Hope, had called me, and again, we knew about the attack and that was taking place in New York. We saw the plane that had hit the second tower. I went back to my desk and was working at my PC. Again, the sound was just like just a huge explosion. The tearing of metal, the ripping of boards, the walls collapsing, and I was in my chair, and my PC hit me in my face. I have a bruise on my head. But the force was so tremendous, and the thing is, it shakes you. It goes right through you. It shakes you to the core. Personally, like I said, it can shake your mental, it can shake your physical, but my spiritual did not shake, and my profound faith in God, my family, my extended family, my church family, my heart goes out to those people. And
you would understand, Carl, of the Burlingames not quite feeling that way at the moment.
Pardon me? I didn't hear that.
You can understand our previous guests not quite feeling that way.
Yes, and again, I cannot personally get in that position to know how they feel, but my heart does go out to my prayers go for comfort and just to know that they've been touched. I was watching the news last night, and the story about the 11-year-old Rodney Dickens, I was in tears. And there's a magic there, it touches you. But it touched me personally that, again, when you get hit, we both knew what it was, and we both knew we had to get out of there.
And we're looking at a picture of you right after that attack. David, do you feel lucky?
I do feel lucky, and it's funny you asked that question, because I was just about to tell you when you were asking whether or not we shared the same emotions with the previous guest. Carl and I are the lucky ones. We escaped that day with our life. It was hell there for a couple of minutes getting out of the Pentagon, but the bottom line is we escaped with our lives. And I hope you'll understand when Carl and I want to express our concern for all of those people who still have loved ones buried in the rubble, both in the Pentagon and in New York. And our prayers are with those people, and of course our support and our concern are with those rescue workers and all of the hundreds of thousands of volunteers who are just coming to the site and seeing whatever they can do.
Because their brother died a few feet from you.
Indeed, he did. I haven't reached the anger point yet, to tell you the truth. I walked out of that Pentagon, and for the last couple of days, there's just... You go through every emotion there is, but I just haven't hit the anger emotion yet. Frankly, I'm still just in a peaceful state.
Carl, are you back at work?
Yes, Larry, I am. In fact, this morning when I walked in about 6:30, when I was walking up there, actually it was later, and I was in the south parking, there was 3 columns of people that that were moving into the building, and I had a chance to look at almost all the faces that were facing me, and I saw some solemn faces, but I saw some faces of determination, faces that were smiling, things that you normally don't see because we live in a very hectic society, but we're reaching out to neighbors. We need to reach out and touch each other and just hold on to people and let them know that this too shall pass, and just to remember those that still have people unaccounted for and are still missing.
David, do you know anyone who died?
I do not know anyone who died. We had some people whom I knew who were listed as missing there for a while, but eventually they were all accounted for. I do have some friends who had friends and co-workers who were unaccounted for. I have to tell you, Larry, that it was absolutely amazing to watch when Carl and I came out of the Pentagon, and there was chaos there for a little while as everyone just tried to figure out what was going on, and we started triaging the victims. But it was absolutely amazing to watch the order that came out of that chaos with the military. I mean, you saw civilians and Marines and airmen and soldiers and Navy personnel who just instinctively knew that there was something that had to be done, that there was a very big job here that had to be done, that had to be accomplished. And the natural leaders just sort of came to the fore. And it was just absolutely amazing to watch, and it allowed people like Carl and I, who were tending to the victims, to fall into a support role with the doctors and other emergency technicians who had just come on the scene.
It is amazing, Carl, what the human condition can do under stress, right?
Yes, it is. Walking back to Dave's apartment, we walked about 6 miles, and we were just running on adrenaline. And as we were walking back, there was a point where we looked up, and on a building was the United States flag. It had not been at half-mast or a half-staff. It was still flying high and free. And we said, that's what it's about. You know, our American resolve, the leadership we saw on the ground. We saw Secretary of Defense Rumfield on the grounds, and we looked up, and we were busy, but we knew that he was doing his assessment, and he was looking there to see, you know, touching people, getting involved, so he could say, hey, this is the situation's under control.
Thank you both very much. David Thale and Carl Mencken, employees of Army Public Affairs, civilians at the Pentagon. Now to the security angle. By the way, if I would remind you again, Larry King Live will be with you every night, including Saturday and Sunday, as long as this takes. We now welcome James Woolsey. He is in our bureau in Washington, the former director of the CIA. He was the director from 93 through 95. And a return visit in Los Angeles with Brian Jenkins, terrorism expert, consultant to governments and private sector. James, was this a failure of your former agency?
Well, it was a failure of the whole U.S. government in a sense, because although we, both the Foreign Intelligence and the FBI, did a good job of stopping these terrorist incidents that were cooking up around the time of Y2K a year and a half ago, anything like this that gets through, it's a failure of the CIA in detecting things that it might have been able to detect abroad, and it's a failure for the FBI in not having picked up things like terrorist cells in Boston, or the wrong people taking airline pilots training and the like. The system failed, clearly.
Brian, should we still be concerned?
We certainly should be concerned. I mean, we have a demonstration here where these people, perhaps 40, perhaps 50, were in this country up to 14, 15 months before, planning this operation, managing to do so without discovery. And therefore, that must lead us to the conclusion that potentially, this is not a prediction, but potentially, there are still cells somewhere in the world, perhaps somewhere in the United States, that are, as we speak, planning further terrorist attacks.
Isn't the problem, James, well-armed, well-financed terrorists, whether they be bin Laden or others, have the edge? They know what they're going to do, and in some cases are willing to die for what they're going to do. That's a tough enemy.
They have a substantial edge in an open society such as ours, and that's, of course, a big part of the problem, is that we have to fight them without losing our civil liberties. And they have a substantial edge once they get into the country, and can take advantage of all the freedom of movement and anonymity and all the rest that Americans crave as part of our freedoms. We are a very lucrative target in many ways for terrorists.
Now, Brian, is this twofold now? Is it prevention and get those who did it?
I think we have several things that we have to address. First of all, we have to address the immediate needs of the investigation, not only an investigation of who actually participated in the attack on September 11th, but any other cells that may be out there planning further attacks. That's a vital thing to do. Second, we have to ensure that we use this occasion to conduct a wholesale review of the security measures in effect at commercial aviation, in other places, in order not to permit this kind of a thing to occur again, while realistically understanding that we cannot prevent every terrorist attack. Number three, we have to certainly do whatever we can to bring those who are responsible for this to justice, whether in this country, where they will face our criminal justice system, if there are survivors to this thing, and abroad, whatever we need to do to reckon with them. And then finally, we have to demonstrate that this type of attack on the United States will not be productive, will not be tolerated.
Do we, somewhere along the line here, James, in your opinion, have to give up some of those civil liberties?
I certainly hope not. What we may have to give up is some time and some convenience. Air travel is certainly going to be a lot slower than it has been in the past, and perhaps more expensive. Congress today, the Minority Leader, Congressman Gephardt, said they were, of the House, said they were discussing the details of what types of national identification cards Americans should carry. We have always balked at that sort of thing that many other countries do before because of our concern about big government and the like. Some of those types of steps may be ones that are going to have to be taken. What we very much hope, of course, is that none of the fundamental rights are curtailed, and we have to keep that from happening. And Larry, let me add one point. You know, in the aftermath of Pearl Harbor, the United States did a terrible thing. It locked up the Nisei, the Japanese Americans. And the three men who were probably most responsible for that were Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Earl Warren, who was then running for governor of California, who was Attorney General, and Hugo Black, who was the Supreme Court Justice who wrote the decision that upheld the actions of putting the Nisei in the concentration camps. Probably the three greatest names in liberalism and civil liberties in 20th century America. So even people who care a lot about civil liberties can do awful things when the country gets scared, and we need to be cautious about that.
An important reminder. We're short on time, but Brian, are you pessimistic short term?
I wouldn't say pessimistic or optimistic. I would say realistic. We are about to enter a very perilous period. We've gone through a terrible tragedy. Our actions may well provoke further actions. Even without our actions, there may be further actions carried out against us. We have to be realistic.
What we're looking at now, by the way, as we thank James Woolsey and Brian Jenkins, are live pictures from the Pentagon. Live pictures tonight. Fire still burning. Before we meet the final guests during this special edition of Larry King Live, here's some more words from the President this morning.
I think about the families, the children. I'm a loving guy, and I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do, and I intend to do it. And this is a terrible moment. But this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
Thank you. Thank you. And you're looking at more moments from the vigil tonight at Union Square in New York. We're going to end on an upbeat note, a good story. Joseph Berger and Teresa Grimmig join us. They are husband and wife. They are in Secaucus, New Jersey. Their young daughter, Isabel, and you see her right there, was separated from their caregiver after the home of where the caregiver was evacuated. For many hours, they had no idea where she was. How did you find her, Joseph?
We talked to most of our friends and asked them to call anyone they knew who could possibly help. And we're down at Payne Weber, and everyone did what they did best. They just made phone calls and networked, and all of a sudden we saw her name come across NBC saying, I probably shouldn't have mentioned it, but just saying that she was found and called this number, and it was a miracle as far as we're concerned.
Wow.
Just amazing.
Teresa, you work in Midtown, right?
Yes, at UBS Payne Weber.
Okay, and so Isabel stays with this lady Janet, right, in her place?
No, she stays with Isabel in our apartment in Battery Park City, right across the street from the World Trade
I
Center.
see. Janet comes to where you live.
Yes.
Okay, so Janet's with Isabel. Then they what, order evacuation?
Yes, they ask everyone. Janet was waiting in the lobby of our apartment building because she was nervous about what was going on. She was with her daughter, who had a cell phone with her, and was in touch with us that way. And then they were ordered to, they were asked to evacuate.
And how did Isabel get separated from Janet, Joseph?
Apparently what happened was, as they were leaving the building, I think it was the first tower had collapsed. And when that had happened, there was tons of chaos, and everyone started running, and as the debris was coming towards them, I think Janet possibly may have stumbled or something, but a fireman grabbed Isabel to help. And at that moment, the debris came in, and Janet had told us that you couldn't see anything in front of you. It went from daylight to night, and when it cleared, she looked around, and Isabel was gone. She couldn't see Isabel, couldn't find the fireman, and she panicked. I mean, she just hysterically went to a police officer and told her what happened, and then she was forced on a boat to New Jersey.
How long was she missing, Teresa?
For 8 hours.
Good grief. And you can't go back to your house? Are you staying in Secaucus now? Is your house still closed?
No, we're staying with my brother Mark and his wife Lisa and their 3 sons in Summit. They're keeping us for the duration.
How did she hold up for 8 hours?
You know, we saw pictures of her with a rescue worker in Liberty State Park, and she seemed to be, I mean, she certainly seemed to be very well taken care of and fed, and no worse for wear at the end of the day.
But I guess prior to that, you know, you do what you have to do, and at one point, you know, the business we're in, sometimes you're taught not to panic, but I'll tell you, a couple of times we're ready to lose it, and you just keep making phone calls and keep trying till you find something out.
What a great break, and I thank God to both of you, and great luck for you.
Thank you
very much.
And it's good to have you with us, Isabel. Your first major television appearance. Hang tough. Say goodnight, Isabel.
Say bye-bye.
Say bye-bye, Isabel.
Bye-bye. No, Isabel is a little shy. Thank you. We'll be with you again, of course, tomorrow night. And stay tuned for a CNN special report anchored by Aaron Brown, the newest and one of the fine members of our CNN team here. As we leave you, here are shots of the Pentagon right now. Portions of the Pentagon still burning. I'm Larry King. See you tomorrow night. Stay tuned for Aaron Brown. Good night.
This is a CNN special report. America under attack. Hanging on to hope at Ground Zero.
If anybody has seen my brother, please give us a call.
Looking for my older nephew. He's 28 years old. He was on the top floor on the first hitting.
Families of the victims gather in grief. What does the United States do next?
It's a new kind of war.
But a war against whom?
Candidate who resides in that region. Were you speaking of Osama bin Laden?
Yes.
U.S. skies reopen. But as Americans try to return to normal, will normal ever be the same?
Looks like they are now evacuating the House of Representatives.
And standing strong in America, joining hands and hearts in the heartland. This is a CNN special report, America Under Attack. From New York, here's Aaron Brown.
Good evening again. It is now more than 60 hours since the massive and devastating terrorist attack hit this city and Washington, D.C. Surely these are the longest 60 hours in American life. It feels more like 60 days. But in these hours, we have seen our national landscape change dramatically, New York's landscape change permanently, and who can measure how our hearts, our sense of well-being has been altered as well. There is much to report in the next 2 hours. We will take you through the day and the night where things are now, the events that have taken place all day long, and we will look ahead at how the government may strike back and whether that strike, whatever it turns out to be, will have the desired end, and end not just to the people who committed this atrocity, but to terrorism itself. Here are the latest developments tonight. The Justice Department has identified 18 alleged hijackers. Secretary of State Colin Powell points the finger of blame directly at Osama bin Laden. A flight data recorder has been recovered from United Airlines Flight 93, which crashed in Pennsylvania. The FAA cleared some airports to open, and one person was arrested at New York's JFK Airport for having a false identification indicating that he was a pilot. But we begin first at the Pentagon. Another fire is burning there. We suspect this is a residual fire of what had been going on before. You can see the firefighters at the scene pouring water on the building that was damaged when the plane hit it Tuesday morning, and so many people perished. Again, this fire going on now at the Pentagon. We are not precisely sure of the source. They have been fighting the fire at the Pentagon really for 60 hours, and they continue to fight it still. This going on now in Washington, D.C. As we go along on the streets of Lower Manhattan tonight, as surely you know, the search goes on. It is a search that's being hampered by unstable buildings and by a fast-moving thunderstorm that is heading towards New York City. The faces of evil. Investigators believe they have identified the people who carried out the terror, but the search for those who helped them goes on tonight. And in Washington, the State Department all but says it was Osama bin Laden who backed the attack. So what do you do next? How do you catch? How do you punish a terrorist? And we will spend some time tonight looking at the country itself, its slow struggle to return to normal or to find some sort of new normal. There is a lot of ground for us to cover together. We are inside this evening, off the roof that has been our home for these long days because of the bad weather that is heading to New York. Heavy rains, high winds expected to hit, adding one more miserable element to the problems rescue teams face as they desperately try to find survivors. CNN's Gary Tuchman begins our coverage tonight from the streets near what just 60 hours ago were the magnificent towers of the World Trade Center. Gary?
Good evening to you, Aaron. Small fires continue to burn. Smelly, smoky clouds continue to drift over Lower Manhattan. And more than 1,000 rescue workers continue to try to look for survivors. But the rains are coming. They're expected to be heavy tonight, and that will present major problems. I can't tell you enough how widespread the damage is at the site. The rubble of the World Trade Center complex looks like a mountain range. At some points, it's 75 feet tall. The streets in the surrounding area look like the Blitz from World War II. There are 3 buildings surrounding the World Trade Center complex, which are said to be structurally unsound. There are fears of the possibility of collapse, and that's making the search much more difficult. 150 to 200 other stores and businesses that aren't part of the World Trade Center complex are also destroyed or damaged. Now, there is also debris everywhere. One of New York City's oldest churches, St. Paul's Chapel. It's a chapel and also an old cemetery. There is debris, refuse, rubble all over the church. Now, no survivors have been found today. We are looking right now inside the World Trade Center complex towers. This was video shot by a passerby with a video camera today. And you are looking at the deep hole right there, what workers have to contend with on the scene. It's very emotional for many of these people who've been there. For the 4,000 or 5,000 people total, there's about 1,500 at a time, but 4,000 or 5,000 people total who've been there say they've never seen anything like it and hope they never see anything like this again. There was some celebrating earlier today. 5 firefighters, according to police and hospital officials, were rescued from the rubble. But as it turned out, these were not firefighters who were there since the collapse of these buildings. These were firefighters who fell in the rubble earlier today. When they came out, it was assumed by many of the people on the scene that they were in there since Tuesday. As it turned out, they were just recovered from slipping through earlier today. That in itself is good news, but the fact is no survivors from this terrorist incident have been found today, and that's the bad news. But there are rescue workers on the scene who we've been talking to who are still convinced that there are people buried alive.
It's really frustrating because you just want to go in there and start tearing things out, ripping them sheet metal. The sheet metal workers are doing it, the steel workers are in there, the pipe fitters, everybody, engineers, Con Ed, I mean, just everybody. And it's frustrating because you have to stop. You hear whistles, signals for you to stop because they think they hear a sound, a movement. They'll stop. I mean, total silence. And, you know, and then it might be false alarm, or if it is, you have to, people are so buried down there, you have no idea.
That rescue worker, Joseph Lopez, told us that he found parts from the United and American Airlines planes that crashed into the World Trade Center. He says he turned over those parts to the FBI. He also says he found a Raggedy Ann doll. And he says that find broke his heart. Aaron, back to you.
Well, I just let these pictures go a bit for as long as they do. That is certainly the first best look we have had at what that all looks like, and that is just, that is remarkable, stunning stuff, isn't it? I mean, these office buildings, and then you get to those outside shots. I mean, you got to remember there were 50,000 people coming to work, and their buildings blew up under them and then collapsed. And look at that shot, down to that. My goodness. My goodness. At the other end of that search, there are tonight hundreds of scared and desperate people hoping that a missing loved one somewhere in that wreckage is still alive. It's hard when you look at to imagine it. 4,500 people listed as missing, more than that. Many of their family members have come to an armory in New York City looking for help. That's where Elizabeth Cohen spent a very difficult and emotional day and joins us again tonight. Elizabeth.
Aaron, we are still here. They are staying open all night, 24 hours here at the Armory on 26th and Lexington in New York, where families are coming to register information to find out about their loved ones, to find out if they are on a list of people who are in hospitals or a list of people who are dead. If you look, you also can see there's an impromptu prayer group going on. That is what that circle of people is. Like everything here, it is completely spontaneous. Someone said we are a band of brothers and sisters here today, all hoping for the same thing, hoping that our loved ones are among the ones who are still alive. They have been hearing reports that people have been pulled out alive, and they are hoping that theirs will be one of them, or perhaps they're one of the John or Jane Does who are in the hospital. One woman said, I could just hope that she's in a coma, so that's why she hasn't called me. Those are the hopes that people are feeling today as they register information, as they bring in dental records about their loved ones. We are here with a woman who is looking for her best friend. The woman who we're here with is Becky Lothan. She's looking for her best friend, Julie Geis. Now, tell me about the last time you heard from Julie.
Julie and I flew into New York on Monday. Tuesday morning, she went to work in the World Trade Center. About 10 minutes to 9, she called me to let me know that she wasn't in the building. That was the first building that was hit by an airplane, but she saw that airplane fly into the building. She wanted to reassure me that she was okay. And at that time, I didn't have the television on, so I turned the television on and said goodbye, and about 10 minutes later, her building was hit.
So tell me again what you talked to her between the two explosions. Right. Tell me again what she said to you.
She said, I want you to know that I'm okay. I saw the plane hit the building. She thought it was an accident. And she said, I just called to let you know I'm all right. And that was the end of that. That was the end of the conversation. I turned the television on, and then about 10 minutes later, her building was hit.
Can you hold up the picture of Julie for us?
Sure. This is a picture of Julie. Julie's an Aon employee, and we're from Kansas City, and I came up with her, and we were going to go to a Yankee game and a Broadway show. Julie's originally from Nebraska. She has 7 brothers and sisters and a mother and father. If you see or know anything about Julie, please call this number.
So you were both from Kansas City.
Yes.
She was here on business.
Yes.
Can you tell me, when you went into the Armory, was it organized? Were people sympathetic?
It was very wonderful. It was more than I ever expected. It was a lot of people, but it was very organized, and people were very helpful. They had food and water, Cokes, anything you would want. They were very, very nice.
You said it changed your opinion of New Yorkers.
Yes, it did. The last time I was in New York, it wasn't really like that.
Hold up the picture of Julie still, because we want to make sure that she's seen. Tell me about the trip that the two of you.
In January, Julie and I are going to Hawaii for a couple weeks. So that'd be a nice thing for her to tell people when she gets out of this mess, that, you know, that she was here. There'd be something to talk about. I've Aon Online, the company she works for, has been very helpful. They keep me updated. Everybody in New York, I've talked to the police department several times, and people couldn't be nicer.
Tell me about Julie. We can see from the picture how beautiful she is.
Yeah.
Tell me what she was like inside.
Julie was president of a nonprofit charity organization in Kansas City called Voice. It was Women with One Voice. She gave a lot to charity. She was on a lot of different boards. That's the kind of person she was. Unfortunately, Julie would have probably been the last person to leave her floor. She would have made sure everybody else was out before she was out. She's a very strong and tough woman, and if anybody could come through this, it would be Julie. So I have a lot of hope that she's going to be okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Continue your search for Julie.
This is the number. If you see Julie, please call this number.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's talk now. There are two young women here who are looking for fireman Bob Cordis. You are his girlfriend. Tell me about what you've been through today.
Well, for the past 2 days, it's been really hectic. I work in Jersey, so on Tuesday I was stuck there. I had no phone service. I couldn't get out to anybody. I was trying everywhere, hotlines, hospitals. I couldn't get through. And yesterday I made it home at around 12 o'clock, and we've just been waiting for someone to call. I've been speaking with his mother, and we've just been waiting for somebody to call for us.
And tell me about, he was a fireman.
Yes.
He took risks all the time, didn't he?
He just got transferred to Squad 1 in Brooklyn, and from my recollection, he was one of the first firefighters there. So I didn't hear from him Tuesday morning. I know I spoke to him Monday night, and he had told me that he was going in Tuesday morning, so I'm just waiting for him to come home.
Thank you. Thank you. Tell me what he was like.
He was a very, very strong man. He loves what he does, and he also worked in a bar, and he was very outgoing, and he had a lot of friends, and we're just waiting for him to come home.
Thank you. Thank you. Aaron, these are the stories that we have been hearing all day here outside the Armory. These are people who are hoping. I haven't spoken to anyone who has said, I've lost hope. Everyone says that they know deep inside that their loved one is still alive. And some of the posters, for example, say a mole on this side of the face or the exact color of hair, because they're hoping that if someone sees them, that hopefully they'll report that to authorities. And ordinary citizens have been so helpful here. I just talked to a gentleman who came down here just to look at all the pictures that are posted on the walls, because he said, maybe I would know someone. Other people have walked this line. People are waiting for hours, and ordinary citizens are coming and saying, let me stand in line for you. I'll hold your place. I'm sure you have many things to do. Perhaps you need to sit down and take a break. And they held their place in line. These are people who just did this of their own accord. I spoke earlier today with a man named Vinny Karmaj, who was looking for his father, Rocco. And I have here with me Vinny Karmaj, whose father, Rocco, was in the World Trade Center. And can you tell me where he worked and when your family last heard from him?
My father was a window washer on Tower 2, the observation deck. He worked the rig outside. He last called us at 9:15 a.m. from the 105th floor, where he said there was 200 to 300 people just on that floor waiting for them to be told to head down.
And did he say that he was heading down, or did he feel safe?
He said, don't panic, to my mom. He said, don't get upset. Tell my kids I'm going to be okay, not to worry about it. I'm in God's hands. We're all going to be okay, don't worry.
And tell me why today you're distributing these flyers.
This morning, my mom woke me up early telling me that his name was on one of the survivor lists on an internet web's page, and that we can get the best information from the building behind us, the armory.
And what happened when you went into the armory here?
I have a case number. I looked it up to see if my dad was in any of these hospitals, and no luck yet.
What's in your head now about what you think happened?
I don't know. I know that my father, he wouldn't have just left everyone behind. He would have looked for his workers. He would have helped people out. He did it on the 90th when they bombed it in '93. He helped a pregnant woman down the stairs.
So he was in the building in '93?
Yes, he was. He's been working there since 1973.
Was he scared to go back and work in that building after the '93 bombing?
My father went back the next day. They asked him, because they needed to inspect the outside of the building, and my father knew how to operate the rig, so he brought down all the workers to inspect the building.
If you think your father might be out there somewhere, what would you want to say to him?
I want to tell him that we all miss him. His little nephew, Luke, misses him. And that we're strong. We got hope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron, I've been talking to these families for 2 days now, and all of these stories are very much like this. People are just hoping that their relatives are out there somewhere, and they're begging us to talk about them, to show their pictures, hoping that if someone's seen them, that they might be able to identify them and give some information. Aaron, I've met so many people here like Vinnie Carmage today and in other places yesterday where families were registering information, and all I can say is that these people have superhuman strength, that they are able to get it all together, come down here, fill out 10-page forms about their loved ones, and they are traipsing the streets of Manhattan looking for anyone who has information about the person that they love. Aaron?
Elizabeth, we are trained to be dispassionate, but we are not expected to be inhuman. You did terrific work today. I can only imagine how difficult it has been. Thank you for your efforts. Thank you. CNN's Elizabeth Cohen. Absolutely the toughest conversations, the interviews we've had to do are with people who are waiting, and they continue to wait. And to spend 2 days doing that is, it's tough work, guys. I was asked by a reporter the other day how this was affecting me, and I told them that every time I closed my eyes, I kept seeing the image of that plane hitting the second tower. It is an image burned in my brain, and I suspect many of yours as well. None of the thousands of words that we've spoken are as powerful as that image. The images of this story are the pain, and oddly enough, they are also the promise that the pain will pass. Here's CNN's Beth Nissen.
A single image can have such power. This one photograph helped a stunned nation grasp what had happened after the Oklahoma City bombing. There is not yet a single iconic image to help a stunned world comprehend the human cost of Tuesday's attack. Most of the images are at remove, heavy machinery clawing at rubble, closed trucks carrying bodies to the morgue. Headlines and news reports are starting to number the dead, but most of those lost are still shrouded without a name or face.
You can say hundreds of people died, and if you see one image of one man holding one dead person, it's a different kind of information because it's more personal.
For so many, this one image personalized the human loss in New York this week. They looked at this picture and knew that there were thousands of souls like this one dark-haired man, thousands who went to work Tuesday morning and were dead just hours later. Many family members of those lost in other terrorist attacks say such graphic images are vitally important psychologically. One of those lost in the bombing of Pan Am 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland, was J.P. Flynn, the brother of Brian Flynn.
It does start to make it sink in when all of a sudden it becomes less this thing on TV and more about, oh my God, there's JP, he is gone.
Many psychologists say vivid images of tragedies such as the Oklahoma City bombing can help people move past disbelief and toward grief, a grief that will slowly give way to acceptance, however painful it is, that allows them to go on with life, however altered it is. Yet researchers on traumatic stress caution that graphic images of death, especially those televised without warning, are not therapeutic for everyone.
They may be re-traumatized by an image. Information is a double-edged sword. How much information is too much information?
And as traumatic as the sight of a human corpse is, the sight of a dismembered one is immeasurably worse. One of the reasons there are so few pictures of individual victims at Ground Zero is that so few individual bodies are intact. Those working in the debris say the scene is a horror.
You bend down and you pull up a shoe, there's a foot inside. There might be an arm laying next to it. You know, I've never seen nothing like it. Never in my life. You know, only in the movies. And this is real life what I'm talking about.
Day 3, the full picture of all that happened is still developing and may always be in thousands of pieces. Beth Nissen, CNN, New York.
A first look at the New York story today. The investigation into all of this moves forward, and it moves forward at a fairly rapid pace, and we've learned just in the last few minutes of a development we want to get to you right now. CNN's Kelly Reno, who covers the Justice Department, joins us now. There was an incident at JFK, I guess it was late this afternoon, wasn't it, Kelly, where some people were detained. Fill in some blanks on this, because this is getting more fulsome almost by the minute.
Very disturbing, Aaron, very disturbing developments, actually, at both JFK and LaGuardia airports. Law enforcement sources tell CNN that at least 8 people have been arrested for various issues, including fake documentation, some INS violations. One was even caught carrying a fake pilot's license. 4 of the individuals, and this is where it gets interesting, 4 of the individuals were actually seen at a New York City airport on the day of the terrorist attacks. They were passengers with tickets. They went to the ticket counter. They were challenged, we are told, at the ticket counter and bolted from the airport, ran away. They have resurfaced. They came back today again to JFK. They are now in custody. As to whether or not this was another hijacking attempt, one U.S. official tells CNN, certainly this is being looked at, that a hijacking was thwarted. There is concern in our office that this may have been another attempt. So, Aaron, the bottom line here, 8 people, at least 8 people in custody, being questioned by FBI members of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. Back to you.
That is remarkable, because you have to think of the brazenness of that. If these people were involved in that, and on the day the airports reopen, try and get on an airplane and get out of Dodge, that's incredible. If that's
Absolutely.
what it turns out to be.
Absolutely.
Kelly, thanks. Nice piece of reporting. Thank you. This investigation, as we say, moves forward. The Justice Department says it now believes 18 people in total were responsible for the 4 hijackings on Tuesday. CNN's national correspondent Mike Boettcher joins us now from Atlanta with the latest on the investigation, and there is a lot happening.
Well, indeed, Aaron. As we just heard, a total of 8 arrested at New York airports. That one person carrying that fake pilot's identification. We know 4 or 5 other people who were trying to check in for flights were arrested at Kennedy. And investigators around the country are trying to make sense of what exactly is going on. Are these people part of a continued conspiracy, part of a ongoing conspiracy, part of the past conspiracy that brought down those 4 jetliners? It's a very difficult situation, as 4,000 agents are spread across the country knocking on hundreds of doors. And before it's all over, Aaron, they're going to have to knock on tens of thousands of more doors trying to get to the bottom of the conspiracy. We're told that the investigation being conducted overseas by intelligence officials is bearing some fruit as they are looking across the Atlantic in search of the identity of the group that these people perhaps belong to. So it's a very difficult investigation, but as we said, the main thing tonight are those people arrested at Kennedy Airport.
At New York's LaGuardia Airport, police detained at least 2 other men for questioning. After the spate of arrests and detentions, all New York area airports were closed again. A few other airports in the U.S. have also shut down once more because of security concerns. Attorney General John Ashcroft said FBI agents are making progress in their investigation, adding that they have identified the hijackers aboard all 4 ill-fated jets.
The total number of hijackers, to our best estimate and our best knowledge given the information at this time, on the 4 planes that crashed was at least 18, unless contradicted by evidence which we wouldn't anticipate. 2 planes had 5 hijackers and 2 other planes had 4 hijackers each.
Mohammed Atta, shown in this photograph, and Marwan al-Shari are 2 of the men on that list of 18, according to federal investigative sources. Both held United Arab Emirate passports, but it's not clear if they are actually citizens of that country. The lives the 2 men led are the objects of an intensive international investigation, stretching from Florida to Germany. In Hamburg, Germany, federal police launched an extensive search of an apartment shared by Mohammed Atta and Marwan al-Shari last February. During an additional search of another Hamburg apartment, a woman was taken away for questioning. She clutched a baby in her arms as German police tried to hide her with a sheet. During the night, a total of 8 apartments were searched in the Hamburg area. Back in the U.S. in Pompano Beach, Florida, FBI agents converged on a small rental car company called Warwick. Across the country, several people have been detained by federal investigators as they search for leads in this case, but many of those people have been arrested, and right now we're trying to get a fix for you how many people are still in detention and where the fruits of those leads are taking federal agents. Aaron?
Mike, just a couple of quick things, I think. We use the term arrested and then we say they're being detained, and I get, perfectly honest, I'm a bit confused which it is.
Okay.
Are they, in fact, have been arrested? Are they charged with anything?
Because they're not charged with anything, but because we try to give you the most updated information, that information from Kelly Arena came just as she got it, and she presented it to you. When this spot was put together just shortly before that, all we knew is they were detained. Now they're using the word arrested for fake documentation, I am told, and of course we have that one pilot, or the person with the fake pilot ID, Aaron.
And over the last several days, there have been a number of people who have been detained, held as material witnesses, and the like. In some cases, these were immigration violations. I think they were being held on. Is it your sense that these are sort of a charge of convenience? It allows the government to hang on to these people until they can figure out if, in fact, they have any relationship to this?
Well, in some cases it is, but they are obligated under the law to place those people in detention under those INS laws if they're found to be in the country illegally. But in cases where they think they have someone who is a good lead, they will use that, and it's been done before, Aaron.
Mike, thanks. Mike Boettcher in Atlanta is working the investigative side of this. We have more on that, but we need to quickly go to our senior White House correspondent, John King, because there is yet another breaking development there. John?
Well, Aaron, I wish we could tell you exactly what we have before us, but this has been a very confusing day here. We have had the security perimeter stretched out beyond the White House yet again, and just a few moments ago, out of the old Executive Office building, and we can show you a picture of it, came some Secret Service personnel. That is a robotic vehicle that is part of the Secret Service bomb squad. Now, it has sat inside the gates since it came out a few moments ago, so we're not trying to alarm anybody here, but this on a day in which the White House reestablished a much wider security perimeter around the White House. For the past several hours, a helicopter with a searchlight has been flying over the premises, shining down a searchlight on the streets around the White House. That vehicle just 4 45, 50 yards from me through a fence between the White House and the old Executive Office building. And again, we don't want to get anyone out of control here. It came out. The officers are still sitting there, but yet again another sign of the extraordinary stepped-up security around the White House tonight. This on a day in which we saw the president out in public trying to reassure the American people. Tomorrow he will attend a national prayer service, ask the nation to pause for a moment of silence. That part of the president's effort to get the country to look forward in a more reassuring mode, but the developments around here today a signal that this crisis will go on for some time to come.
The president choked up as he discussed the enormity of the challenge ahead.
I think about the families, the children. I'm a loving guy, and I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do, and I intend to do it.
2 days after the attacks, discussions with top security advisors include talk of retaliatory strikes, followed by a sustained international diplomatic and financial crackdown against suspected terrorists and their supporters.
Now's an opportunity to do generations a favor by coming together and whipping terrorism, hunting it down, finding it, and holding them accountable. The nation must understand this is now the focus of my administration.
Sources say military planners are discussing options for retaliating against the lead suspect, Saudi terrorist Osama bin Laden. But one senior official said the administration was waiting to act because, quote, there might be not one but multiple organizations involved in this. Another served notice that when the administration does act, it will not be a one-time affair.
You don't do it with just a single military strike, no matter how dramatic. You don't do it with just military forces alone. You do it with the full resources of the U.S. government. It will be a campaign, not a single action.
The president and first lady took time to visit some of those injured in the attack on the Pentagon. And Mr. Bush called Governor George Pataki and Mayor Rudy Giuliani to announce he will travel to New York on Friday to get a first-hand look at the worst of the devastation. But this interfered with the White House effort to project a reassuring image. The security perimeter around the White House suddenly expanded because of new concerns of a terrorist attack. Vice President Cheney left the White House and was rushed to the Camp David presidential retreat so that he and the president would not be at the same location.
Now, these new and constantly changing security precautions here at the White House, part of what one of the president's closest advisors called, quote, a transforming event for us and for the country. And, Aaron, what the president himself labeled earlier today, the first war of the 21st century.
Well, you have this, whatever this is going on the White House grounds now with the suspicions. You have the Capitol evacuated late this afternoon, early this evening. You have a city that is absolutely on edge, where everything is taken seriously. There's very similar scenes in New York going on. How does the president, how does the White House, how does anyone in Washington suggest to the American people that things are getting back to normal?
That is an enormous challenge, Aaron, and they recognize that here at the White House. The president himself has personally tried to script the prayer service that will be held when he is in New York tomorrow, trying to offer reassuring signals to the public. But every time the White House tries to cast a more reassuring image, we have a recurrence of events like this. I want to emphasize we see the robot from the bomb squad out here on the facilities, but still people, reporters, anyone with a White House pass, free to come and go. So obviously not a crisis atmosphere. But you're right, the president on the one hand offering reassuring words today. Hours later, they say National Airport will be closed indefinitely because of its proximity to the White House and the Pentagon. A very tough challenge for this president, not only in the days ahead, but they know it here at the White House in the weeks and months ahead as well.
I expect they do. John, thanks. Senior White House correspondent John King. Secretary of State today, by the way, was not mincing any words at all. He was pointing fingers and demanding cooperation. There was none of the nuance that one usually sees in the business of diplomacy. Andrea Koppel covers the State Department. She joins us now. It was quite a remarkable briefing, wasn't it, in that way?
It certainly was, Aaron, as you say, quite unusual for folks in this building. But that wasn't the only thing unusual that happened today on the diplomatic front, certainly when you consider the very delicate way, the very careful way the U.S. has been dealing with getting information from the Yemeni government. That was the last attack against Americans last year, the USS Cole in Yemen. Now fast forward 48 hours to the very public way that the folks in this building have been dealing with the government of Pakistan.
Tightening the diplomatic screws on Pakistan's president, the Bush administration presented a list of specific steps it says Pakistan must take. Among them, to share information on what it knows about Tuesday's attacks and Osama bin Laden's terrorist network, to close the border between Pakistan and Afghanistan and cut off fuel shipments, and eventually to provide the United States with use of Pakistani airspace if needed.
We haven't yet publicly identified the organization we believe was responsible. But when you look at the list of candidates, one resides in that region.
Later, when pressed by reporters,
when you spoke of the candidate who resides in that region, were you speaking of Osama bin Laden?
Yes.
For the first time, Powell saying publicly what many have said privately, that bin Laden's network, based in Afghanistan, is a prime suspect. And as Afghanistan's neighbor and longtime supporter, Pakistan could play a critical role in finding bin Laden and shutting down his terrorist training camps for good. Following another full day of intense meetings and conversations between U.S. and Pakistani officials, President Musharraf assured the Bush administration of Pakistan's unstinted cooperation in the fight against terrorism. He said Pakistan is ready to commit all of its resources to locate and punish those responsible for the attacks in New York and Washington.
President Musharraf is in a difficult position. He has aided the Taliban for a number of years. But also he needs the United States very badly right now. We are improving our relations with India. He can't afford, I think, to antagonize the United States.
State Department officials say early indications from Pakistan are, quote, very positive. Still, Secretary of State Powell acknowledged that with economic sanctions in place, the U.S. has very little leverage to turn up the heat. But Powell also said that the U.S. could make life a lot easier for Pakistan, Aaron, if that government cooperates.
Andrea, help me with this a little bit, because after these incidents, and I don't care where they happen, governments always condemn them and they say they're terrible and they're not going to allow it to go on. And then it goes on and on again, and it's the same players. So why does what Pakistan says now, why should it be seen in any different way if in fact it should be?
Well, certainly you're absolutely right to say that it's one thing to say something rhetorically, it's another thing to back that with action. And the U.S. is by no means saying that they are writing the end of this chapter right now. What they are saying is that they're hearing things publicly and privately from General Musharraf and other Pakistani officials that are encouraging. Now, they'll see whether or not they're backed with action.
So it's private things we'd like to hear, I guess. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for your work today. From the State Department, we move on to the Pentagon. Think about this, thousands of reserves could be called to action in the wake of the incidents on Tuesday, that tragedy, to relieve the National Guard troops who are now on air patrol over the United States. The President has to make that decision. Our military affairs correspondent, Jamie McIntyre, has more. He joins us tonight from the Pentagon. Jamie, good evening.
Well, Pentagon officials are trying to make two things perfectly clear. One is it is the President's decision. It's not a Pentagon decision. And two, that decision has not yet been made. Nevertheless, Pentagon sources are telling us that the Bush administration is considering calling up thousands of reservists to bolster the U.S. military strength. Some of those would be used to fly and service the combat air patrols and some of the planes that are on strip alert around the country. Now, Secretary Rumsfeld canceled the the fighter jet flights over most metropolitan areas, but he's left the planes flying in the New York to Washington corridor for now. In addition, At 26 bases across the United States, fighter planes are on 15-minute strip alert. That means the pilots have to be nearby and ready to take off within 15 minutes in case there was a threat to the United States. Now, those planes are flown by Air National Guard and National Guard troops, and they've been at it for a day or so now, 2 days now, and the Pentagon is looking at how they might give them some relief by calling up some of the reserves. They also might use some of these troops to just to bolster the efforts at disaster relief as well.
Have you heard anything from the other side of town, from over at the White House, that gives you any reason one way or another to know what the president will do or when the president might do it?
Well, I think a lot depends on, A, if they decide to continue to keep these fighter jets on alert, keeping ships at sea. I mean, that is designed to make sure the United States is protected and also to reassure the American public, but frankly, it's somewhat symbolic, so they might want to stand that down. If they do carry out this campaign, this broader campaign that the United States keeps talking about against terrorism, then that will require reservists. The way the U.S. military is organized these days, no major military action can be done without reservists who have specialties in particular areas. That's basically the way the war plan works.
And and I assume that's because as the military has gotten smaller, right? I mean, the military is just smaller
Absolutely
than
right.
it once was.
Yeah, as they did that, the plans now rely on reservists for all kinds of things: doctors, air traffic controllers, logisticians. And of course, reservists are people who have regular jobs. They're civilians the rest of the time. But under law, the president can call them into service for up to 2 years, and he has the authority to call up to 1 million reservists. The last time this was done was in the Persian Gulf War. 265,000 troops were called up for the Persian Gulf War in 1991, those reservists serving in the Persian Gulf War.
And just quickly, do you have any idea how many people we're talking about here that might be called up, or where those people are?
Well, there could be, it would be thousands of troops. I'm not sure if it would be several thousand or up to tens of thousands, and they'd be all over the country.
So there's no particular units that, ultimately there would be particular units, but at least that we're hearing now that might be involved in this.
It could be spread all over the country.
Okay, Jamie, thanks. Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon this evening updating that. That would be a very expensive proposition and would just add to the price tag of what is already an extraordinarily expensive tragedy. And I don't honestly believe, though we hear numbers, 20 billion, 30 billion, anyone really knows. We're about 43 minutes past 10 o'clock Eastern Time. For those of you who might just be joining us, we'd like to update you briefly on where we have been tonight. As Jamie McIntyre just reported, President Bush is considering activating some military reserve units for the first time since the Persian Gulf War. They would be used to assist in emergency response efforts. Congress has already agreed to double the $20 billion the White House has requested to pay for the recovery and the disaster relief area, so that's moving through the Congress now. The three major New York City airports were closed again tonight after several security-related incidents, including the arrest of a person reportedly carrying a fake pilot's ID. And Kelly Arena at the Justice Department reports that it may be that these people tried to board planes on Tuesday, may have been part of the broader conspiracy. In any case, they're in custody and they are being aggressively investigated tonight. And also, Northwest Airlines abruptly canceled a few flights it had scheduled tonight, saying it had information indicating it was not safe to fly. President Bush has declared Friday a national day of prayer and remembrance. Mr. Bush is scheduled to attend a prayer service here in New York City tomorrow. And a brief update of where we have been in the first 44 minutes tonight. We've got an hour and 15 minutes to go. We want to go back to the airlines. There's the country, I think all of us are struggling to get back to normal, and at the nation's airports, finding normal was not easy, not for the airlines themselves, not for the people who run the airports, and not for the passengers, as the new rules that have rapidly been put in effect have slowed things down. Here's CNN's Patty Davis.
Security tight as most of the nation's airports reopened, but not Reagan National Airport, where continuing concerns about flights near the Pentagon and White House kept it closed. Massive snowblowers parked to protect the control tower from a terrorist attack. At Washington Dulles Airport, passengers forced to dump razor blades, even knitting needles, anything like the knives terrorists used in Tuesday's hijackings. The terrorist attacks in New York and Washington not stopping some from returning to the skies.
I kind of, afraid of the airplane, but more than that, I just, want to go home.
I'm confident that security precautions are in place, and despite what's happened, life has to go on.
The Federal Aviation Administration ordered airlines and airports to beef up security, including a complete search of planes and terminals before they could open for business. No curbside check-in, no off-airport check-in, no more knives and carry-on luggage, boarding areas restricted to passengers.
And in times such as these, we will use all available resources to ensure the safety of our travelers.
The Transportation Secretary even talking about using the military's elite Delta Force commandos on planes to help armed federal air marshals stop hijackers. Airlines were warning passengers to arrive as much as 2 hours in advance.
The old days where you could get to the airport at the last minute and, run through to the counter and the gate and get on the airplane, those days are gone.
1,200 flights had flown by mid-afternoon all across the country, from Los Angeles to Atlanta. The FAA giving the go-ahead to commercial and charter flights, but not to private planes or any overseas carriers for now. Analysts estimate airlines lost billions of dollars while grounded at a time when airlines are struggling financially.
Our highest priority is to restore the confidence of our passengers in this system. That is going to require patience on the part of our customers, but we also need to restore commerce in America.
The question now, will passengers return? Patty Davis, CNN, Washington.
Almost immediately after the attacks, Arab Americans across the country, this is disturbing and it's not surprising, began feeling the backlash from it all. In North Texas, a mosque was damaged in an apparent firebombing attack. No one inside at the time. It was the third mosque attack since Tuesday. In San Francisco, blood was poured on the sidewalk of an Islamic community center, San Francisco. In Chicago, hundreds of people, many waving American flags, were held back by police as they try to march to a mosque. And all over the United States, Arab Americans say they are tonight living in fear.
I'm blown away because I'd expect that people realize that this is not American. This is completely un-American.
Not left untouched, Arab American children who, as you can imagine, like all children, they're in a somewhat different situation, trying to understand why people are so angry at them. James.
I am afraid that they might start being mean to Muslims like they did 200 years ago to black people. I'm just going to try to show that I'm kind and I'm innocent and I'm just a good person.
Been situations like that in New York City as well. Dr. James Zogby is in Washington. He's the founder and president of the Arab American Institute, a Washington-based organization that serves as a political and policy research arm of the Arab American community. And he joins us now. Dr. Zogby, good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Aaron.
It's hard, in a sense, to know what to ask. I mean, I said at the beginning, it is very disturbing. It is not surprising. We saw similar things, didn't we, after Oklahoma City?
Yeah, we did, and we expected it, and like you, we weren't surprised, but we were afraid. And there's a double tragedy in all of this for my community because we were mourning and grieving like the rest of America. I have Arab Americans in the World Trade Center building and Arab Americans in the Pentagon, and there are Arab American policemen and firefighters in New York right now working at that site. And yet, we were taken from our mourning and had to be afraid. I got horrific death threats at my office, as did others in this town, and there were actual acts of violence, as you've reported. And so it became a very difficult situation as we got pulled away from the body politic that we're a part of as American citizens and had to somehow be looking over our shoulder. But I want to tell you that there's a good story here, a good news item from today. 24 hours after the threats came, Today we had an incredible outpouring of support from the President and the Attorney General and the Secretary of State to senators who called me. Senator Kennedy, and I talked to Joe Lieberman, and Senator Harkin passed a resolution, a unanimous resolution in the Senate. Senator Edwards and Senator Stabenow all called to say we want to support you, as did a dozen or so ethnic American organizations from Portuguese and Italian and Irish and Hispanic. And then just our neighbors and friends. The local police department came by and has offered us protection. And even the office next door to us, Street Law, is making lunches for people on my staff because they know they're afraid to go out. And so it's almost like we got torn away from our grief, but now America has come to embrace us to say, you can go back, you're a part of us, and you can grieve with the rest of us. And it's been a very, very heartwarming day. We know that there's going to be tough days ahead, but there's been some good in all of this as well, as difficult as it is to imagine.
Well, and that's nice to hear. As you were talking about, it struck me that we've talked before, you're a well-known person in Washington. You've moved in the circles of the Capitol for some time. People know you there. There's a difference between what official Washington says and does and sometimes what goes on in other parts of the country. How many Arab Americans are there?
There's about 3.5 million Arab Americans, and they are all over the country, and they're well established. Most of them are. They're the most vulnerable, of course, are the more recent immigrants. But I want to tell you, the Justice Department set up today a special project. We met with the Assistant Attorney General, Ralph Boyd. They've set up a special project on hate crimes. They're going to be actively pursuing those who threaten Arab Americans, because just as the terrorists can't win, and we as a people will be unified and will defeat them, we will not allow bigotry to win either, because then America won't be America anymore. And that's one thing that cannot come from this, is that we become divided as a people. And so I'm proud of the way my country's responded. I'm proud of the way my community has responded with blood drives and vigils and expressions of support for their fellow Americans everywhere. It has been a very difficult, a very painful time. It's not over. The scenes you showed tonight of people looking for closure that may never find it, that will be with us for a long time. And yet, in all of this, America finds a way to be the unique and embracing country that it is. And I think that that's important for all of us to remember.
Dr. Zogby, let me ask you one of those annoying questions. Take off your official's hat, your representative of an institution hat, and just tell me if, when you heard of what happened in New York and Washington, if you didn't close your eyes and say, oh my God, I hope that was not an Arab who did it.
You know, I didn't. I know people who did, and I've heard stories of people in my community and my own family who felt that and prayed that it wouldn't, because they knew what it would be. But I must tell you, from my perspective, I was just riveted as everyone else was with the horror of that scene. I've been to that building. We almost opened an office in that building because a friend of mine has an office there and was going to open a New York office for our institute there. I know that there are dozens of Arab American offices in that World Trade Center, and so I thought of the horror. Actually, what occurred to me was the people on that plane and the terror that they must have gone through as they knew that they were going to die, and only then afterwards, when the calls and the threats came, did I almost get jolted back to the unfortunate and ugly reality that some would accuse and point a finger, and realize then we had to issue statements and begin to talk about it in a different way. But I want to tell you, I want a message to my community as well. You're right, in small and isolated towns, there will be people who will do ugly and awful things. But there will be many more who will reach out and embrace Arab Americans, and I think that that's the important message of today. We can mourn with the rest of America because we are a part of America, and the fact is that we will work together as one country to defeat this scourge.
Dr. Zogby, it's good to talk to you again. It's been a while.
Thank you.
Wish you well, sir. Thank you.
Let's talk on better times.
In my business, it rarely seems to work that way, though, does it?
Okay, thanks.
We'll try. Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye. James Zogby from Washington tonight. In London today, this was quite extraordinary. An emotional, unprecedented ceremony taking place at Buckingham Palace. A military band played the Star-Spangled Banner at a special changing of the guard. Of course, this was in honor of the victims of the terrorist attacks. Buckingham Palace today. In New York today, a New Yorker, former President Bill Clinton, lent his support to the relatives and friends of the missing, and this too, in its own way, was a rather extraordinary scene outside the Armory.
I have two children in the military. He's their dad. He was in on the first and 12th floor, first thing the other morning. His boys out in California, and we need to know where he is.
Is this touch you personally?
They're still fighting people. Don't lose hope.
Thank you very much.
This lady came up to me and she said, "This is my husband. He's missing. He was in the Marine Corps, and two of our sons, are in the military. You commanded them, and I want my husband back."
Everybody to just tell us, give us a lead, let us know where him and his co-workers may be.
If you were president, what you would do now?
The important thing is that I'm not president. I'm a citizen, and I'm going to support the president. And that's what I want every American to do. They know what they have to do. They have to find the facts, and they have to take appropriate action. I can tell you this, having been there, it may or may not be simple, easy, and quick.
Former President Clinton in New York late this afternoon. Our senior analyst, Jeff Greenfield, is here, and you got a couple things you want to talk about. Let me ask you something just quickly. Please. Because when I saw the former president in that scene today, I wondered if that wasn't going to spark some resentment by some people who don't like him very much, that he was trying to steal the stage, steal the spotlight, and he's not the president anymore.
It's possible. I mean, the political sensitivities in a story this overwhelming, the only one that I know that we've seen was the determination of the White House to shoot, to knock down any notion that he didn't get back to Washington. Yeah. When Bill Southwire at the Times wrote about it, they gave him extraordinary information. So I assume that may play.
All right, I want to get you quickly to where you want to go here. The messages coming out of the White House, are we getting back to normal, or are we not?
Well, I think it's beyond the White House. I think all of us are desperately searching for some signs of reassurance. I mean, the fact that there was such joy at the news, which turned out, unfortunately, to be false, that they found 5 firefighters. When you look at what that news would have been had it been true, 5 lives saved, 5,000?
Yeah.
I was thinking that maybe reassurance isn't really what we need now. I was thinking of Winston Churchill, who we all know as the man who rallied Great Britain in its worst hour, and he once went on the radio and said to his people, "The news from France is very bad." And I think what he was saying was, I'm going to level with you and tell you the seriousness of the situation so that you will know when I ask of you to be brave and to do this, you will know that I'm telling you the truth. I think if you look at what happened, not just Tuesday, a little more than 60 hours ago.
Yeah, a little bit.
But the fact that the stock markets have been closed since longer than in the Depression. We have, that we've evacuated the House and Senate. We need to face head on how rough this is.
The problem in part is, I don't want to suggest this is the problem, is that every time we say something, do something that says this is really big, really bad, really awful, we are in a sense saying they won.
Well, when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor and took out the Pacific Fleet, they won a battle. They knocked the United States flat on its back for a while. The important message then and now is to know that eventually this will not be permitted to stand. But they have, I said earlier tonight that I think it's really way past time we stop talking about this as a senseless act. From the perspective of the folks who did this, evil, yeah, monstrous, yeah, senseless, no. It was exactly what they wanted to do. And part of, I think, what a great nation has to do is to assess the fact that we have been hit in a way we have never been hit in our history. Because that's when you begin to measure what has to be done.
So we accept this horrible reality, which is not, in fact, it seems to me something in modern political times we do very comfortably. We don't, political leaders, at least not in the last 20 years or so, have not been much willing to say it's really bad.
They haven't had to. I mean, except for Oklahoma City, which was a 100. Part of what's gone on here is that a lot of, I think, the crises, when we talk about crises, they have been not real. Yeah. Even the Gulf War, which could have put many, many American service people at risk, turned out to be a walkover. And so we've had it very easy. I said to you 2 days ago on the roof, this may have been the day that America's luck ran out. That's something that we haven't had much experience facing. And we're telling each other everything is going to be different now. But I think it begins with a really honest assessment of what has happened. And what has happened, it's not something you can say, well, yes, we took a blow. This was something that's going to require something we have not asked of this country, literally, in 6 decades.
It's a very sobering way to look at this. Yeah.
But
I'm not suggesting for a moment it's not the right way to look at it. It is just a kind of reality that I think we resist.
Well, of course we do, and that's why we look for reassurance in the possible story of people being saved and the good works that people are doing. But if we're if we're serious as a country about what has to be done, it begins by measuring what has happened. And a friend of mine who I saw yesterday said, I was looking for you for reassurance. And I said, well, I'll be glad to provide some. Eventually this country's going to prevail, but
not tomorrow. Thanks, Jeff. Senior analyst Jeff Greenfield joins us for a bit. We're about 4 minutes past 11 o'clock Eastern Time. Some of you may be tuning in, and we want to update you on where we have been and where we're headed now. Here are some of the latest developments this evening. Sources say at least 8 people are arrested at New York's Kennedy and LaGuardia airports. 4 of them were challenged at the gates or at the counters of one of the airports on the day of the hijackings. The suspects are in custody for, among other things, carrying false documents, including one man who was posing as a pilot. Officials trying to see if or how they might be connected to the tragedies of Tuesday. The president says the Pentagon says the president is considering activating reserve troops to relieve National Guard troops that have been patrolling U.S. airspace since Tuesday's terrorist attack. And in Manhattan, a city armory near Gramercy Park is converted into a center for those who have been waiting for word on their loved ones. It is one of those places that will break your heart. Mayor Giuliani urges residents to have patience, with hundreds of New Yorkers pitching in as volunteers to help find the missing. And in a rare show of unity in Congress, the Congress has moved towards passing a $40 billion bill for recovery efforts and to combat terrorism in the country, and that is just a down payment, just a beginning. Search and rescue crews continue their search for survivors. Grieving relatives are pleading for information about their loved ones, and CNN's Maria Hinojosa has their story now.
Just 7 weeks ago, Anne McGovern posed with her new grandson minutes after he was born.
I've never seen her look so happy as when he was born. She was there. She was so excited.
But now her daughter Terry wants that smiling picture on television. Her mother worked on one of the top floors of the World Trade Center. Her daughter wonders if anyone has seen her alive.
We were interviewed by police detectives, and we had filled out a questionnaire, and it was really like, what jewelry would she have been wearing? Do you know what she had on? Did she have any identifying body marks?
Her sister Liz worked in the World Financial Center across the street, but managed to escape. She was supposed to meet her mother that day for lunch.
I was just about to call her, and I can't believe it. I don't think it's set in yet. I just feel so like powerless, and I wish I could have done something.
That same awful feeling consumed an emergency center on Lexington Avenue, where authorities are compiling a list of the missing. It's become a place of public grieving and a place to hope for miracles.
He was on 104th floor, Cannon Fitzgerald. We've gone to hospitals, we've called every hotline. They don't know where we can't find him, he's not on any list. So.
Hope is the word, the emotion that keeps these people going. But that hope hits hard against the reality that thousands of body bags have already arrived into New York City.
The triage centers remain relatively quiet. The one at Stuyvesant
At a center for Mexican immigrants, 15 friends are confirmed dead so far. Radios are kept on in hopes there'll be word of hundreds of others, immigrants from Mexico who labored in the Twin Towers, hoping to make a better life.
In my heart, I feel that I'm crying.
But there is not much concrete news for these people today, just fears for the worst.
My mother was so excited that my son was born. She was there at the birth 7 weeks ago, and he's not going to know her.
And so there's resignation. Maria Hinojosa, CNN, New York.
When we began this program an hour or so ago, we began with a report from correspondent Gary Tuchman down at Ground Zero, and he had some extraordinary pictures of Ground Zero. Really, some of the most dramatic pictures of the area we've seen. Gary is now back with us and has the engineer who shot those pictures, which will allow us to find out more about what the engineer saw and allow you to see those pictures again. Gary?
Well, that's right. The engineer's name is Rob Matthews. He's actually an urban planner. That's his day job. But for the first couple of days of this rescue and recovery operation, he went out to help volunteer. And he had a camera with him. And today he took his camera and he took pictures that offer a perspective that you haven't seen before tonight. Rob, what we're going to do is we're going to start rolling the pictures right now. We're going to give you a look at the pictures. You can tell us about what you shot. But you were actually in a building next to the World Trade Center, which is called the World Financial Center Complex. And tell us what we're looking at right now.
Inside now we're looking at the 22nd floor on the east facade of number 2 World Financial Center.
Now this is right across the street from the World Trade Center. This was a building that the plane did not crash into, but this is the damage you see.
Exactly. This was the shock wave that burst through the windows, blew the debris inside, and this is a view down directly into the hold, directly into Ground Zero from the 22nd floor of the World Financial Center.
Now we've had some pictures from the ground, but the news media is not given the access that a guy like you who volunteered has gotten, and that's why it's the first time we've seen that shot from the top, and it really shows you just how huge that hole is. But I'm very surprised at all the damage inside this building across the street from the World Trade Center.
Well, the whole eastern facade of this building was blown off, the glass at least, and from the shockwave. And there's a piece of World Financial Center number 1, the American Express building. As tower number 1 toppled over, it took out a little piece of the southeast corner.
And that's the one thing we want to say, that American Express building is one of the buildings they're fearful could possibly come down. Thank you very much for joining us, Rob. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
The search continues tonight, but they expect rain to come down, and that could be a major problem as they continue to look for victims. Back to you, Eric.
Gary, thank you. No matter how many times we see those pictures, they remain extraordinary. We want to try something here. We'll see if this works. So many events, virtually all events, public gatherings, large group gatherings have been canceled since Tuesday. Football games won't go on. In Los Angeles, Hollywood Bowl tonight, a Wynton Marsalis concert is going on. And if our timing is right, we will listen in at just the right moment. Just bear with us for a moment. We're going to get there. Again, this is a Wynton Marsalis concert at the Hollywood Bowl outside in Los Angeles. We don't know how many people. Something we used to know. We don't know how many people at the Hollywood Bowl tonight. We imagine that it was quite an emotional gathering when people arrived there. People have been glued to their TVs, haven't gotten out much. Marsalis moment, and a moment for the people who are there. A portion of the proceeds of the concert tonight will go to the American Red Cross. That was nice, wasn't it?
I want to tell you how appropriate it was for us to play that anthem.
Wouldn't argue with that one bit. Back to the other side of all of this, there have been so many lives lost. There are an estimated, I think 4,700 some still missing here in New York. So many stories. CNN's Peter Viles has the story of one New York company's devastating loss.
It is the saddest vigil you can imagine. Scott Hazelcorn's parents.
It's not even revenge. I mean, I just want to hear my son's voice.
Members of Junku Kang's church.
We all pray every night.
John Perconti's wife, expecting their child in December.
He called me at 10 to 9 and said, our building has just been hit by a plane, turn on the news. And I changed the channel and I saw what happened. And I said, oh God, John, please get out of there safely. And he said, I love you, I have to go.
What links these stories is that all the missing worked at Cantor Fitzgerald, all above the 100th floor of the North Tower, the first one hit. Cantor is not a glamorous firm, but it is crucial, one of the world's largest bond trading firms. 1,000 people worked up there, fewer than 300 are accounted for, but it is not clear any of those now safe were on the top floors Tuesday morning.
I don't think anybody got out at this point, but we pray for miracles.
Scott Hazelcorn's parents suspect that their son did not run for his life.
He didn't care about himself. He only cared about his friends.
If Scott was there and he was getting out, he'd probably help everybody out in front of him. That's the kind of kid he was.
They gather at a city-designated center for relatives of the missing on 26th Street, where trees have become pleas for help. And further uptown at the Pierre Hotel, a gathering site for Cantor Fitzgerald families.
I don't think the company has the information that we need. I think they're sharing everything they know, but we have not heard of one survivor. We've not been able to validate any stories that we've heard.
There are official clearinghouses for information on the missing, and Cantor Fitzgerald is using them, but these friends and family members are convinced that any extra effort they can make on behalf of their loved ones is worth making. Peter Viles, CNN Financial News, New York.
the risk of giving you emotional whiplash here. There are also gestures going on in all parts of the country that will melt your heart. In this case, a show of sympathy from some who clearly are too young to even know what the word means. CNN's Kathy Slobogan with that.
Last night they said they ain't gonna move the buildings because they scared that they're gonna break some body bones.
Miss Connolly's 5th grade class is trying to make sense of a national tragedy.
A police officer had to get his leg amputated to get from under the rubble.
Like many schools across the country, Brown Street Academy in Milwaukee is letting its children ask questions and addressing their fears.
800 people did not die at the Pentagon. Not even close.
But while the teachers encouraged their children to talk, these 5th graders had something else in mind, something bigger.
I had 2 5th graders to come to my office, and they knocked on my door and said, Mrs. Robinson, we would like to come in and talk with you. Well, at the time I was holding a meeting, so I said, sure, come in. And they looked over at me and they said, Mrs. Robinson, we're hearing about this, but we're sitting here, we're doing nothing. What are we going to do? There's something that we can do.
Principal Linda Robinson was surprised by what she heard.
Looks good. I like that. Let's work together.
90% of the children here come from low-income families. But these children felt there were people who needed money more than they did. People who needed their help.
This old man came rolling home.
They said to me, Mrs. Robinson, every person at least has pennies. We can at least give pennies. And we want to make it a drive where we can at least donate something to them.
Led by the 5th graders, the children of Brown Street Academy are holding a penny and clothing drive to help the victims of the plane crashes. They also came up with the idea of asking the Salvation Army to help them distribute what they collect. Linda Robinson says the drive has galvanized the school.
Students were coming off the bus. Miss Robinson, I have my pennies. Do you have yours? They were so energetic. I saw students getting off and they had their hands up and they were saying, we make a difference.
The children's idea has turned grief into pride.
It's changed conversations on the playground. Even in the hallways, conversations have changed. Students are now talking about what's happening in the news. They are reacting positively to this tragedy.
Brown Street Academy, one small ray of light in a dark time. Kathy Slobogan, CNN.
Sweet. We saw firsthand late last night how people are reacting to the people here in New York who are trying to find the victims of the tragedy. Some firefighters walked into a restaurant we were in, and people, well, let me put it this way. I guarantee you that they bought no drinks for themselves. People were very generous. They cheered them. It's the kind of thing that's happening all over this city as people see better than ever, than they ever have before, I guess, those people who risk their lives to keep the city safe. Here's CNN's Richard Blystone.
These are the guys who run up the fire escape when everybody else is running down. The men who will get you out of an inferno 50 stories in the air or die trying. 30 men from this Midtown Manhattan firehouse may have died trying. They were among the first to reach the trade towers Tuesday, and they haven't come back.
So as you can see, the neighborhoods had an outpouring of love for us.
Night and day they come to leave a flower, light a candle.
I felt I did something, yes. I felt like I did something.
Hard-boiled New Yorkers.
When I was sitting out on somebody's car over there in disbelief, I had my head in my hands, and I felt somebody just kind of give a little squeeze on my arm. I look up, and it was just somebody walking past.
Total strangers, like this woman from Argentina, who says she had to come and touch the firemen. They're heroes, she says. They gave their lives, poor things, to save other people. These students from Montreal were here on a night on the town early Tuesday.
We happened to walk by, they're smiling. We said, hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you. We got on the truck, we took pictures, everybody was happy. And now we hear that some of the people who we met might be missing.
They were the first ones to go. It's just devastating. It's like, I can't believe we were here like 6 hours before this with those people.
You don't think much about firemen until you need them. But people are making up for that today, not waiting for a memorial to be built. They've created one outside the firehouse. More vibrant and more moving than anything a sculptor could carve out of stone.
Their courage and fearlessness just sets an example for the world. It's very, very powerful. And I'm honored. I'm honored to know they're just down the street from me.
If your friends are missing, it's a hard wait. A small distraction in the words of support, the presence of food and flowers, and this present from Parsippany, New Jersey, to replace one of the station's 5 lost trucks.
Whatever you need it for, you got it. We just bought a new one. This is up for sale. You guys want it, you're more than welcome to it. We're still in business. Guys are going out. That's what we have to do. Protect the people, the city.
And so, those lucky enough to have done more than wait go home for a rest. Because it's not over. And it would be nice to think that in times to come, when the memories come flooding back, they will remember these as well. Richard Blystone, CNN, New York.
Well, Frank Donahue of the Red Cross is with us. I don't think he's surprised by the generosity that he's seen in your own way in the generosity business, I think. Just quickly, to show...
I was showing Aaron this sandwich.
Tell the story here.
First graders from Long Island made hundreds of these for the people at the Armory today, for the workers. They had little notes on it and a Hershey Kiss. I have to admit I ate the Hershey Kiss on the way over, but it's a sign, I think, of what so many people and the generosity, people, restaurants, everywhere, every shelter, every facility that we have going.
They made thousands of them, and being first graders, what kind of sandwich is it?
Peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah, PB&J. Let's talk about what people are going through. You didn't have to be in the ground zero area to be horribly affected by what happened there. You didn't need to lose a loved one. You just had to see the pictures.
Absolutely. The pictures are staggering. When I came over Tuesday over the Holland Tunnel, came into Holland Tunnel and saw New York, I'm reminded of 2 years ago when I was in Izmit, Turkey, and 20,000 people lost their life in that earthquake. The black cloud that hung over Turkey was the same cloud that was hanging over New York, and it's still there, the smoke. And everywhere I've turned, the emotion of people, the signs on trees and on telephone poles of loved ones missing, it's everywhere, this whole city.
One of the things that occurred to me this afternoon, I was talking to someone who had survived it, and I'd been in Oklahoma City a year after the bombing there, and people who survived these things, people, in this case, people who got out of the World Trade Center before they collapsed, go through a kind of post-traumatic stress where they, in fact, feel guilty for having lived.
Right. We have about 500 volunteer mental health workers, many of them at the Armory, in a variety of locations in the city that are helping people deal just with that, the guilt that I got out and my best friend didn't. And also, of course, the pain of family members that are looking to find people and are hearing nothing. There's not much to tell people at this point.
And just to stay with the survivors for a second, these things manifest itself in horrible ways, in divorce, in depression. In Oklahoma City, at least, there were a number of suicides and suicide attempts. So it's hugely important for these people to get the kind of counseling and more, because you guys do triage counseling, really, right?
Right,
yeah.
correct, yeah.
I mean, get them early before something...
And then we try to push them into going to something more long-term, dealing with their clergyman or whoever, so that people don't continue to deal with this. As I was talking to some mental health people today, we have a city that's stunned. Many of the people that you saw around the Armory, around the whole city block in lines, are stunned. But after that stage comes a stage of anger. And that will be another stage. I'm glad Mayor Pataki has asked all of us to be patient, because I think that's something we all need to keep in mind.
On that subject of anger, I got to tell you that I thought today that, at least where the places I was, the city started to shift from shock to anger. I heard more people say angry things. We ought to get these guys. We ought to do this. But I mean, I think people have had it. They've had it with the threats. They've had it with the disaster. They have had it.
And I think it's such an important opportunity for all of us to send a different message to young people and to kids like this, that it's an opportunity for us as a country to come together. One of the things I've been saying to a number of people is, why a city like New York or on the East Coast do we ever have a blood shortage? The gift of life, why is that? It should be rare in this country. It's the most populated part of the nation, and it's the one with the greatest blood shortage in the nation. This should be a testimony to these people that lost their life, that we'll never let a blood shortage ever happen in this country again. That we will always try, at least, to give and to go the extra mile. And I think, hopefully, out of this tragedy, some good can come, and I hope that that's the kind of thing we can learn.
This is a couple of other areas here quickly. That whole question of how we talk about this to our kids is, I suspect, troubling to every one of us who has a child, in my case a 12-year-old, who yet again sees a shattering moment in her life and tries to make sense of it. And how do you do that?
Mm-hmm. The Red Cross, we have a lot of disaster preparation programs. We're actually in schools every day teaching little kids how to deal with disasters. And you'd be surprised, sometimes little children are a lot easier, a lot more able to deal with it because of the training and the things that we were already teaching them how to deal with. We have a number of programs now for children. We have coloring books and materials available. People should contact their local Red Cross because you don't have to be in New York to talk to your child about what they saw or seeing every day on the television. It's an opportunity to sit down with your children, tell them some of these things, and there's tools available to you to do that.
I mean, it's a terribly difficult and complicated thing, and I don't want to wax on here, but you know, these kids have seen the horror of Columbine on television, and they've seen now this on television, and they see these things repeated over and over again, and they begin to think that they live in a truly evil world.
It's certainly expanding. The evil that we've seen in many faraway places has expanded. I was so touched yesterday, my cell phone rang. 2 kids that I know, I do a lot of work in Bosnia with the Red Cross. 2 kids from Bosnia called me to see if I was all right. I thought it's an amazing thing that 2 college students were calling here to see if friends in America were okay.
How long do you think that you'll have this sort of major operation in play?
Months. Months. This operation is just beginning, and all the folks that even live in the whole Wall Street area, Battery Park area, finding housing for those folks, all of these things. We'll be at this for a long time.
And when we, on Tuesday, we were talking about a critical shortage of blood. You mentioned there's almost an ongoing shortage of blood in an area like this. Some of that has to do with people's fears about giving blood, which they needn't fear, by the way. Do you still need it?
Blood is always needed. As fewer survivors are pulled from the building, you know, the blood need that was thought immediately isn't as great. But the Red Cross has blood on standby, ready to go. We continue to want people to always give the gift of life, and they should dial that 1-800-GIVE-LIFE and be ready when we do need it, that you're ready to do it.
But tell me if I heard this right, okay? What I think you just said is that maybe in terms of dealing with this moment, this crisis, the blood issue, the blood shortage issue isn't what we thought it might be on Tuesday. I'm not suggesting people don't go out and do...
Correct.
Yeah.
I think that people are saying, you know, the bloodlines are endless. All over the country, the phones are ringing off the hook. People want to give blood because there's so many people have not been pulled from the wreckage that need blood. The demand hasn't been as great as initially thought, as we see on the television with all the doctors being released from hospitals that weren't needed. Mm-hmm. That's the unfortunate news.
Yeah. And you think you'll be going for months. Do the demands change day to day or week to week? Do you start to deal with different sets of problems?
Absolutely. I mean, we'll be looking at long-term recovery for people that have been displaced from the whole Wall Street neighborhood, for sheltering operations, emotional support for families, and, you know, all the complications that are involved in missing people. Missing people is something the Red Cross deals with in war-torn countries and now in America, and it's quite a long process.
We're not embarrassed at all or uncomfortable saying we appreciate your efforts, your good work. We know how tired you must be, how hard all of the volunteers must be for the work they've done. We appreciate it very much.
I'm very proud of what they're doing. They're great people.
Well, you should be. Thanks for coming in tonight. That's probably the last thing you need to do is come in and talk to us.
Happy to be here. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Donahue, Frank Donahue of the American Red Cross. Thank you. We, as a country, we are in the midst of finding what psychologists call a new normal. And one of the ways to do that, one of the signs of that at least, was that airports did open. It was kind of sporadic. But CNN correspondent James Sartori did get on a flight today, and here is his report of that first time in the sky.
The 5th busiest airport in the U.S. didn't look so busy Thursday morning as the nation's airlines struggled to regain their wings. One reason, no more curbside check-in. Bags must go to the counter. So now the crowds are inside. That's where I was, trying to get on a flight to Salt Lake City, Utah. It's about 2 hours before our plane takes off, and the line of passengers here is about as long as a football field. We're not even sure the plane's going to be taking off. I did see a crew starting to go through the gate. That's encouraging.
I'm not going to believe we're going until I'm on the flight and we take off the runway.
The FAA now requires airlines to scrutinize passengers more carefully. Some changes are apparent. One new question: do you have any sharp objects like knives or scissors?
They took my scissors away.
At the check-in?
I guess my scissors was too pointy at the top.
In addition to ID checks, some bags apparently picked at random are hand-searched, and only ticketed passengers allowed into the gate area. Less obvious changes: all aircraft must now be thoroughly checked for explosives before they're put into service for the day. The airlines are no longer permitted to carry cargo or mail within the continental U.S., except for the U.S. military. But with the tragedy in New York City still unfolding, no one seems to mind the delays and a little hassle.
You keep remembering so many people have it so much worse. I mean, this is nothing. You know, if you don't get out today, I don't get out today. At least I'm here and not there. So.
Some say Americans haven't paid enough attention to airline security.
We want things very convenient. We're a convenience-oriented people, and you can't have secure convenience.
Finally, after 3 hours to check in, we're off. Delta Flight 2027, a short 80-minute hop, which surprisingly is nearly empty, just 25 passengers. I wonder how many were left at the airport still in line. All in all, our short trip was uneventful. A little longer, a few more questions than normal, but for a while at least, nothing about U.S. air travel will be normal. James Hattori, CNN, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Obviously, just one quick point to make on that. Things move, when they move today, a little more quickly than they're going to move. When you get thousands of people and air traffic gets back to its normal levels, that's when things are really going to get a little sticky, or a lot sticky. One airline official told us the other day that 2 hours is not an unreasonable time to give yourself to get to the airport, and don't even think you can make the flight by running through the airport 15, 20 minutes beforehand. About half past the hour, 11:32 now. Quick look at where we've been and where we are headed here on this special report tonight. CNN has learned at least 8 people were arrested at New York's LaGuardia and John F. Kennedy airports amid concerns over a threat of yet another hijacking. 4 of them had been challenged at one of the airports on Tuesday morning, came back to JFK tonight and were taken into custody. They are being held for carrying fake documents. At the Pentagon, new flames late tonight coming from the wreckage of the plane crash there on Tuesday as crews continued to search for 126 people still believed missing in the rubble at the Pentagon. That fire still burns. It had been quiet there. And in New York, hundreds of family and friends of those missing from the World Trade Center are lined up at the city armory in a scene that will break your heart. They are waiting to register their loved ones on a missings list, clinging to pictures, desperately hoping someone will have some information, some word on the whereabouts of their missing friend or husband or boyfriend, girlfriend, what have you. The armory staying open 24 hours a day. Quick update of where we've been. Search efforts have uncovered the flight data recorder now for the hijacked airliner that crashed in western Pennsylvania, about 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh on Tuesday. CNN's David Mattingly is standing by, Somerset County, Pennsylvania, with more on that. David, what can you tell us?
Aaron, this slow and meticulous crash investigation took a big step forward today with the discovery of the flight data recorder. According to the FBI, the device was discovered inside the impact crater. That's the large blackened pit that was created when Flight 93 crashed here Tuesday morning. The device now destined for Washington, D.C. for further examination. The flight data recorder is important because it will allow investigators to retrace the functions of the aircraft prior to the crash. Word of its discovery came after it was learned today that small charred pieces of wreckage are now turning up in towns here as far as 8 miles away from the crash site. More indications of just how powerful the force behind this crash and explosion truly was. The recovery of the flight data recorder raises hopes here at the crash site of a quick recovery of the next important piece of evidence, the cockpit voice recorder. That device could tell us what was happening with the people on the aircraft, what was happening after those heart-wrenching phone calls,
phone calls from passengers aware of what the terrorists were planning to do, saying that they were planning to fight back, to challenge the 4 hijackers who had taken their airplane. A heroic scenario that could explain why the plane crashed here instead of continuing on to Washington, D.C. and to targets like the White House, the Capitol building, or maybe even Air Force One. For now, the search continues and will begin anew in the morning, as well as the painful process of recovering and identifying the remains of the 45 people who were on board. Aaron?
Any idea? Well, I have a couple things actually. Any idea when we will hear what is on that flight data recorder? I know they have it. I suspect it's not going to be tomorrow. Do you have any feel for that?
The FBI is running this investigation here as a crime scene, and they are strictly by the book. They are not speculating about anything. So no word on how long it might be before we get any kind of information back. The NTSB will be here tomorrow, and they might be able to answer those questions for us.
You know, one of the great mysteries here is where that plane was in fact headed. Anything new on that? Have you picked up anything there on what the target might have been? And
Absolutely not.
Okay.
The focus has been entirely on what's going on here, and there has been a great deal of determination and resolve to stay concentrated on the task at hand. And it is a daunting task because it is a very large area, and there are very, very small pieces of wreckage that they have to try and locate.
David, thank you. I apologize there for blindsiding you. I didn't mean to do that. Thank you.
Not at all.
It's just one of those days where I haven't had a chance to talk to everybody tonight, and sometimes those things happen. We want to turn a corner here and take a look at how the United States might respond to what has happened, and perhaps how the United States should respond. Peter Bergen is a CNN terrorism analyst, and he joins us. Also, William Luers is with us as well to join in this conversation. Good evening to you. You have been patiently waiting in this hot room tonight. And Peter, I know you're there. And Mr. Luers, wait another minute for me. Let me start with Peter. Peter, if you had to bet here, what do you think the response, how massive the response are we going to see?
Well, let me say that I met with bin Laden in 1997 in Afghanistan, and if a military operation is being contemplated to take him out or snatch him in some way, that would be an operation that would encounter considerable resistance for the following reasons. Bin Laden, when I met with him, was surrounded by a group of at least a couple of dozen heavily armed men who are armed with RPGs and Russian submachine guns. They're highly motivated, they're prepared to die, and that was just in the course of just doing an interview. Obviously, bin Laden must be very concerned about his security right now, and he has hundreds of followers who might be surrounding him. Also, any American military operation in Afghanistan would be conducted in some of the most inhospitable terrain in the world. It's a rocky, mountainous, desert region. It's an area with which bin Laden is very familiar, and with which Americans aren't very familiar. The last time America had a presence in Afghanistan was in 1989. Since then, the embassy there has been closed. So the information the United States has about the country is second-hand and old. Aaron.
And so that kind of surgical mission, go in there and get him, if that's what we're talking about, would be very difficult to do. And in fact, the United States hadn't had a whole lot of success with that sort of operation.
Well, let's think about Somalia, where 18 American servicemen died in a very intense two-day firefight. We were trying to snatch or kill Mohammed Aidid, the clan leader there, if you remember, in 1993. That was an unmitigated disaster. This would be much tougher, I think, because A, there's no element of surprise. Bin Laden knows we're coming after him, and B, it's a country in Somalia there were 28,000 American soldiers who had been there for several months, and this is not going to be the situation in Afghanistan. We're going to go in, we're going to not know much about this. If we do go in, we're not going to know much about the terrain, and we're going to be faced with people whose main mission in life is to die. I mean, these people want to die. They think they're instantly going to paradise, and they're very prepared to die for their leader.
Turn to Mr. Luers here. What's your fear? What's your worst fear in all this?
My fear is that we will come off to the world as trigger-happy rather than intelligent, resolved, and determined to get this done.
Well,
let me just say, when the Second World War began, after Pearl Harbor, we first had to figure out how we're going to defend our country at home, get our security in place. Then we had to build a capacity to do that, to take on the Japanese and the Germans. And we didn't have the capacity for either one. And it took time. That war took 4 years. And I would argue that this is so serious and this is so long-term that we need to develop the capacity, which is really anti-American, to deal with this type of challenge to our society. The airplane thing is only one small element of dealing with the threat of terrorism in our society. And then secondly, we have to begin to develop the type of intelligence capacity that will enable us to deal with the broad issue. It's not just Osama bin Laden. It's a huge problem.
But look, tell me if you think this is fair, that there are really two issues on the table tonight. There is the issue of who committed this atrocity. That's issue number one. And what are we going to do about that? And that plays to, it is connected to issue number two, which is the broader question of how does our nation, how do all nations, all civilized, responsible nations, however you want to put it, how do they deal with this broader problem of terrorism? But why do you think it's necessary to link them? Why not deal with one at a time?
Because this network is not just Osama bin Laden. It's a network that has penetrated our society, the Middle East, but Europe, and they're everywhere. And I don't believe for a minute that the thousands of people out there will be affected if we kill, if we're able to kill, and as you just heard, it's going to be very difficult to do that, Osama bin Laden. I mean, this isn't about revenge. This is about winning. And I think it's going to take a long time. It's not simply who did that. Many of the people who did it are now dead. They died in those aircraft. Who planned it? It's probably much more difficult to find that out. And I'm merely suggesting that as angry as this city is and this country is, and as ready as we are to be awakened to the fact that there's a world out there that we've got to understand better and deal with better, and that there's a world in here that we have to protect better, that we've got to take our time at doing that. This isn't about a trigger-happy America. This is about a determined, powerful, intelligent America.
It's a pretty angry America.
We have to think better than this guy does and these people do, and we have to shoot better. And I think it's going to take us a while. And I, for one, am not anxious to drop bombs and shoot at people. I think we should root out these problems wherever they are in our society, build up our forces, and develop our intelligence capacity so that over the next, I think it'll take a couple of years to get this thing resolved. And we've got to be ready for that. This is a long struggle.
Just, Peter, quickly before you get away, I wonder, just in 20 seconds or so, if you agree with that, that what we're looking at, if the world is looking at eliminating terrorism, and I must admit, that sounds like a pretty tall task to me, if you think it's possible at all.
Well, if we're talking about, let's say, just eliminating Osama bin Laden, obviously that would have some effect on his network, which is clearly the main terrorist threat the United States faces, because he has a certain charismatic presence and he's regarded as a leader. But the inherent problems wouldn't go away. There's a set of people who are opposed to United States policies in the Middle East, and those people aren't going to magically change their views overnight if their leader is assassinated or magically dies of some mysterious illness. So I think I would agree largely this is a long-term thing. Eliminating him tomorrow would certainly solve some short-term problems, but it wouldn't be the end of the whole story.
Peter, thanks. Good to talk to you again. Mr. Lewis, nice to meet you. The UN Association, the chairman thereof. Appreciate your coming in and your patience today.
Thank you.
It's a very provocative way to look at this. It's probably healthy to get it on the table as well. It is particularly healthy, I think, given how many times in the last couple of days we have heard the word war thrown around. We are at war. This is a new war. This is the first war of the 21st century. This is World War III. We have heard all of that. But what is war? Here's CNN national correspondent Bruce Morton.
World War II brought Americans together. Most believed that Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan were evil and aggressive. Americans demanded victory. The phrase of the day was unconditional surrender. Korea and Vietnam, in contrast, divided the country. Vietnam, in particular, left Americans suspicious, leery of wars, and in the conflict since, the motto seems to have been, bomb all you want, but we can't stand American casualties. That seems different now. No yellow ribbons, bring the hostages home, please. Flags this time, half-staff but proud. People are lining up to give blood. The Red Cross 800 number logged 700,000 calls in the first 6 hours after an appeal went out. Some military recruitment officers see an increased interest. And the country seems prepared to send its young people into harm's way.
I think the United States is in a long twilight struggle against these forces of evil that have chosen to destroy us because we are good. And I believe that it may take a lot of time, a lot of American treasure, and perhaps some American blood.
Make no mistake about it, my resolve is steady and strong about winning this war that has been declared on America.
A goal of victory, not compromise. And later, wars change countries. World War II made the United States a world power committed to an international role. Isolationism left behind. Vietnam left the United States more cynical. Americans had learned their government could lie to them. This time, unity so far, agreement on a goal so far. Will that change if the struggle is long? We can't know. The fight is just beginning. Bruce Morton, CNN, Washington.
Former General Wesley Clark knows a thing or two about war, and you more than likely know a thing or two about him. You've seen him a lot, former NATO commander. He joins us from Atlanta tonight. Talk a little more about all of this. General Clark, good evening. Try it again, one more time, and then we'll figure out where we are. General Clark, are you able to hear me? Okay, we'll try and put the plugs together and figure that out and get back to General Clark if we can. Jonathan Aiken now has more on the comfort Americans are finding in their own flag.
They're sprouting like flowers, flying from houses, waving from cars, hung over highways, draped over walls. Anywhere you could put a flag, you're likely to find one.
How can you not? How can you not? Just to show support for our country, for the people, for the families that have lost people. And it's only by the grace of God we're not one of them.
You may be seeing a lot more. Congress wants flags flying coast to coast for the next 30 days.
It's right here,
People are wasting little time. At this flag shop in suburban Washington, business has been so brisk they can't take the money fast enough. Can't keep the waiting in line short enough.
Probably about a half an hour, but it's well worth the wait.
Which beats finding no flags at all. This Virginia Walmart is sold out and waiting for more.
We're hoping they have had to step up production of American flags.
No flag shortage in Los Angeles. You'll find one in every daily news. Children across the country have been busy too, marching in Minnesota or just drawing flags in San Francisco. Grown-ups are busy wearing flags on their heads, their chest, and figuratively at least, on their sleeves.
I feel very helpless because we're all the way in California and all these poor people in New York and Washington are hurting. And so I thought this would be a way to show that I'm a true American, I believe in the flag, I believe in freedom.
The Pledge of Allegiance is making a big comeback too.
I said the Pledge of Allegiance for the first time in a long time. You know, because I've kind of had the belief sometimes that there's not liberty and justice for all. And I said it today, and I was proud to do it.
Some people may think it's corny to fly the flag all the time. After all, there's Flag Day and Memorial Day and the 4th of July, and isn't that enough? Well, not today. Not anytime soon. Jonathan Aiken for CNN, Washington.
Well, we've seen a lot of flags in New York today, or maybe it is that we notice them more. Let's roll the dice one more time. General Wesley Clark is in Atlanta now. There you are. General Clark joins us. It's nice to talk to you again, sir. Help me with a couple of things. We were talking about how the United States might respond to this, and this always comes down, I guess it comes down two ways. Intelligence, one, but military, another. Is the military really set up to deal with this kind of enemy, or is the military designed to deal with countries, in a sense?
Well, we've got a lot of different capabilities in the military.
certainly we can deal with an enemy that's like this. But it won't be the kind of military operation that Americans envision. It won't be another, in all probability, it won't be another Gulf War. You're not going to see a massive deployment of troops. You're not going to have a big buildup that way. You're going to see a lot of diplomatic meetings. There'll be a lot of things going on underneath the surface. Occasionally people will be arrested. And if the work is done right, you may never see it until it's over and those who are responsible, that international terrorist network, is taken down and either brought in for justice or eliminated in some other way.
So you don't necessarily see the response. I suspect a lot of us have seen the response as some sort of, somebody's going to get bombed, okay? I mean, that's the first thing we're going to see. And what I hear you saying is maybe that not only isn't what's going to happen, but maybe that isn't what ought to happen.
You can't tell right now, Aaron. It's too early, because if there are appropriate targets and the cruise missiles or the bombing is the right weapons, then that's what we'll use. But it's only partly a matter of training facilities and headquarters. It's really a matter of people. And before we attack facilities, we've got to make sure that that's really productive. It may not be productive in this case, but it may. If it disrupts terrorist organizations, if it puts them on the run, if it makes it more difficult for them to plan another action against us, then that's what we should do. But the main work here is not against places. It's not against fixed facilities. It's against the network, the people, the leaders, supporters, those who are out in countries all around the world who are couriers and providing funds and information and casing out operations and planning things and reporting back in. There are cells and various headquarters probably in dozens of countries, and they all need to be taken down, and it mostly won't be done by bombing.
In dozens of countries?
That would be my appreciation of this, yes. It's a very broadly based network. And you may remember, if you go back over the incidents in the last decade, there were incidents that in the Philippines where people were apprehended before they could board an airliner. Probably there was support in the Philippines. There have been incidents elsewhere, and there are quiet support cells in countries where there have probably never been incidents. This is a very carefully prepared network. And it's going to be tough to take it down.
We may have talked about this the other afternoon, but one of the problems here, it seems to me, is there's kind of a pernicious cycle here that you go in and you respond to these things, and in doing so you are successful to whatever degree you are successful. But one of the things that seems to inevitably happen is people get angry for the response. People sympathize, and they become martyrs. They get more sympathizers. There are more training camps, more terrorists, and more trouble.
Well, that's why operating inside an international coalition is so important. Now, yesterday and today, all kinds of leaders from around the world, including Mr. Arafat and many Arab leaders, have expressed their full support. They want to join this coalition. Good. The place to start is their work at home in their own countries. There are those who probably applauded this. There are some who sympathized with it even though they didn't express it. There may be other cells in those countries. These people are all part of the network that has to be taken down. So I hope that people will appreciate the work that's being done. The great work that's been done so far by the FBI here is just representative of the kind of work that's going to have to be done everywhere. And it won't look like, in all probability, it won't look like Desert Storm. Now, if there are state sponsors to this, and the state sponsors determine that they want to take the heat, then it may take other types of action. But
let me ask you a quick question, see if I get a quick answer. I know that military guys worry about having political support here. As you look at this right now, obviously the country's enraged. Do you worry that the outrage will not last long enough for the planning, the intelligence, and the response to actually take place?
Well, I think we've got good political support right now, and what it appears is the guidance is there. There's a determination to take this fight the whole way, and then the political leaders and the people that care in this country will have to resolve to maintain their determination. It may take weeks, months, or longer to finish this fight.
General Clark, it's good to talk to you again.
Nice to talk to you. Thank you.
Always an interesting conversation. Former General Wesley Clark used to be the NATO commander and now is helping us sort through some of the events of the last few days. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
A couple of other things before we say goodnight tonight. Just as the skyline of New York has been altered, perhaps forever, so has the lifestyle of millions of New Yorkers who've seen their city change. Whether that change is permanent or temporary, we cannot now say. Here's CNN's Jeannie Mose.
New York is always noisy, but these days it's wailing. A city of sirens and face masks and evacuations, from Grand Central to Macy's to the building that houses CNN's New York Bureau.
Everybody back!
New Yorkers seem taken aback.
Why did you move back? Come on.
Shaken even by a false alarm, clinging to cell phones, talking about the latest rumor, the latest scare.
It's an uneasy feeling.
Uneasy having seen apocalyptic images of ashes raining down and later being brushed off like a blanket of dirty snow. Uneasy over the smell of smoke, depending on which way the wind blows. Uneasy at the sight of police checkpoints.
Where do you live?
Aimed at keeping folks out of lower Manhattan. Only now have those forced to evacuate.
She's a good girl. She's a scaredy cat.
Been allowed back into their apartments to retrieve their pets.
You got 5 minutes inside to gather up your dog, your cat, whatever it is.
Retrieved pets like Alexander have much in common with their owners.
He's just, you know, a little insecure and scared, but he's fine.
Those helping with the search have become heroes, and authorities are having to turn away volunteers.
Actually, what's happening is too many guys, and it's starting to trip over each other. So
well-wishers are practically force-feeding rescuers. Flags have sprouted all over New York and all over New Yorkers. Some are out to make a buck.
Little ones are cute.
Hey, free flags, free flags, free flags. Andy, give this man one free. There we go. There you go. Give that little baby one, too.
These two sought peace of mind on rollerblades.
It's very surreal. Well, it's out of a bad sci-fi film, but every morning you wake up and you're like, it wasn't a dream, it wasn't a movie, it actually happened.
And some moviegoers are waiting in line, wearing masks. An outdoor cafe just isn't the same when you're obliged to cover your face instead of your lap. Jeannie Mose, CNN, New York.
And finally from us this evening, over the last couple of days, we have seen, all of us, the stunned reaction of people in New York and in Washington, many of whom have spoken about how helpless they feel in the face of this horrible tragedy. The feelings are much the same in small-town America tonight, as CNN's Candy Crowley reports.
Berryville, Virginia is an hour's drive from the Pentagon, far enough away not to have heard terrorism's roar, close enough to feel its pain.
I spent all day yesterday at the Pentagon working the fire.
A pretty terrible scene.
Yeah, it's about as unbelievable as TV doesn't do it any justice. It's horrible.
After 48 hours on call, D.C. firefighter Craig Hageman came home to Berryville and bought a couple of flags.
I believe in my country. I believe in everything we're about. And the more I support it, and the more everybody else will support it, and it's just keeping the faith.
Berryville's the kind of place where the barber is a minister and the mayor and his mother run the flower shop. The kind of place where putting up flags was second nature. No meetings, no proposals. It just kind of happened.
They came out late on Tuesday, and just sort of a spontaneous thing from the town office. So we decided that we have these flags that we obviously put up for Memorial Day and Labor Day and 4th of July and special occasions like that, and just thought this was a good time to put them out, just to show some support.
They are everywhere now. They hang from the mirrors of Potter's barbershop.
Well, we all love a country. We have big pride in the country, and it's hard to tell you what patriotism is.